we're ready to jump the gun here. We're excited. 4 hours. It's White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll take you up to 1 o'clock today. Coming off a Rangers win in a huge series in the American League West starting this weekend. 5-4, the Rangers get the win, and Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you. We got Khaki Kevin Walker behind the glass, and LeBron James is heading east, signing a 2-year deal with the Philadelphia 76ers. And I'll say this, Freddie D, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and I mentioned, of all the places that he could go. And, of course, we kind of played around with the thought of, could he possibly come to the Dallas Mavericks? And we all knew it was a big-time long shot. He had it listed amongst his teams early on that he was going to be taking a look at.
It's the oil and gas play. I mean, come on.
Who amongst us is not checking out Dallas every single time we choose where,
Y'all Street,
when and where on a career path? But I was a little critical of when it came to if he were to choose Philadelphia. I'm going to back off that. Because
don't ever throw him in the. I'll say this: don't ever throw him in the MJ GOAT conversation ever again.
Well, I don't. You and I are lockstep on that.
We are.
I don't. I was watching the reaction from everywhere, and Barkley was on with Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah,
and he goes. I guess Stephen A. had brought up the point, like, well, what if he goes and wins? Not 1 but 2 championships, which I think is
absurd. But
hey, I mean that's a really good team. I mean, they're obviously with the odds in the Eastern Conference. They're right up there, right behind the Knicks. So
you're right back in the mix.
But even if he did, and people will look at this and be like, "Well, you guys are just like, there's nothing he could ever do to ever." And I just want to look back at them and go, "Yeah, right. There's nothing," because Barkley said on it, he's like, you'd have to be crazy if he wins 2 not to look at him as the greatest. Now I was like, but really?
No, you don't. That wouldn't be crazy.
877-881-1053. Are we crazy? On the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text.
2 things can be true at the same time. A wise man named Blake Elliott once said that. And again, I have come around on LeBron James, working with Blake Elliott, working with some of these younger folks. My son's 18. So I've always respected LeBron's game. Off the court, whatever, all that. I get he wants to win a title. I get Philadelphia compared to, and I'll tell you what, it's kind of an indictment on Miami as well.
Well, we were talking about this 2 weeks ago and going like Miami's roster has got significant holes in it. I mean, you've got Giannis
Who's your
and
bucket
Bam.
Getter on that team, right? Because it ain't Andrew Wiggins.
Look, I get the fact that you're wanting to build up, it's a bigs race. Ever since we saw it happen in free agency and the draft and this offseason, especially in the draft, that everybody's looking at Wemby, and even Oklahoma City to an extent, where it's like you got to get multiple bigs, multiple star bigs.
Look at the Mavs.
Right. So I get it there, but that's a starting point. I have a belief in what Riles, and whatever his plan is in Miami and Spoelstra, that's about as good of a brain trust as you've got in the NBA. But as the roster is currently constructed, you go, LeBron ain't doing much to that.
I mean, he's adding double ability, right? But at the same time, like you and I, and I think this is why I don't hate the move from a basketball standpoint to Philadelphia, but that's a loaded roster. All right. I mean, it is. You've got 2 of the best young guards in the NBA in VJ Edgecombe and Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah.
All right. Then you've got, one of the best two-way guys in the NBA in Jaylen Brown. And then one of the better bigs in the NBA, when healthy, in Joel Embiid. And then, oh, by the way, you got a championship pedigree coach in Nick Nurse. So, Philadelphia is a damn good basketball team, and I certainly don't begrudge him for going to Philadelphia. Would I have liked to have seen him go to Miami or Cleveland? I mean, this is now his fourth NBA team.
Yeah, I know. And that's really the biggest thing for me. We live in a different world where guys move around. They don't stay put like they used to. But it isn't more. Now, I'll say this. Those places that he went to, he stayed for long enough to where you go, are you guys going to be building around me or not? And they didn't really do a good job in doing that. I didn't think they did in L.A. I mean, he went to L.A. and they won relatively quickly. And they built enough, with Anthony Davis, and they had, good. It was a place and time. Almost how I look at the Knicks winning the championship last year. Place and time for that.
Yeah.
I don't think the Knicks are going to win another one here in the next few years. But, and then they decide, okay, this isn't really working out. I want to go somewhere I want to win. On one hand, I go, I understand that. But for people of a certain age, and why we call this middle-aged white guy radio, we're used to, having to go through the toils of rebuilding and trying to find the right pieces to go with that particular player or set of players and that growth within a franchise in order to get to the mountaintop, not take, a gondola up to the mountaintop, which is how I think you're kind of looking at it with Philly.
I mean, has LeBron earned the right at 41, 42 years old to say, you know what, I'm going to Philly to win a title? Absolutely. And if he goes and is an instrumental part of doing that, then fantastic. But I think we go back to when we look at LeBron, you talk about the Lakers, right? He was the one behind the Russell Westbrook. He wanted Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
And that started a chain reaction of you've got
totally fair.
A bad GM in Rob Pelinka. Okay? And, same thing in Cleveland. Miami, the reason why he left Miami the first time was because, guess what? You don't get to bring in Rich Paul and your cronies to come in and strong-arm deals. I mean, it's Pat Riley. Pat Riley said, oh, you want to try that? All right, go back to Cleveland then, because we're not doing that here. And so, we've got this kind of, there will always be kind of this part of LeBron's legacy that, yes, is he going to go down as one of the greatest basketball players of all time? But, his moves and trying to do things behind the scenes, there's a reason why when players try to do their own maneuvering and player swapping, it generally does not work out. Mm-hmm. Okay? It just doesn't.
So the reason why, I'll circle back to why I believe I'm going to back off of kind of how I put it a couple weeks ago on this is really front running. It's Philadelphia. It's not San Antonio. It's not the Knicks. It's not the Thunder. Had it been any of those teams, you'd be like, come on, dude. Come on. Philadelphia hasn't been to a conference championship series. I mean,
since 01.
Yeah.
Since 01.
It's Philly. And I think he's going, and everybody wonders how, I don't know how it's going to be, a fit basketball-wise. It's going to be a fit. It doesn't matter where he goes. It's LeBron James. He can play all five positions. I mean, he's always been more of a distributor. He just melds himself into any type of basketball. Hard-pressed to find anybody smarter on a basketball court with better feel throughout an entirety of his career, right? I mean, that's what the superpower that Luka Doncic has, right? When we look at him, like the way that he just has a feel and a sense around him of the entire court. Well, LeBron's been doing this, his whole career. That's going to be just fine. The pressure is not going to be, he goes to Miami, there's more pressure on him than there would be if he went to Philly. If he goes to Cleveland, more pressure on him. Yeah, you still can Harden win, can this and that. Yeah, but you're going back to Cleveland. He goes to Philly, to a place where the pressure is squarely on one individual and one only. There is only one guy for the 76ers that we will look at, and as if it does not work, it is because of him. and that's Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid has been there the longest.
Yeah.
He has played, 40-something games the last 3 years?
Hadn't been good.
If it doesn't work, it's going to be because of Embiid. And that's how we looked at it in the playoffs last year. That's how we're going to look at it coming over the next 2 years.
Oof. I don't think that's entirely wrong.
Only partially.
Because the other aspect of it too, though, is now that you throw the Jaylen Brown aspect of it in, because that's part of the reason why you went out and got Jaylen Brown. It's because you don't. Well, I'm almost at the point now with Joel Embiid where you don't expect him to play. Right? That's unfortunately, that's the narrative to me around Joel Embiid. And I hate, look, I'm a Jayhawk. You guys know that.
Yeah, that's true. But in order for them to be a championship team, he has to.
He's got to. There's no question about that. Now, could you theoretically, and I don't know who's the backup big for Philadelphia now. We can look that up here in a second. But that being said, I think you can win. Let's put it this way. You could definitely get to the finals out of the East. If Joel Embiid gets hurt, which I don't know what the Kalshi odds are at this point about what the over-under is on how many games he'll play. Because I know Drummond left Philly to go to New York, I think, is where he ended up.
Are you talking about Bono?
Bono's like 5'9". I don't know that him as a backup big would work.
No.
You'd have the best voice.
He's 6'10".
In the NBA. It's a beautiful day.
Bono, baby. Or area hook porty.
I don't
really.
Again, I think you can get out of the East with LeBron, Jaylen Brown, VJ Edgecombe, and Tyrese Maxey.
Oh, they have Janai Broom there.
Oh, well, that's all you need.
Yeah.
Didn't my boy Devin Wade sign with them too?
Yeah.
I think Devin Wade, Mr. Kansas basketball, 2011, 12.
Dean.
I don't know why I call him Devin.
Yeah.
I've called him Devin forever. I don't. Yeah. Why? Why do I think his name is Devin Wade? I don't know.
I think you and I are just proving the point that is not exactly the deepest roster. That starting five is pretty good.
I don't think Andre Drummond is his backup. Andre Drummond, somebody texted from the 940. I think Andre Drummond went to New York.
Yeah, Drummond's not on the roster.
Yeah, no, Andre Drummond went. Yeah, New York Knicks. It would have been nice for them to keep. Andre Drummond would have been a great keep if they'd been able to, but obviously it didn't work out. The first thing everybody keeps saying is, well, now LeBron can show Joel Embiid how to stay in shape or how to work on his body and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know. I've always had questions about just how legitimate LeBron's physical prowess is. Wink, wink, nod, nod.
Oh, okay, then. I've seen his feet. That's a hot mess.
I was just referring to any kind of supplemental support is what I'm referring to.
I doubt it.
Oh, 1,000%. I'm telling you right now, there's no way he's not on PEDs.
No way he's not?
Oh, you will.
He was built this way when he was 16.
Yeah. 16, and he's still doing it at this level at 42. Come on. There's already. Tell you what, he squashed a story so fast 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, whatever it was, when it was reported that his PED showed up and were in his wife's name. That's the trick.
Yeah, pulled the old Peyton Manning.
He pulled if we're not thinking that a lot of these guys aren't, especially with the tail end of their career, doing a little extra, and do we hate them for it? Do I knock LeBron for it? Not necessarily. If you
we applauded the efforts for the steroid Olympics a month or so ago.
Yeah, they were terrible though.
Yeah,
they were so bad to watch.
Yeah.
But look, baseball came back on the syringes of steroids.
Yeah. I still have a whole thing about that because it was a lot of human growth hormone and all that. And I was like, so why again is that bad?
Androstenedione.
Yeah. That's well put by you.
It was
well enunciated.
It was sitting there.
Because how many times I've said that word in my life and not got it correct.
Androstenedione.
I had about a 98% clip on that.
I mean, in his locker, right there for the world to see.
I'm doing interviews, and it's right there.
Oh, that? Oh,
Yeah.
That's a little rub.
You seen these guns?
Little lotion. A little clear. That was back in the days, and raise your hand if you did this, where you could buy illegal supplements in the back of magazines. I'm that years old. I'm that old.
Did you ever partake?
Oh, 100%. I bought I bought the clear.
Yeah.
I bought it from the back of a magazine back when I was, I don't know, it was 99. Well, it's been 2001. I was 19 or 20 in the Navy. You know, that's back when Muscle magazines and Men's and Fitness or whatever the hell it was called. And you could go to the back pages and hey, want the same stuff that Mark McGuire has? Rub it on your shoulder? Hell yeah, 19, 20-year-old Fred said, let's do it. So I did.
I was heavy creatine and protein.
Fred wasn't doing syringes, but you got a cream? Sign me up.
Well, yeah, hard to argue with the longevity there.
Come on.
Now, I do think...
Did it work? I don't know.
I don't know. You're pretty jacked.
This was 20 years ago. No, I'm just old now.
Yeah.
I'm just old now.
We were talking about this last night. There's something to the old man strength. Like, I'm stronger now. I mean, not strong, like, lift-wise when I was lifting like crazy 3 or 4 times a week. But when it comes to getting back into shape and getting back to, like, a respectable level of being able to toss a little weight around without really committing yourself, you're like, there's something to it.
Oh, muscle memory is undefeated. And now I say all that. I mean, I pulled something in my back this morning.
Bro.
Coughing.
Yeah. Okay. I did it yesterday.
So I
towel drying my hair, buddy, out of the shower.
Look, I get it. But did we still, you know what we did? I called my cousin, who just turned 45. That's my guy. And he's had all kinds of injuries, played college football the whole nine. He can't even lift heavy anymore. So I asked him about my back, and he said, dude, you just got to stretch and roll it out. And he goes, if it keeps bothering you, then go see the doctor.
Yeah.
So I went, got on the roller, rolled it out, lifted, not heavy, not crazy. And, we'll see what these next 4 hours look like.
As one would have it. I literally, you want to talk about just middle-aged issues. I now have tendonitis in my right elbow from shaking martinis.
Good night, bro.
Okay. Let's talk about where we're at as a man.
Dude said I got tendonitis from shaking martinis.
I am literally...
Are you wearing a copper sleeve on your right arm?
Wow. Literally the next word's coming out of my mouth. I am now with a copper fit sleeve on my elbow.
And you and Brett Favre.
In order to work.
Just don't pilfer the
I got
Mississippi
lidocaine spray for the top of my back, lower neck from towel drying my hair, which something just
you might need to start stretching.
Like before I get in the shower?
Just in general. I think that's my biggest issue right now is I'm not stretching enough. So I got to start stretching.
I got some things for you. I'll mention during the break. That'll be good for that. Okay. We are on the precipice of NFL training camp.
Ooh,
and this time for the Cowboys, we are just right there. And oh boy, has it been all quiet on the Western Front. Is that a good thing for the boys? We look ahead to next week and the next month. Here next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more
insurance. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
We have endured the walk through the desert for long enough. We did have the World Cup in there, which is a great break from the monotony that is summertime sports. Shout out to the W in the three-point contest last night and the All-Star game tonight. But
Aussie Fudd, dude. I'll tell you what, she was on fire. That final round.
Woo! First rookie ever to win the WNBA three-point contest.
Ballin'.
But what we're talking about is NFL training camps opening up across the league. And for the Cowboys, that begins next week. It's White Guy Radio here on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan, YouTube, Twitch, and 105.3thefan.com. Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you. And our coverage of Dallas Cowboys training camp, sponsored by the On-Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. We'll have Brian Broaddus live from camp out on the tennis courts next week. The rest of the guys will be out there the week following, and that is, I say this each and every year, it's something I miss the most. Being out there, that's the FOMO I have every year when they go out.
At least you've been.
Yeah.
Can you have FOMO something you've never done?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. It's just fear of missing out.
Yeah.
And,
but I don't know what I'm missing out on, though, if I've never been.
You know what?
One day.
I think you and I should just go.
Well, no, absolutely. Maybe next
year.
Next year, we'll do it.
Well, you and I are both in a bit of a transition here professionally.
1,000%.
Yeah.
1,000%. It's been a hell of a ride so far.
Reading Todd Archer on Thursday, I believe, ESPN.com, saying the thing out loud that we were all kind of, at one point going, well, it's been awfully quiet, right? A few years ago, 2023, you had the situation with Zach Martin holding out in training camp, renegotiating his contract. A year later, the story was all about Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and their contracts. Last year, Micah Parsons, and boy, did that reach a fever pitch of all kinds, a dispute of all kinds.
Yeah, it was.
And in this year, it was really set up to be as such with George Pickens. But George Pickens said, nope, I'll sign it. I'll sign the franchise tag. We'll go with $27.3 milli, and we'll keep this train moving. And it has been a quiet offseason for the Dallas Cowboys. And I'll say this. The narrative around them has, in my belief, and I don't know if you agree with this, I'll ask you, I'll ask the Tolos, 877-881-1053. The coverage around the Cowboys in this offseason and the narrative about this team going into the season seems to be much more fair from the national analysts than it has been in years past. And I think that's because they just get annoyed with the situations. Like, okay, not necessarily with Zach Martin, but they're like, why is Dak Prescott not done? Why is CeeDee Lamb not done? Why are we waiting to get these done? Well, the Cowboys, they think they're going to be so great. We talk about them so much, blah, blah, blah. And then I feel like, okay, but if you're talking about what the team really is and what you're trying to forecast for how good or bad or whatever they're going to be, that seemed to play into it a little bit. Last year, it was the same thing. Now, as I watch Get Up or like this whole influx of NFL Network and ESPN, all these different personalities that are all in the worldwide leader now, I'm like, it's all been really objective and really fair. And I think it's because there's been no drama. So they don't get annoyed by it.
Well, and plus when there's drama, it's a lot easier to pick a side. Right? When you have contention, when you've got this adversarial us versus them, there's a side you get to pick.
Heroes and villains, babe. Heroes and villains.
And, no one's... Jerry has been the villain for so long that he's just built in that way, right? And it's, you dragged your feet on Dak, you dragged your feet on CD, and because of that, you invited all this. And, in fairness to George Pickens, after what they dealt with last year, as you alluded to with the Micah Parsons situation, George didn't have a choice but to sign the tender.
Well, he could have held out.
But that wouldn't have. But then give Jerry and whoever was the driving force this year behind this. No, they went out and said, look, if you think you're worth what you say you're worth, then go out and get it. Go ahead and find somebody that's willing to trade for you, because that was the difference between what George Pickens did and what happened with Micah. Like, you found a suitor for Micah, right? There was somebody. The old adage in the NFL or just professional sports as a whole, and you and I have worked with enough professional athletes. The old adage is you're worth what you're worth what they pay
the market,
you.
right?
Okay, so you found somebody in the Green Bay Packers who, oh, by the way, are apparently on the verge of financial insolvency.
Right.
All of a sudden, that's a whole other.
I read that this morning.
Yeah, that's a conversation we'll have later in the program.
Yeah, we will.
So, you played your hand last year. You found out that, all right, there is somebody that wants to go ahead and spend $47 million. And raise your hand right now if there a Cowboy fan right now that you would have been okay with where things are at, paying $47 million to Micah Parsons, with where things are at with him right now. Now, again, we don't know if he tears his ACL or whatever it is. Who knows? Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't.
Right.
But that being said, Jerry won that deal. And I don't care. You could be the biggest Jerry Jones hater in the world, and I get it. We're the Cowboys' flagship. You can objectively say, as it stands right now, that the Dallas Cowboys won that deal.
It might be better radio if we disagreed more. I can't. I couldn't agree more on that. They did. I thought at the time, I'm like,
it looked crazy. Oh, we'll scheme a blitz. We'll scheme pass rush.
Yeah. No.
Will you?
My take on this, and this was during my brief retirement when this whole thing went down, and I remember talking with went out to Jake's Burgers in Frisco, because that's where G-Bag was doing the show when they were doing Phenom.
Yeah.
And so it'd been a while since I had planned on going over, because it's in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
And it just so happens that news broke today, and it's
great burgers, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
First time I had talked, saw in person, Spittle in a while.
Yeah.
CA was there, and talking with some of the guys, in G-Bag about it. And I'm like, yeah, they're going to be a weaker defensive team. There's no question about it this year. But when it comes to what you're trying to do in building a team, you can't pay everybody.
You can't.
You can't do it. So
can't.
I think that they are going to come out better on the other side. The Green Bay Packers deal is kind of wild. We are definitely going to talk about that next hour. But I think when I look at this group, we have talked about where we see them, and you and I are pretty close on it. I did not have them winning the division. I have them in the playoffs. The only thing that was holding me back with this was I do not like how their schedule plays out,
it's rough to
especially
start.
the first couple months.
Yeah, no, it's because you got a kind of a rough start. And we talked to Brad Sham. Of course, you know this. We talked to.
I somewhat remember it.
We talked to Brad Sham this past week, or a week and a half ago, whatever it was. He laid out the travel breakdown for the Cowboys when they go to Brazil. Bro, it is going to be if you can beat Baltimore, which I think you can, it would be a Herculean, and I do mean Herculean task to win in Brazil and then come back and win in Houston.
We talked about that
just
the second the schedule came out. Absolutely.
I was being naive, and shout out to our boy Chris Arnold, because he's been saying this from the jump. He said logistically it is going to be a nightmare. Brad Sham laid it out. They've got like 3-hour drives just to get to the stadium from the airport. Like, it's, they got to take some, like, the roads aren't great to wherever the stadium is from where they're going from, like, this airport. They got to go through, like, the rainforest or something. Dude, I'm telling you right now, it is going to be lions and tigers and bears and an anaconda. They're staked out there this big on their way to get to the Brazilian stadium. Just get a win. I mean, it's so bad they're not even taking the broadcast team.
I know.
Brad's doing it from his house. I'm kidding, but you get my point.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
It is. I looked at it and I thought, man, if you're coming out of that at like essentially right around 500,
2-2. You go 2-2 in that first quarter of the season, you're good.
Yeah.
Take it all day, every day.
Oh, I mean, it is going to be rough.
Because you should beat the Giants in week 1.
Yeah.
Dude, their wide receiver room, me and Blake were just showing this the other day, their wide receiver room is awful.
I'm going to have a little tease for later. There's a few teams, the Giants included, who I am referring to as belle of the ball, you know, that, I mean, everybody's darling, right? Oh, the Giants are going to be, you know.
You should be 2-0.
There is another team. There is another team that should be just arms crossed, watching all this, going like, that's cool. Okay, that's cool.
I'm glad you brought that up. Look, you could very well, I'll just say this much. For a team that defensively, because we talked about this week, and we'll obviously dive more into it. But I think we all agree when we look, the defense as a whole, we have plenty of questions about, so we're not going to dive into that, and obviously that's going to be the biggest thing moving forward. I don't feel terrible about their linebacker group. In fact, I'm going to say right now on these airwaves. Are we talking the
Giants?
The Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, okay.
I think the Dallas Cowboy linebacker group is going to be better than people think. I really do. I think D. Winters is going to be good this year. I think Shamar James, wink, wink, nod, nod, is going to be a lot better than people think this year. And I think DeMarvion Overshown, even though we keep hearing, oh, he can play the mic, that's great. I'm glad he can play the mic. I don't want him playing the mic. I want him doing what you had him doing in 2024, where he got to pretty much roam the field and make plays. That's what DeMarvion Overshown does best. I don't need him. I don't need him being the mic. In a pinch, could he do it? Sure. Do I want him doing that? No, I don't. I want him going out there and wreaking havoc. That said, we all agree the D-line, defensive tackle is pretty solid. Linebackers should be pretty good. Ends are going to be kind of a work in progress. Safeties are pretty solid when you really get down to it. And your cornerbacks are, to me, your biggest question mark on this football team. When right now, on paper, your best quote-unquote cornerback is Jacoby Durant. And don't tell me, well, it's Deron Bland. Well, I need to see Deron Bland on the field first.
Yeah, he's got to be on the field.
Okay, and as CA alluded to a couple weeks ago, you know, he had a screw fall out of his foot or whatever it was, okay, or dislodged or whatever the hell he had going on there in his foot, which explains everything. But as a professional athlete, when you got a bad wheel, I don't care what position you're playing, cornerback, center in the NBA. I mean, hell, it ended Yao Ming's career. It's ruined bad feet have ruined a lot of careers. Deron Bland, Bill Walton. Deron Bland, I have serious concerns with that if my man's wheel ain't right, I wouldn't be surprised if he starts the season on the PUP list. Deron Bland. And if that's the case, then I don't know what you're going to get. So right now we're in a situation where, you know, you're probably going to have Jacoby Durant and Savon Revel, who I think is going to be pretty good this year. But we've got major question marks. But my point in all that is this. You got a moribund, and I do mean moribund, Giants receiving group. And then you got the Commanders in week 2 with a Terry McLaurin, okay, who's basically the wide receiver version of Deron Bland, always hurt. And then your backups are Luke McCaffrey and some dude you took in the 3rd round as a rookie. I'm not worried about the Commanders wide receiver. So you've got a blessing defensively in the first 2 weeks where the one position group that we can all agree has serious question marks, you've got 2 receiving groups that have serious question marks. So, you know, if Christian Parker is the guy we think he is, and oh, by the way, I think this that we all know in the offense is a whole other conversation, you should start your season 2-0 heading out to that Baltimore Ravens game.
Feel you. All right.
Back still hurts.
I don't know. I don't know.
We're loosening up.
That's a little bit of foreshadowing as to what we'll get into coming up later on the program. A discussion on the NFC East. It is 42 days away.
Let's go.
42 days from today is the opening Saturday. Well, should say the first week 1 Saturday of college football. So we only have 6 weeks left. I have just started the deep dive into it.
What about week 0? Are they doing week 0 this year?
I couldn't find a week 0 this year. I think they got away with that.
Did they stop calling it week 0? Is that what the deal is? No?
Kevin's shaking his head.
What are you shaking your head about there?
'Cause I was looking up the schedule.
What's your story? Huh?
Thursday, September 3rd is the first game of the college football season.
Really? No August?
No.
We're not playing any games in Scotland?
Oh, I got August.
No, Dublin.
August 29th.
August 29th,
buddy.
actually, sorry. August 29th. The Dublin to Ireland game is the first game of the season. TCU in North Carolina.
See?
Yeah, you got a slate. You got about 8 games on August 29th, and that is 42 days away. My question is the Big Ten really the best conference in college football, having won the last 3 national championships? Wait just 1 minute. That's next year on The Fan.
Most home sellers get one offer, and it's never enough. Orchard changes that. With
Select packs or buy 3, get 3 free with your card, limit 12. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955.
Hear from your favorite Rangers each Tuesday afternoon at 3:20 with the G-Bag Nation. This is the place for Rangers coverage right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Boy, I tell you what, we just had a crisis averted, Kevin.
Yeah, we did.
Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you. And a shout out to all you fatties out there. Tolos. Texting in, good morning, Will the Thrill, Mr. Davis. It's a Mexican again, listening to White Boy Radio. All right, long for the ride today. Let's have a good show. Jagon and Terrell. I think we have Chris in Amityville, New York. So we'll get to some of your texts coming up here in a little bit. I went to the bathroom in the break, and I didn't bring my key card or my phone. And a little panic set in. Because you need to use your key card in order to get back onto this through areas of this floor, and I'm like, oh God. Thankfully, I ran down to the other side, and Fred was going out getting some water, and I'm like, oh boy. Guys would have been just sitting around like, dude, did our boy just bail? Did he just dip?
By the way, did
going on
940 just come up with the most ignorant argument I've ever heard for the LeBron versus MJ debate?
Oh boy.
And like, we're not going down that road, but I haven't looked at the text message, but this might be one of the most ignoramus things I think I've ever seen. I'm tired of this boring argument. There is no I in team. Even MJ needed a team to start winning. No one's ever disputed that. It's not LeBron's fault MJ didn't utilize free agency to his advantage. And with that, we will start college football.
Okay.
I mean, I kind of feel like MJ was like, hey, do this. And if they didn't do that, he probably would have. But they did all the things
look, if you watch The Last Dance, there was nobody that talked. I mean, they came to Michael and asked him how he felt about Rodman. He didn't go to management and say, like, go get Rodman. He didn't say, go draft Scottie Pippen. He was upset when they got rid of Horace Grant, or when Horace Grant left. You know, I mean, it wasn't. Name all the free agents that the Bulls signed, the big free agents.
I mean, you went out and got Ron Harper, who, was who wasn't what he once was when he got to Chicago. I mean, what the Bulls did, to your point, right, is that, they signed free agents, but it wasn't like they went out and got, Dennis Rodman was the biggest named guy they went out and got.
They went out and got the rights and all that stuff with Tony Kukoc, but
they drafted him. But that was a draft, wasn't it? I mean, Tony was a draft. What it was. Scottie Pippen was a draft pick. All right, and Corey Blunt was a draft pick,
and they treated him. Yeah, Corey Blunt, man.
Stacey King, rest in peace.
Yeah, Luke Longley.
Bill Wennington.
But they trashed
Judd Bushler
coach in the Olympics because they're like, he's not coming in here thinking he's all that. Anyway.
Judd Bushler, where are you at?
All right. There has been something that has been pretty fashionable.
Myers.
Pete Myers. How far on the bench was Pete Myers?
Pete Myers gave you some minutes, though.
No, he didn't.
In that last championship year, he wasn't like a 6 man or anything like that. But Pete Myers would come off the bench and give you 10 minutes of solid play, and then go back to the bench.
I'm
looking him up
Pete
right
Myers.
now.
I want to know.
Don't forget about my boy Randy.
MPG. I want to know.
Who was Randy? What was Randy's last name? Little short black dude, guard, pesky, defensive. Was it Williams? I don't know. I'll look it up right now.
Man, you went really deep.
24.8 minutes per game for Pete Myers.
Oh, I told you, dude. I told you Pete Myers got some run.
There's no way I would have thought he had more than 8.
That's what I was saying. I'm thinking 10 to 15.
93 to 94 was where he averaged 24.8. Everywhere else was kind of low. Both right. Y'all are both right.
Last thing we'll say about the Bulls, and it's just kind of funny. This Horace Grant was on the All the Smoke podcast recently and said not enough people give Jerry Krause enough love. for constructing that team. And they don't.
Scottie Pippen alone. I mean, drafting him.
Randy Brown, that's who I was thinking of. Randy Brown.
I think I had his jersey.
Of course you did. By the way, Randy Brown that year, 16 minutes. 16 minutes.
A lot of garbage time minutes got to be.
He came, you know what? He was one of those guys. He was kind of, you know what he was? He was like a defensive Brandon Williams. Came in, gave you some minutes. And gave maybe Michael a spell or something like that, late first half or something like that. Played good D. You knew you weren't getting any points out of him. But he was just pesky.
Maybe half dozen guys that people that listening have never heard of in their life.
No clue. By the way,
I'm having a hard time with it, and that's my squad. So
you want to hear something? Okay, just last thing, and we'll move on. Do you know what Randy Brown's 3-point percentage was in 1998?
58%.
The 97-98 season. I'll do you one better. It was 0. Okay. It was 0.
How many did he take?
And you know why it was 0? Because he took 5 the entire season.
Yeah.
He averaged 17 minutes a game and took 5 3-pointers in 71 games.
Because I bet every time he took one, Michael looked over him like, I'm going to kill you.
I'm going to strangle you right now.
Yeah.
Shoot one of those one more time.
Yeah, you're going to not.
Just fun. Just a Randy Brown.
Be part
Randy,
of
if you're listening, 877-881-1053. Went to UH.
So, over the last year, probably 2 years, it has become incredibly fashionable to trash the SEC.
Why is that?
Because of how much we talked about them and praised them for so long. It's the same adage that we have in sports. We want to build you up and then we want to rip you back down. And I was thinking about this, they're only because the SEC had been talked about so much within the last week with SEC Media Days going on. And they did it the week before with Big 12, not to the degree because they always do much more with the SEC. And still the power broker when it comes to college football. There's nobody more powerful in the sport than Greg Sankey. But with that, and look, I mean, I've gotten into so many arguments. Bobby Belt is, the leader of this group of just trashing the SEC. And you look at what the Big Ten has done over the last 3 years. They've won 3 national championships. But if anybody is sleeping on the SEC as still being the preeminent conference in college football, I still look at them as the top conference. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, I think top to bottom, I think it's hard to argue. I mean, I can't remember what show it was I was listening to. I think it was the morning show. Hell, I don't remember what show it was, where they talk about the top 10. It might have been G-Bag. Who had who going into the 2026 college season, who had the most difficult schedule? And I think of the top 20, 15 or 16 were SEC teams or something crazy like that, or definitely top 10. I mean, definitely top 12 or 13. So, I mean, I look, bang for your buck right now. Yeah, I think it's still the SEC, but I think what's happened is, to your point, is that it's not as top heavy anymore, and you're starting to see it fan out a little bit.
Yeah, and this is the point that I've always made with it when it comes to why I believe that they're the best conference, is that the worst team in the SEC finishes middle of the road in pretty much every other conference. And that's the difference for me right there. When you look at the last 2 college football playoffs in which 12 teams have gone, the SEC has the most teams in the playoff, 8 total. Big Ten is just one behind with 7. And then you got 3 each from the Big 12 and the ACC. Now, it's hard for me to sit here and tell you, like the gap. I don't know if the gap necessarily exists much of one anymore between the Big Ten and the SEC.
Now that I agree with. I don't think I don't think the gulf is near as wide. I think it's a lot closer.
There is no more gulf. Absolutely. But it's not just about the SEC not being as good And it's not about, for me, the Big Ten being better, even though that they are. It's that you have, with the transfer portal, so many more teams that just would not be really competitive to the degree that they are and have been the last few years. It never would have happened. Indiana never happens, ever, unless we have, the transfer portal rules and the change that were made a few years ago. And NIL, to a certain degree, I think it's more about the transfer portal. Now,
but think about it though, and I heard, and it might have been Colin Cowherd, I don't know, and maybe I saw it on Twitter. I know I heard it from somewhere, but they speculated or postulated that part of the reason why the Big Ten has narrowed the gulf, to your point, that there isn't one anymore, is that Big Ten schools have more money.
Yeah.
Okay, because you've got bigger NIL war chests, because you've got wealthier donors and wealthier alumni than you do in the SEC, and so that really the NIL
very
era,
prestigious.
Absolutely. I mean, look, Michigan's biggest benefactor, all right, is the girlfriend of Larry Ellison, who runs Oracle. Okay, who, by the way, is trying to create a spy state here in America. I kid, but no, I don't. That said,
that's another layer.
they wanted who's the quarterback? What's the quarterback's for Michigan?
Bryce Underwood.
Okay, she was like, she's a Michigan alum. All right, and her boyfriend's Larry Ellison. All right, and so she was like, no, we're getting this kid. And goes to Larry and says, whatever the check is, I need to write it, so we go get our boy Bryce Underwood. And that's exactly what happened, right? And so when you start factoring, Indiana, hey, Mark Cuban, we're balling these days.
Absolutely.
Go ahead and cut us a check.
Yeah.
Mark cuts a check. So, you can't discount... and that's why, as a Jayhawk, I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, Lance, you better get your bleep together. Bill, you better get your bleep together. We got David Booth, $300 million, scribbles a $300 million check to the university. And then Ripple, one of the biggest crypto companies in America, in the world, their CEO, Jayhawk, boom, guess what is going to be on our patches this year? Ripple, right? So, it's a financial arms race, and if you don't have the big benefactors, if you don't have the folks that are willing to, scribble that check, does Alabama have that kind of, and you saw what Alabama's going through right now. You see old boy that runs their NIL, or is the head of content for the NIL, getting busted?
Yeah. That is a program that is in a very tenuous state.
Precarious position, Alabama.
Yeah, it is they've got a couple guys competing at quarterback, but they have big questions on offense. Defense is probably going to be pretty good, but when you look at the SEC, you got to go through several teams before you get to Alabama as to where we're looking at where they're probably going to, where everybody feels they are going to be this year.
Yeah.
And that, Kellen DeBoer is not on the hot seat. But by season's end, that seat will be that'll be getting really warm. And because they're not, and rightfully so, you just had the greatest run by a program in the history of the sport, coached by the best coach in the history of the sport.
That was, I don't care who you were. That was going to be it. And Kalen DeBoer, he looks like that job is wearing him down.
Yeah.
He don't look, look, it's two guys that are battling with their own hair issues. Kalen DeBoer, he looked like Doc Brown from Back to the Future.
When he was in his early 40s.
Face and hair, just like, we got to get back to being Alabama. Bro, you need to get back to deciding what you're going to do with that dome is what you need to decide.
It's some vitamins and minerals, man.
I'm telling you
it's not looking good.
Face looking all gone. He looked like maybe on that Ozempic diet. God. My man is going through it.
Well, from here on for the next several weeks, we'll be inching our way closer to college football, more and more content there. We'll have a little bit more before we give out to Brennan Baxter and CA today. All right, let's head into hour number 2. We'll start out with a little Rangers with a win last night. That's next here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Step up your grilling game plan with Wild Fork's bold chimichurri whole chicken, ribeye fillets, and pork. Score wild savings on Berkshire pork picanha. Or grab the premium picanha steak and Zeno baguette bundle. Visit our 9 DFW locations or wildforkfoods.com today.
Hi, it's Michaela to tell you at Boomer Jacks, now it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, we think you deserve a break. 2 means $2 domestic.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Calcium, buddy. Calcium. That's hour number 2.
I wasn't sure where you were going with that. I thought I was being okey-doked. I was like, is there a joke on the other end of this?
No. My man's got back issues here. I'm just saying,
Kids are making fun of me.
Let's get some milk going in here. Hour 2 of White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Fred Davis. With Khaki Kevin Walker back in the Pimp Cup. Back in the NFL about 20 minutes from now. Interesting story for the Green Bay Packers and their solvency. And the Patriots about to, talking about money, they're not hurting for cash.
No.
And they're showing that out in training camp as that begins for a number of teams across the NFL here on this final week of July. But we begin this hour with the Rangers. What would you call last night a must-win? Is this a must-win series after stumbling out of the gates from the All-Star break? Losing their first 2 series, 2-4. They get the win last night, 5-4 at home against the Seattle Mariners in a huge series in the AL West.
God, must wins. It's hard to say must win. Now that said, I mean we're over the 100-game mark, which it just feels like this season is flying by. For baseball being one of those sports that we always complain about how long the season is, it is a proverbial blink and you miss it. I mean we're almost to the trade deadline. What is it? August 4th, I think is when the deadline hits, and so you've got some serious questions you got to answer if you are the Texas Rangers. But yeah, I mean. Look, you beat a Seattle team that isn't hitting very well right now. Mackenzie Gore, I don't know what to make of Mackenzie Gore. One thing you know about him is he's gonna throw a bunch of pitches in 1 or 2, probably 3 innings. If you can get out of 5 with him, you're doing all right without him absolutely imploding. I thought he looked better last night. You got a solid performance out of Mackenzie Gore, but up until the 5th inning, and this is the second time this week because I was at the game earlier this week against the White Sox, where your ace. Your guy is on the mound, and you got 2 outs, and you need that out pitch, and you need to get that third out.
Runs have been an issue.
And it's killing you right now. DeGrom did it the other night against the White Sox, and Mackenzie Gore did it last night against the Seattle Mariners. Now, luckily for you, Berger had himself a great night last night. Who's our boy? Nicky Lopez. Did the damn thing.
Do we have a little Nicky Lopez here? Can we play
Nicky Lopez?
Nothing makes me happier as an old baseball fan to have this go down.
Lopez swings and spanks one into left to base hit. Opposite field line drive for Nicky Lopez.
That's definitely not the right one.
Was it the spanking? Is that what you liked?
I
don't like anything more.
I like any kind of spanking, that's for sure. No, I mean, a little
Especially
squeeze.
When Nicky's doing it.
Little Nicky.
Spanks one into left to base hit.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that cut, but the
spanks one into left field.
Soft hands.
Soft hands.
With
soft
the squeeze bunt.
Soft pull. Like
getting
the TexasLending.com. We're just going to do a soft pull. Have your credit. I was like, I enjoy a soft pull from time to time.
Doesn't hit your credit. All right, here it is.
The 1-1. That is bunted. And it's fielded by Bizzardo, and a flip home does not connect with Raleigh. Carter scores standing up. Lopez gets the bunt down. It didn't go very far, but it went far enough, and the Rangers now lead 5-3.
Nothing I appreciate more than a little small ball if we can continue that kind of line of thought going.
And Bassick made a great point because he said, the pitcher screwed up and was supposed to throw that to first base. But as he pointed out, he goes, baseball went a decade where nobody bunted.
Right.
And so pitchers don't have any, it's not like something you work on necessarily in spring training or in the minors anymore. And so pitchers don't necessarily know where to go with the ball anymore on a bunt. So, I appreciate what Skip has done with this team, and I know, Jared Sandler talked about this with CA and Jake a couple months ago when this is a team that wants to manufacture runs. Now, I didn't realize, and they threw a stat up last night, or maybe it was the night before, that since June, late May, early June, the Rangers have the third most home runs in baseball with like 45 or something crazy like that, which I just totally blew my mind last night or whenever I saw that stat in the last day or two. It might have been last night. I think it was last night when the game started, or it might have been Wednesday night. But either way, last night was a microcosm of what this team has been all year long, right? In that, okay, you lose the first two series of the second half of the year to the Central leading White Sox, who have been a revelation, and then of course one of the better teams in baseball in the Atlanta Braves. Then you play a team that is equally as struggling or up and down as you are in the Seattle Mariners. Now, I thought Elvis Andrews made a great point in that more pressure was on the Seattle Mariners because
they're underperforming.
They're underperforming. I mean, they spent the money in the offseason. Yeah. They're the team that was the chic pick to win the AL West heading into this year.
They're the only team in the AL West to have a plus in the
run differential. Yes, yeah, exactly. So I'm not going to say it was a must-win last night. I'm not going to say I expected it, but, were you surprised that the Rangers went out and won that game last night? But I don't think it's also a coincidence that, and G-Bag talked about this yesterday, is, you got 3 RBI from Jake Berger. I mean, there is no in-between with Jake Berger. Jake Berger's either knocking the cover off the ball or can't hit his way out of a wet paper sack. There is no in-between. And that's, as he goes, so goes this offense, especially with no Josh Young in the lineup right now either.
Yeah, and leads the team with 64 RBIs. The only reason why I bring it up is because you've lost the first 2 series against, the Braves and the White Sox, and now you have a big AL West series that if you started out with a loss, now you're, climbing uphill to try to win another series. But we are getting to the point in the season and where you do really have must-win series and some must-win games to get yourself back and right. Now, all this ahead is, as you pointed out, the trade deadline coming up, and I don't know how you don't go for it. Now, I think there's obviously degrees to this, right? Like, you're not going to completely mortgage your future just to get to a point where you're like, all right, but is this really a world championship team? We talk about it every year. We talked about it going into the playoffs the last time the Rangers won the World Series. If you have certain pieces in place, and I think they do with the starting pitching staff, that those things lend well to winning playoff series. Just get into the tournament, okay? And they're in a position right now to get into the tournament. So if you can get another piece or two that's going to help solidify you into the playoffs, then one can just hope that you get, a relatively healthy, however that looks with Corey Seager. Wyatt Langford is starting to really show signs of the Wyatt Langford we all hoped that he would be.
Yes. No, Wyatt Langford has certainly turned the corner. We just want to, the biggest question is, and, shout out to Mike Bassick, keeping him healthy. And when he's healthy, you're starting to see, okay, this is the Wyatt Langford, as you alluded to, we all expected. I don't know what, if anything, to expect out of Corey Seager. Even when he does come back, if he does come back, and I know he took some live action at bats or whatever it was yesterday, the day before. I guess he's going to start a rehab assignment next week, and more will be revealed at that point. But I have zero expectations for Corey Seager. I remain steadfast in you got to move off of him. I'm moving him at the deadline. I don't care if and 2 things. Even if you are buyers at the deadline, I'm getting rid of Corey Seager. He's got 5 years, $60-70 million still left on that contract. Get rid of him for this, and I don't care if you got to get him for spare parts. So what? Get rid of him for the roster flexibility.
That's rough. That's pretty rough, getting spare parts for a player the caliber of Corey Seager. I don't care what he's done this year. What he has shown throughout the entirety of his career.
Yeah, but what's he shown since the World Series run? That he can't stay healthy, and he's 32.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing about Corey Seager's game that suggests it's going to get better. Health was already an issue. Health was an issue going into this season. You know, the dude hasn't played more than 120 games since before. I want to say since even before the World Series year. So it's. I get it. He won you a World Series. God bless Corey Seager. He will be immortalized in this town forever. And that's wonderful. He did what he was supposed to do. And guess what? He's been paid handsomely for it. But are we going to hold on to him in the hopes that, well, he won us a World Series? Yeah, so did Adolis. I don't see anybody crying about getting rid of him this past season.
It's rough. This is such an outlier. I mean, the injury isn't as much just because of what we've seen the last, year or so. But
I'd rather
my God, hitting 182. It's just been really, really rough. By the way, game 2 of the series out at the Globe with the Mariners. That is tonight, first pitch at 6:15. We'll have pregame coverage following Brennan Baxter and CA, who will have you on your afternoon here in your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Brian Wu versus Nathan Eovaldi. It's a big game. You know it is because it's nationally televised as well on Fox.
On Fox?
Yeah.
Ew. Smoltzy?
I don't know.
Is Smoltzy doing it?
Joe Davis?
I don't mind.
Joe Davis is outstanding.
I love Joe Davis.
Joe Davis is great.
Maybe the best last name in all of broadcasting.
Maybe.
What are you shaking your head about, Kevin Walker? You got something to say about the last name Davis?
It's a great name.
If my back wasn't hurting right now, I'd get up out of this chair.
By the way, on that note,
but it is.
There is news about your son.
Mine?
Commanders cornerback Fred Davis II.
Oh?
Yeah. We'll have that for you, as well as some other NFL tidbits next year on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your bud.
Department of Family and Protective Services.
Okay, so I have so many NFL topics to get through. I'm trying to determine how I want to break this up. Because I got questions for you, Freddie D.
Can I read a couple text messages first?
Please.
From the 214, you act like the Rangers aren't performing as bad as the Mariners. I don't think we ever didn't say that, but when you
look at the numbers, they actually aren't. I mean, when you look at the run differential, which I think is a huge sign as to what player or what type of team you are, the Rangers are minus 30, the Mariners are plus 16. Those are two different teams.
Well, I mean, it's better for the Mariners, right? I mean, they've got
it's better for the Mariners.
Yeah.
It's the fact that you've had such good pitching.
Although you've actually, ironically enough, and they brought this up yesterday on the game, I mean, they've actually slipped below the league average as far as team ERA. I think they're at a 4.32.
While the offense has had an uptick the last month.
Yeah, I mean, and so it's
why can't we have nice things?
Well, but then on the flip side of that, then the offense will go into a hole like they did against the White Sox, where you get a couple runs and then can't hit after the fourth. But then this guy goes on to say, "I'd rather depend on Seager and Langford than Nimmo and Berger."
Well, that's only, I get it, because we have history of those guys performing.
Yeah.
Well, not with Langford, but with Seager performing huge in the biggest of all spots. I mean, he's World Series MVP.
Twice.
Yeah.
Twice. I mean,
so,
again,
I get
I'm
it.
not, and let's not conflate two things at the same time. Like, yes, Corey Seager is great in the postseason and has had a great career. The problem is, two things have been problematic for him. His health, and this year, he has been on a serious decline. Now, is that to say he can't turn it around? You'd like to think so, but every time he comes back, what happens? He gets hurt again. And I feel like there's more to it, and it's been talked about and bandied about. And again, you're stuck with a $150 million contract for a team that can be a little tight with the purse strings from time to time. So, if you can clear that off the books, 469, we've already done that. That's been done. Fred's still hurt from losing to Texas in 2023.
Oh, we talking about that brought me some personal enjoyment. I do want to tell you that. That was good. The Westwood 1 call.
Yeah, I mean, 469, I've already addressed that several times. I'm not bringing it up anymore. We're done with it. What am I hurt from losing to Texas? I mean, I've been very clear that I'm Team Texas Rangers, and I don't really know how to respond to that.
Yeah. Okay. Once again, pregame coverage starting right here at 5:30.
And I get it, but at the same time, bro,
it's hard to let go.
Seriously.
I mean, if I say the name Luka Doncic and people lose their minds. Okay, Tony.
Better 10 years, Cooper Flagg or Luka Doncic? I'll hang up and listen.
Oh.
Cooper.
Did you see that Cooper Flagg's family completely mopped the floor with Barstool on that Family Feud?
Damn right they did.
I knew that they were.
Damn right they did.
Or that they were going to be on it, and Barstool.
That's just what Cooper Flagg, 25-8 incoming season,
504 to nothing.
I'm geeked.
I'm going to say something really disparaging about Tony Romo, and I kind of like Tony.
Oh,
I really do. I like his personality, but I do get annoyed with him on the broadcast. The stuff is just too much in the Tony.
Come on, God. For as much as we roast Chris Collinsworth,
seriously, Romo's
not far behind.
No.
He's really not. Okay, it was cool. You predicted all the plays your first year. You haven't done anything since.
I'm going to go ahead and guess that Tony got clipped probably coming off the golf course, throwing down a few Miller lattes, and got a DUI. Oh, my God. It's so terrible. Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office arresting CBS's lead NFL analyst and former Cowboys quarterback Tony Romo on suspicion of operating a vehicle while under the influence. And then I saw the mugshot, and I'm like, God, sometimes your face is so punchable. Did you guys see the mugshot?
Bro, my man's eyes were glassy as all get out.
Yeah, but that smirk, that like...
I mean, how many bad... I mean, look, I'm not going to judge somebody when he's clearly not at his highest of highs.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I as somebody who's been there, done that, look, my heart goes out. All jokes aside, all right? When you make a decision to drive drunk, that's a bad decision. You are putting yourself, your family, and everybody else out on the road in a precarious, dangerous position. Now, I know there's plenty of people listening to this radio station and this show right now. Oh, we've all done it. And I've done it. We've all done it. But that, again, it doesn't make it right. And I just hope that Tony Romo learns from this situation because, again, he's embarrassed, his family's embarrassed, and, he's got kids.
I know, that's
right? I feel bad for his kids, man, because they're going to hear about it.
I know, and that's where, I'm sorry, and maybe this is just petty of me, but the mugshot annoyed me. What are you smiling for? What are you, smirking for? What are we doing here? Come on, just be better. And again, I'm not going to, pass too much judgment on that because of all the things that you just said. And I don't know if he was leaving a golf course or not. But, hey, there's times when you leave the golf course and you're like, I'm not necessarily one-eyeing it. I feel fine. He was sweating stuff out all day. And maybe that was it. Or maybe he was really lit up. I have no idea. But
he was lit. I don't think there's any question about that. He was lit. And it just goes back to the same, it just goes back to that old adage of, who's he with? And obviously a guy of Tony Romo's stature. Because he was in Wisconsin, wasn't he? Which is where he's from?
Yeah. Yeah, Milwaukee.
I know they got Ubers in Milwaukee.
Come on. Yeah,
come
you
on.
make $17 million a year.
What, your homeboys couldn't have given you a ride, or you couldn't find somebody from the club to, hey, follow my, drive my car home?
But again, that could be one where it's he's right on the borderline of being he shouldn't have driven.
No, he was white boy wasted. Them eyes were glassy as all get out. My man was slurring his speech.
Didn't
Guaranteed.
look good.
He did not look good.
I thought this was interesting. We have always lauded the Packers and this lure, and rightfully so, that they are a team that's publicly owned. Well, their Packers, the president and CEO, Ed Policy, says that changes or adjustments may need to be made to remain financially competitive in the long term. I was like, okay, I could probably see that. But I thought that it was interesting to hear that in operating costs, the Packers reported $753 million in revenues, but $754.1 million in expenses. That the revenues were up 4.7%, expenses increased to 18.7%. And again, this is another team. I do this every year. We've talked about it over the last few weeks. There's certain teams where I'm going why exactly are we so high on them? And I put the Packers in that category. Packers had some losses off that team from last year. They're significantly thinner at wide receiver than they were from guys that had production last year. I like Jordan Love. I don't know if I think he's, in line to be the type of succession that we had from Favre to Rodgers, that we're going to Jordan Love, and we're going to see the same type of success with the Packers moving forward. So I thought this was just an interesting story on how that may need to change. And can we imagine the Packers actually being bought by, name your hedge fund guy?
Which does kind of put a damper on things, but I think to your point, that's going to have to happen at some point. Jordan Love, in the last 3 seasons, he's missed 2 games each of 2024, 2025, but from a yardage standpoint, 4,100, 3,400, and 34. He's been, you want to talk about consistency-wise, my goodness. 9-8, 9-6, 9-5-1. Yardage-wise, 41.59, 33.89, 33.81, 32, 25, 23 touchdowns, respectively. Interceptions, 11, 11, and 6. And then completion percentage, 64, 63, and 66. So, to your point, he's been, when we look at the quarterback rankings, and I don't know if you and I got into them too much a week or two ago whenever the quarterback rankings came out. He's firmly entrenched in that middle of the road. I mean, right now, the NFL has just got a glut of guys who are all kind of about the same, right? Like, they're definitely not, and you could argue that at one time Dak was in this category, and some might argue he still is. I mean, I think we're all at the point with Dak where, look, we've seen what you can do from a regular season standpoint. Now just go out and win postseason games, and then that'll confirm your legacy one way or the other. But we just got a lot of quarterbacks right now who are just, I'm not going to call them just guys, but they're not elite. They're not bottom of the... I mean, if you're Green Bay, you're not moving off of Jordan Love. Okay? If you're Jacksonville, you're not moving off of Trevor Lawrence. Right? Obviously, if you're San Francisco, you're not moving off of Brock Purdy. Right? I mean, you just got a lot of teams that they've got, if you're Tampa Bay, you're probably not moving off of Baker Mayfield. And these guys are all... these are all guys that can win you 8 to 10 to 12 games, and then we're all just kind of waiting to see what are you going to do in the postseason.
Yeah, I think there's several ways to look at it. I heard Sean and RJ and Bobby talking about earlier in the week whether or not we are in another golden age of quarterbacks, like we were the last time when we had Brady, Manning, Breeze, Roethlisberger. It's similar.
Primo Rodgers.
Yeah, and it's similar. I think that we are not there yet, but we're getting very close.
I would say we're there. I would say we're there right now.
I kind of felt that way. There are arguments. I thought RJ was making some pretty good arguments there because I felt like we are. Right? We have Mahomes at 1.
Mahomes is...
But then...
Clean bill of health this week, by the way.
Yeah, I got a thing for you that we're going to do an hour from now.
Okay.
On him being the MVP, and can we really consider the Chiefs still in a dynasty with a losing record? But I would like to hold off on their resume. But we'll hold off on that for an hour. You got Mahomes right there. And Mahomes is winning basically all the Super Bowl titles, right? I mean
been to 5 of them.
Right. And that's kind of what you had with Brady.
Yes.
Right? Breeze did win 1. Roethlisberger did win 1. Rodgers won 1.
Peyton won 2.
So that's kind of where we are right now. And now if that's considered a golden age of quarterback, I think that we're kind of there right now because I have always considered Mahomes 1, Burrow 2, and then like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Matthew Stafford, of in that, just from a total talent perspective, because obviously Stafford coming off an MVP, he does have a Super Bowl, right? So, his resume is getting better and better by the years.
Couldn't you argue, and this may be, I don't know if this is a hot take-ish, but I mean, I would put Matthew Stafford above Josh Allen.
Yes.
I'm telling you right now, and I know you and
For what you've done, I think so. I think there's something look, we're going to say Josh Allen is a better. Remember the argument used to always, Peyton Manning is really like kind of the better quarterback, but Tom Brady is a better leader at the quarterback position because he's throwing it all over the yard, he's reading defense, all this kind of stuff. Brady was excellent, but he wasn't as physically gifted maybe as Manning or however you wanted to look at it.
But I think that's insane to say that. It's not like Peyton Manning was tucking it and running 4 or 5 times a game.
No.
I mean, he was a statue back there as well. My point and why I think Matt Stafford...
He was more prolific throwing the football.
He was early on, but I mean, and I get it, he had that great year with Denver, that Denver where, and hell, I was at the Texans game when he threw, I think it was touchdown number 50 or whatever it was, but, look, Brady went on Brady, in that second half when they decided, okay, we're done playing good defense, and not to say they didn't stop, but, okay, we're going to finally give Brady some receivers. In Brady's last 10 years, my man was a machine. All that being said, I think
But that was the argument there. That's where I was going with the Stafford Allen thing.
I get it. And look, I'm a Tom Brady guy, so that's that. And so I'm obviously biased in that sense. But Like, we forget, you don't forget, I don't forget, but, Stafford was the victim of just awful Detroit Lions teams and was still putting up stupid numbers year in, year out. Like, there's nobody.
He had Calvin Johnson, and that was it.
That was, and let's be real, and I think I heard somebody say this the other day. I think it was Chris Carter say this. Calvin Johnson couldn't run routes. Okay, but he was 6'5", 240 pounds, and was a freak of nature. Okay, and so, but look, there were plenty of times where Matt Stafford was just, I used to call him a poor man's Aaron Rodgers, because that's what he was. But because he was in Detroit, nobody cared.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, thank God he finally got to go to L.A. and salvage his legacy, because Matt Stafford is that dude, and we will forever wonder what he could have been like. If you'd have given him... who's the dadgummit? What's the dude's name? The black dude that's the GM over there now in Detroit that traded him, and it's him and Dan Campbell running the show. If he'd have had that kind of leadership,
I can't remember his
what
name.
I'm talking about. The dude who came from the Rams. But anyway, my point in all that is this: I lost some respect. And not like in a moral way or anything like that, but from a football standpoint, I lost some respect for Josh Allen when they lost to the Broncos. Because there were throws that were there to be made, and you did not make them.
Not only that, I mean, he said it himself after that game that he let his team down.
He
and
100%
really
did. And we're
that's
not in year 2 or 3
but
of this.
But like, to be fair, it's the first time he's done that. His team has let him down every other time when he has been the guy that...
Hey, it's a cruel world, man.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well,
it's a cruel world. Look, your team has let you down. Defense, get it. And I you know what? It's not your fault that your defense couldn't hold a lead with 13 seconds left, and then boom, you got screwed on the postseason. But oh, by the way, you got outplayed by Joe Burrow. All right, you got outplayed by Joe Burrow. Put you in a clown suit the next year, the year after that. Then you had opportunities with the ball where it was on you to go win, and that's what we did. Because I'll tell you what, we had no problem roasting Lamar Jackson when he couldn't beat Tennessee.
No doubt.
Okay, so look, I get it. We all love Josh Allen, and yes, he's a freak of nature at quarterback, and he runs people over. But I'm sorry. If you're going to hold that heavy is the head that wears the crown, and you had a chance to beat Denver in their place, and you spit the bit.
I think that right now where we are the deepest that we've ever been with talent at the quarterback position.
100%.
Okay? Because back in those days when you had like Andy Dalton. No offense to Andy Dalton, but the other playoff teams, consistent playoff teams, they had quarterbacks like Andy Dalton. Now you got guys like Trevor Lawrence. Now you got guys like Caleb Williams. Yeah. It is a whole different ballgame at quarterback when you go down the list. Yeah, and Sam Darnold, I think most of us would put in that type of Andy Dalton type of guy until all of a sudden it clicked in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And then it comes over to Seattle and had a great year. Did not have a great Super Bowl, but that's why we still kind of look at him like,
I think you still put him in that second tier, right? I still think he's in that group of, you've probably got about 10 to 12 quarterbacks. I mean, I don't know that he's any better or any worse than Baker Mayfield.
Or Brock Purdy. Yeah.
Or Jordan Love.
Yeah, exactly. And those are really talented
Kirk
guys.
Cousins. I mean, Kirk Cousins has made a mint being a 10-6, 11-5 quarterback, and then being awful in the playoffs. You can make a hell of a lot of money and have a good career doing just that.
Will the 2027 draft class live up to the hype? That's next year on The Fan.
At Siemens, we take pride in what we build.
Varieties of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Gatorade, and more. Select packs or buy 3, get 3 free with your card, limit 12. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955.
Working the phones, at the practices, and covering the biggest events, we call it the Fan Difference. The more you listen, the more you know when you turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
If you're in a market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Producing on the fly here. I'm telling you what, this draft class for next year, I'm telling you right now, is going to live up to the hype, but not for the reasons it's been talked about for the last year or so. It's Wife Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan.
Wife Guy Radio? What?
Tongue got stuck.
Says the two guys that have never been married. But we got our producer. Have we got a date set yet?
Wow, what a question on a very interesting day. So we are going to look at a venue.
An interesting day?
Well, just because he's asking on the day, we're looking at a venue we are booking today.
Oh!
So as long as our day is available, which I won't say aloud because
no, we don't want to jinx anything. But I mean, what's the timetable? You can at least give us that.
October of next year.
Okay, that was even more of a timetable than I expected.
Are you serious?
I am.
You're okay with that?
You say it so incredulously.
Well, I get it.
October?
Will, look at me.
It's the best. Yeah,
I get it.
It's the best month of the year in sports. You're in the middle of college football.
That's right. I didn't think about that.
Who said that I was getting married on a Saturday?
What are you going to get married on a Tuesday?
On a Friday.
Okay.
I guess we're not doing the high school football show.
I was just going to say.
Got no mythical high school football
shout
show
out
for
to high
us.
school football.
Hey, who said I won't call in? I'll call in. All
right.
I'm committed. Okay? I'm committed.
Man.
No, look, there was negotiations that took place.
Damn, am I not getting an invite? Is that what that is that a way of saying I'm not getting an invite? I'll call in. That hurts.
We know I won't.
There was negotiations that took place, okay?
It's not going to be there.
There's negotiations. I said, look, October's a tough one because it's a large sports month, okay? She was like, well, it's not going to happen on a Saturday, mainly because Saturdays are ridiculously expensive. I was like, well, it's definitely not happening on a Sunday either.
Yeah, no.
So we compromised. She wanted October. I didn't want it to be on a sports day. Friday it was.
Okay.
All right. Okay. I follow it. I'm with it. All right. That seems to be. I would be like, man, alive.
I mean, a Friday night wedding. I can get behind that.
Now, and here's another thing. Revealing my cards a little bit here. If it ends up being on the day that I think it's going to be, there's a very, very
Duncanville DeSoto's that night. Oh God, here we go.
There's a very important game following that day. I've already negotiated that I will, no matter the weekend festivities that take place, I have to be watching that game. And that has already been confirmed and approved.
First marriage fight already.
It was actually not that bad. It was not that hard to come to terms on.
That's good.
Let's see.
That's good because I tell you what, the wedding is about one person and one person only.
Two, really.
Nah.
The bride and her mother.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. So you got October 1st. These are all Fridays in October.
Actually, I really like this one from the 817 live show from the wedding dance floor. I don't mind that.
Look, if I'm hoping I get an invite. I would, if you need an MC or any kind of live streamer there, I'll be more than happy to provide my services.
I'll drain the bar.
Fee. Oh, you already know Will's going to be there to get crunk. You know I won't, but I won't for that. I will eat you out of house and home. But you got Friday the 1st, the 8th. The 15th, the 22nd, and the 29th.
Definitely not.
I will neither confirm nor deny any of those days.
If you had to pick, October 1st.
Yeah, I think.
Don't hate that one.
Earlier the better.
I love the 8th. Great number.
You know what? I'll go ahead and say because the likelihood that someone listening is going to the same exact venue.
Guy's just folding under pressure. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the 1st is not happening because her birthday is on the 2nd, and I told her you're not giving up. Like we're not dealing with that for future references.
Oh, her birthday's on the 2nd?
Her birthday's on the 2nd.
Yeah. Oh man,
having the anniversary
you'd be
right
broke
before
at the beginning of October.
Well, she said that she'd be fine with it, and I was like, no. I was like, you're gonna want your own weekend come future time.
That technically would be her own weekend. the wedding, anniversary, and birthday back to back.
I just told her, I was like, we're not.
Tell you what, that makes your life a lot easier.
Mm-hmm. So
you may want to reconsider that.
The 8th is the day more than likely, which of course would be before Texas OU.
Oh. State fair time.
Mm-hmm. So that would be that.
That's
would
not the
be
venue, is it?
No, God, that would be
Cotton
awesome,
Bowl.
though.
Let's go.
That would be actually no, it would be hellacious hot. Like it would be terrible. Actually,
well, that night it should be chill or it should be better that night because you're doing it at night.
It's October.
Yeah, maybe not too bad. And then the 15th is literally my dad's birthday, which is a Friday. Which he's already given. He's like, I don't care. He's like, it's. He said it would be a birthday present to me.
What an honor for Bill.
10/8/27. Here we go.
Let's go. I'm excited.
So either the
shirts.
8th or the 15th is probably what we're looking at.
Yeah.
I love it.
What kind of I'm guessing Bill's in a hey, whatever you need from me, let me know.
I cannot tell you how much he's going to hate the fact that you call him that.
What's B-Dub? We'll just call him B-Dub from here on out.
He appreciates that, but Bill's his dad's name.
I know.
That's my grandpa's
but Bill's
name.
a dad now, and Bill, he's 50. Okay, I mean, I'm Fred. Everybody, me and my cousin were just talking about this.
Does he prefer William?
He hates William.
What's he like, Billy?
Billy, yeah, that's his name. Yeah.
All right. No, but he gives off Bill vibes, and I don't mean that in a bad way. All right, so we'll just Bill. If he prefers Billy, we'll call him Billy. But what's your mom's role in any of this? Does she have any?
Yeah. I mean, she has like say so in certain things. Like she's part of the wedding planning committee, if you will.
Committee,
which is
it's always
there's always a committee.
We will not be hiring a wedding planner because we've got that taken
You got
care
two
of.
mothers in this in the mix. How big is this committee?
I would confidently say there's at least 4 members.
Okay. Have we decided?
Excluding Abby.
I learned very quick of my brother-in-law's wedding to my sister. I remember we were in our kitchen and I said something to Joe about like the tuxedos. And I was like, you know what? And this was in the midst of all the wedding planning, just how the stress gets to the ladies on this. My mother's not even in the room. She's in the front room of the house, and we're in the kitchen. I was like, I always thought it'd be like really cool to do like a wedding and just have traditional tuxes, just black and white. My mother screams at me from the other room. Well, nobody does that. That's ridiculous. I was like, Joe and I looked at each other like, oh my God. Like, clearly the pressure had gotten there. So, to my question to you,
good
how
question.
much have you even put forward anything on tuxes, music, bar, any of that? Less so on the bar, but
I would say I have a little bit more involvement than probably the typical male does.
Yeah.
Just because me and Abby kind of roll that way. We really do lean on each other for advice and opinions.
It's going to be a wonderful
I would
marriage.
say, because of our colors, I would say the main thing that me and Abby are debating
Red and blue, Crips and Bloods type
is
thing,
so our colors
tell me
are,
it's not burnt orange.
So our colors are mocha brown, like a cream white kind, and then
khaki.
and then
if there's not a khaki, then
and then the off color is it's like a sage green. So those are kind of the 3 colors.
No khaki? What are we doing?
Look, brown is like what me and Abby wear a lot of. So
it's khaki adjacent.
Yeah.
So really the conversation is do I wear the brown suit and then my groomsmen wear like a tan cream color, or do I wear the tan cream and my groomsmen wear brown?
The latter.
That's kind of, that's what she's saying. Yeah. So I really want to wear brown, but I don't think I'm going to win. But it's okay. I think both look good, so it's kind of, I'm not really losing either way. They both do look good.
Where's the reception? We're still figuring that out?
That should be decided end of day today.
So wedding, probably around 4 or 5, and then the reception right after?
Correct. And it'll be all at the same place, yes.
Same venue. Okay.
Oh, 2-for-1 special. So is there going to be like a little intermission between the wedding and then the reception, or is it just like a banner comes down and then the music smoke machine
I would
comes
imagine
out
intermission would be like people like eating in between, and then party just commences.
Kev, there are a lot of texts coming in here on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys fan text. I'm having a hard time disagreeing with them. From one married man to the rest. Stack that anniversary on her birthday weekend. You'll never realize how awesome that is. For the A17, you will have such a miserable October if you spread her birthday and your anniversary across a sports month.
Dude.
I mean, that is...
I think he's on to something, bro.
Yeah.
You might... I mean, it's back to back. I mean, it's...
Here's the thing, because I know you, and I mean, I know her a little bit. You want to make, the anniversary about her and her birthday about her, and thusly giving her what she deserves on both of those days. And it just so happens doing it in October is rough. That is rough.
Well, not to mention, dude, wedding on the 1st, birthday on the 2nd, you're done.
Yeah.
October 3rd.
You're closed out.
Hey, baby, it's your month, but we've done your thing, 1 and 2. And obviously, there'll be remnants of an Abby celebration for the next week. But you're done at that point, man.
I'll think about it. I'll let her know that it's back on the table.
Especially since she's already given you the okay to do it. Right? Like the fact that she said, I'm okay with it, you got the green light, man. Like you don't even have to debate it or negotiate. She might low key, as the kids say, that's what she wants. You might be the hero in all this, man.
Let's do a poll.
We'll see what happens.
Let's do a poll on this.
I'm more open to it now. Y'all have convinced me to at least be open to it.
Should Khaki Kev get married on October 1st or October 8th?
877-881-1053.
Abby's birthday is the 2nd.
And at the end of this upcoming hour, Fatty's on the phone. More advice for Khaki Kevin Walker as he locks down a date and a venue today. All right, that college football discussion about whether or not this draft class is going to live up to the hype, we will do that next.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Twitch, YouTube, and 105.3thefan.com with Fred Davis. I am Will Chambers, and the a year from now married Khaki Kevin Walker, plus a month or two. And on the Frankel and Frankel fan text, we got a number that have weighed in. A number of you all. I appreciate that.
Shout out to all you guys for just being great.
Seriously. Well, can't tell Khaki what day, but my fiance said May 27, 2027 on my birthday, period. Because she said she is my present for life. No arguing with me. Our guy, Jay Gone and Terrell.
How about our boy Chris in Amityville, New York? Neither, talking about whatever day we decided for you to get married. Neither, you get married in August, slowest time of the sports season. That was my thought until I'm on my honeymoon and catch someone reading a New York Post, Michael Jordan's dad dead. Chris in Amityville, New York.
Yeah.
He's dating himself.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Now, you guys know he got killed by the Russians, right?
Oh, the Russians, no.
Yeah.
Clue me in on that tie-in.
So, just...
We're never getting this college football.
Well, we've still got an hour and a half.
Maybe in 2027.
Yeah.
Well, we'll do it on Kevin's wedding day.
I'm sorry.
We'll
I'm too intrigued. I'm too intrigued by the Bolsheviks.
So, and I know that, and again, I've got a good friend of mine who used to be a...
oligarch?
Well, opulence, I has it. If you can remember that. But I like to save the money. Oh, anybody remembers that commercial? So a good friend of mine was a prison guard in Beaumont. I've talked about him a little bit here and there from time to time. And but it was the Max prison, Max Security over there in bloody Beaumont. And he said the stories he heard were just incredible. But anyway, so he was in there with the dude who said that, and I know before you guys start chiming in, it's prison, Fred, what do you expect? Google it. You'll find there where there's proverbial smoke, there's fire. Essentially, Jordan owed a bunch of money to the Russians. Denzel style. Now, granted, he didn't go out training day. Didn't go out training day style, thank God. But as the story is, Pops ended up paying the price for it. Now, I know that everybody says, they booked the 2 kids that they caught and da-da-da-da, and he was sleeping in his car and all this, and, But if you dive deeper into that, the 2 guys that they pinned it on, it was later found that the CSI/forensic lab had been corrupted, contaminated, and all this other stuff. So there was serious questions about the legitimacy of the 2 people that they ended up nailing the crime on and used DNA for. So just something to go down the old rabbit hole with. Again, it's all speculative in nature, but as somebody, and I've got another story about a former New York Knick that I'll tell you off air because it can't be repeated on air.
I've got to...
let's just put it this way. The 90s NBA was insane.
Yeah.
Okay? Like the stuff that was going on off the court.
Jason Williams, that's it.
I mean, that... Yeah. So...
This is... There's a piece of breaking news that has come across.
Right now?
Yeah.
Good? Bad? Indifferent?
Well, it's not good. Adam Schefter, San Francisco 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan suffered significant injuries in a car accident during his summer break in mid-July. That now will leave him limited as the team opens training camp. Shanahan broke his nose, 3 ribs, his hand, needed over 40 stitches in his face, and suffered a severe concussion during a July 14 car accident when he collided with an SUV near his Northern California home, per me and Nick Wagner of ESPN. Obviously, our thoughts are with Shanahan, his family, and all that. But boy,
What an incredible way of keeping that under wraps.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
That's what I'm thinking. My God. Nobody leaked that? That's incredible. Something smells funky.
So Shanahan informed his assistant coaches on Tuesday
that he'd been in an accident that nobody even knew?
Offensive line coach Chris, I'm going to say Forster.
Yeah.
Is expected to assume Shanahan's head coaching role and help with the team.
Ooh.
Man, well, I mean, it says near his Northern California home. So I guess depending on how relative that adjective is, I guess, so to speak, near, I mean, being close enough to where, it's not a huge traffic, thing. It might, where it would be out on some main road or something like that. I don't know. I'm just...
But you just got to figure, with the way, we knew about Tiger's situation within hours of it happening, right? Of people, and nobody, and that wasn't even that bad of an accident. Hell, we heard about Matt Miller's situation. That's a whole other story right there. Within hours of it happening. So the fact that he got into that serious of a car accident and nobody knew until today.
Yeah.
Sounds a little fishy.
Schefter finds everything.
Well, I think he gets fed a lot of stuff too. Which look, he's Adam Schefter, and I'm not mad at him for it. But this story, we're
oh my God, I'm not reading that, but that's not bad. 314. All right, enough. That's not good. Well, obviously that will be a developing story.
The text of the day.
Yes. That'll be a developing story. We'll keep an eye on it. And if there's any other bits of that news on Kyle Shanahan.
I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. The slug on that when Kevin texted it over to me, suffered significant injuries. And then I opened it up. Thankfully, it was, 10 days ago? 11 days ago?
314.
Yeah.
What time of day did it happen? Doesn't say, does it? Doesn't indicate when it happened. You almost wonder if it happened overnight. I wonder if it was but he said he crashed into another SUV.
SUV, yeah.
And they didn't say anything?
940, shocking TMZ didn't find out. Yeah.
Well, that's what exactly. No, there's something about this, and this is where we're at in today's day and age with the media. That when a story doesn't come out and he's the head coach of the 49ers, for crying out loud. And it's been 10 days, 11 days, and we're just now finding out that one of the biggest name coaches in sports gets into a severe car accident. And we're just now finding out.
No doubt about it.
Of course, it hasn't hurt that Brandon Ayuk is crazy, and maybe he's been taking some of the headlines.
Maybe he was in the SUV.
Ran him off the road.
Just
give me my release.
Who knows?
Was Rossini there to save his life?
Oh, no.
See? You take Diana Rossini out of the game. This is why we're missing these kind of stories. Yeah. I guarantee you, if Diana Rossini was still in the game, we'd have known about this.
No doubt.
Free Diana Rossini.
Seriously. Yeah.
We need Diana Rossini back on the beat.
Oh, boy. God, I
682. See, I don't mind the speculation. He was drunk and hit a parked SUV, guaranteed. You know what?
That's what it sounds like.
Ring the bell. Wherever the bell. I don't even know where the bell's at. Ring the bell.
That's your department. Where is that? Here we go.
I was going to say Blake had it last for extra credit, but no, that's that. I'll tell you what. 682. You guys. Shout out to you guys. You guys have you guys got a little contentious with this with the Corey Seager stuff.
Oh, but you're back in a big way.
But you guys, we have kumbaya'd over Kyle Shanahan crashing his car.
Yeah. Sounds like nothing smells funny for him. That is definitely the text of the day.
Where's 314? Is that St. Louis?
It might be.
I'll look it up.
John Lynch will take questions today also.
I'm sure
312, I believe, is Chicago. So
314, St. Louis. Shout out to me. Shout out to me,
man.
Shout out to Fred.
Nice little pull there.
Random zip code knowledge.
Well done there. Kevin, I want to bring you in on this.
Was Rossini there to save his life?
Oh.
She was in the car. No, she's back with her husband. She's back with her husband.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Maybe.
And her.
Is that good for him? I don't know. Kevin, who is your number one quarterback when it's all said and done after this season?
Arch Manning.
No, Trinidad Chambliss.
What?
Yep, I agree.
Really?
Trinidad Chambliss. On the walk-ons, me and Jacob, we figured out our Heisman candidates.
Yeah.
Trinidad Chambliss was my number one by far. I went back and watched about 15 players worth of tape. I mean, I tried my Brian Broaddus best, but Trinidad Chambliss just jumps off the page.
Yes. The issue, and this will be it going into next year's draft, is that he's 6 feet.
And honestly, going into it, I thought it was going to be Dante Moore. I really did. And it's splitting hairs, honestly. Dante Moore is really, really talented. He's so good.
Who did you watch?
I watched a whole collection of Dante Moore, Trinidad Chambliss. I went back and watched Arch all over again. John Mateer, CJ Carr, who I don't get the hype for CJ Carr whatsoever.
I don't either.
CJ Carr is an honorable mention out of a top 10 for me, honestly.
Agreed.
But Trinidad Chambliss, he's winner. He can run. He can make the plays on the run. He can throw. He's accurate as hell. I mean, honestly, it's a disrespect that we didn't show him as much love as he deserved throughout the season, and we waited till the Georgia game.
Well, yeah, and he was absolutely sensational. He was the best player in all the college football playoff. He was absolutely outstanding. I personally think that this draft class is going to be one of the best ever, and it's not because of the quarterbacks. I think it's going to be because of the wide receivers. I mean,
for sure.
You have got guys coming out. You got Jeremiah Smith. You also have Cam Coleman, who, the transfer from Auburn over to Texas. Remember Ryan Williams?
Ryan Coleman Williams.
Now going by Ryan Coleman Williams.
RCW is what we call him.
Ryan Wingo. I mean, it is loaded at wide receiver. And I do think that you do have a lot of really good quarterbacks when it's all said and done that could be mentioned in here as top guys. Did you happen to watch film on Lenoris Sellers? Because this time last year, the Lenoris Sellers train was running fast.
I did not, and I want to, and I will. I'm going to before the season starts. I just don't consider him in the Heisman conversation or even really a top 10, but if they can put it together, I want to see the hype that was around Lenoris Sellers. If he can grow into that, I want to see that quarterback. I want to see how he plays.
How about Ohio State's Julian Sayin?
That kid's nails. That kid's good.
Yes.
Julian Sayin will be in New York. I really do believe that.
I think so too.
You guys just sleeping on Isaiah Marshall, huh? Just sleeping on Isaiah Marshall.
Yeah, all right. I'm not. I'm not going to.
All right. I get it.
I'm not going to sit here and push Mensa.
Also 6 foot.
Mensa. And I'm not willing to put my beliefs on DJ Lagway asleep. I'm not.
I think he'll be good for Baylor.
I was going to say, I'm intrigued by DJ Lagway, although I will say to y'all's point, and look, I don't claim to be a college ball knower near to the level that you two gentlemen are, but I watched Lenoris Sellers a couple times last year. I watched him against Mizzou, and then I watched him the year before. He might be the most tantalizing prospect to me. Because what is he, 6'3", 6'4", every bit of 220, 230? I mean, he's a toss.
He was my sneaky Heisman.
And 6'3", 240.
Yeah, he's a freak, dude.
I think he has got special written all over him. And I couldn't understand that there was so much hype around Sorsby and Levitt.
I didn't understand the whole Sorsby thing either.
Yeah, and I'm like, man, I get it. I really propped up DJ, and he did not perform, obviously, the way that I thought he was going to. But for him to be ranked in the portal rankings as far as low as he was at quarterback, I'm like, y'all, I thought for sure he was going to LSU. For sure. And he ended up at Baylor.
Okay. You talking about Lagway?
DJ Lagway, yeah.
Kid out of just outside of Houston in Willis, Texas.
Now, I do want to ask your opinion on this, Will. Talking about potential Heisman candidates and top quarterbacks. SMU spending a lot of time and a lot of money advocating for Kevin Jennings. What are your thoughts?
I think Kevin Jennings is outstanding.
I do too.
I think
like
he's
Kevin Jennings.
outstanding.
Shout out to South Oak Cliff.
He is, I think, much in the same way when we look at him projected to the next level. What's his height? He's got to be around 6 feet, right? Or short of that?
Right at 6 foot, so that makes you wonder if he's probably 5'10", 5'11".
Yeah. But man,
Which in college, who cares, right? But I mean, they got him listed at 6'190". So he's a wiry little guy.
He's bulked up a little bit, I think.
But I mean, here's the deal about this dude.
I love Kevin Jennings.
Here's what I like about Kevin Jennings, all right? I mean, not as robust running the ball last year. He only had 50
He's
yards.
not a runner. He really isn't.
But you say that. I mean, the year before that, though, he ran for 354 yards, okay? So I will say, though.
He moves very well. He throws on the run incredibly well.
I mean, look, he completed 66% of his passes last year, 65 the year before that, threw for 3,600 yards last year.
I've got one problem with Kevin Jennings, and it's just the interceptions. If you get those interceptions down and you bulk that completion percentage up 68, even 69, maybe even 70%, Kevin Jennings could go to New York. I really do believe that.
I mean, look, for SMU, it's their defense that's got to be, made a lot better for them to get back to anywhere near the type of form that we saw them, the year prior, which they went to the CFP.
Just real quick, on that note, and shout out to SMU, which I'll tell you what, I will say, and I'll borrow a page from the Khaki Kevin book here. We all know that I loathe the fact that my Jayhawks are an Adidas school, so it just hurts my heart. I might go out and get an SMU Nike shirt this year. I might jump on that SMU bandwagon.
Okay.
All right. I might do that. Last 5 games for our boy Kevin Jennings last year. They went 4-1 down this stretch. 365 yards passing, 1 tutty. 45-13 win over BC, 326, 3-1. 303, 3 and no picks. They lost to Cal, which, as we talked about, and we had our boy Ahmad Moses on, and they said they just kind of fell asleep at the wheel. Would have totally changed where they ended up going, but they lose to Cal, and then he just looked awful against Arizona. 21-32, 278 yards, no touchdowns, 3 picks against Arizona.
I'll say this, and I'm just going to, tease this for a show in the future, TBD, that there is a team that went 7-6 last year that is going to be my dark horse for your national title winner.
Oh?
Yeah.
Oh? What conference? Can you tease that?
No.
The American.
No. It's out of one of the big 4.
Sunbelt?
It's out of one of the big 4. No Sunbelt. No.
The WAC. Pac-12.
Yeah, that's enough right there.
I'm out of guesses.
I'm not giving up anymore.
Out of guesses.
Not giving up anymore, but a team that went 7-6 last year.
I want to say KU. Now we went 5-7.
And under 500 in conference. That is going to be my dark horse.
We definitely did that.
Okay. I ask Fred Davis this question. Can you truly be a dynasty if you have a sub 500 season on your record? That's next year on The Fan.
Tolo means turn
thousands and still utilize dealer financing options without all the add-ons. Register today at dealerauction.com. That's dealerauction.com.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
An update, more on the Kyle Shanahan news that broke within the last half hour. It's White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan with Fred Davis. I'm Will Chambers, Adam Schefter. More about the car accident that left 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan with significant injuries and will leave him limited during training camp. Kyle Shanahan, this is back on July 14th, was taken by paramedics to the local hospital where he spent much of that day before being released. The other driver was not injured, per Palo Alto Lieutenant Nicholas Martinez. Martinez said drugs and alcohol were not involved and both drivers were cooperative. The San Francisco 49ers have also released a statement. Head coach Kyle Shanahan was involved in a car accident last week where he suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Coach Shanahan will participate in team activities on a limited basis at the start of training camp while he recovers. Coach Shanahan and the 49ers organization would like to sincerely thank all first responders involved for their efforts and care. Assistant head coach Chris Forrester, along with team coordinators, will handle head coach responsibilities during this period. That coming from the San Francisco 49ers. A very interesting story that broke here within the last half hour.
Well, I think if drugs and alcohol weren't involved, which I think we can all at least feel good about that, the next culprit, he's on his phone.
Yeah. Well, and another thing that I take away from that, and maybe y'all did or didn't, but if they're saying that he spent majority of the day but was released the same day, this must have been an early morning kind of situation, not a late night. Because they didn't say overnight. They said release same day.
Well,
unless I'm just reading too much.
Or unless it was early that morning. Like overnight. Like as far as like after midnight.
Oh, like a midnight situation? Yeah, also possible.
I mean, to your point, I'm either way. I mean, and it could be they're just playing with semantics here. But tell you what, the Palo Alto Police Department's being inundated with Freedom of Information Request acts right now and police reports.
Again,
hey, look up real quick.
We'll have pictures of the car by the end of the day.
Type up, see if you can go to see if they will give you police reports on the Palo Alto Police website.
Kyle Shanahan broke his nose, 3 ribs, his hand, needed more than 40 stitches in his face, and suffered a severe concussion when he collided with an SUV near his Northern California home. Martinez saying no one was cited for the collision, quote, consistent with our standard release of information procedures in such cases. We do not release information regarding the cause of the collision or which party may have been at fault. Schefter goes on to say that Shanahan has been recovering at home and is believed to be healing well, which is good to hear. John Lynch is scheduled to hold a press conference at 1 Pacific time, so that'll be, 3 p.m. here. That'll be today. So Brennan Baxter and Chris Arnold will take over for us at 1 o'clock. Stay tuned with them. They'll be having updates once GM John Lynch hits the podium and talks about the condition of 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan.
Apparently, TMZ's kind of sleeping on it because I'm on their website right now and see nothing about Kyle Shanahan. So, what a job they have done keeping this under wraps. Shout out to them. Throwback when you could still print news and nothing would happen.
No kidding. Anything more that comes across, and we will pass it along to you as well. We've talked about the Chiefs.
214 is off the chain. Off the chain, bro.
Okay.
Off the chain.
Again.
Look, it's a fair
cell phone,
it's a fair speculation.
Or something like that. I'll just say that. Are the Chiefs, can we still consider them in the dynasty?
Right now, no. No, you can punctuate, you can have, I think we all agree. The There were 2 iterations of the Patriots dynasty.
See, I look at it as one.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. It depends on how this second part plays out. Is it? I guess here's what you got. Here's what you look at. If they go on another run, then okay, you extended the dynasty. If they don't, then okay, your dynasty was that 6-7 year stretch of Mahomes' first part of his career.
Yeah, it's because you go to those, what was it, a 10-year period in which they won a Super Bowl, so 04, and then 14, and everybody talks about that like, well, there's a big gap between winning Super Bowls. But they went to 2.
I was going to say, people forget he still went to 2.
And they had the undefeated season within that.
Exactly.
And I heard it earlier in the week where, like, the Patriots' worst record during that run was 9-7.
Yeah.
They didn't have a losing season until 2020, in which they went 7-9.
Mm-hmm.
And Brady was gone.
Brady was gone by then.
So, and that's where I have looked at it to where I think that we look at dynasties based on your player.
Right.
Brady, Jordan.
Yeah.
Duncan. Montana.
I mean, we don't disqualify the Bulls dynasty because Jordan stepped away.
Well, they went to the conference finals, both years without Michael.
Yeah, but he was gone, right?
Yeah.
Look, Michael's the dynasty. Michael's the part of the dynasty,
but
right?
he came back, right?
Exactly.
But we look at it because the Bulls were so good, but it's Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
And that said, it's with Patrick Mahomes still being there. But, man, having that, it is something within that, because I went back, the 49ers, because I said Joe Montana.
Yeah.
They did go 3-6, but that was in the strike-shortened season, 1982.
Right. Yeah.
But outside of that, and I was like, it was interesting. When you're looking at what the Chiefs, last year and going 6-11. And with that, I kind of look at them as, I don't think that they will be back this year. This is how I felt.
Yeah.
They're not back this year, but they're going to be better than they were. But they're still got some holes to fill and all that. I'm starting to change that a little bit. They had the quarterback rankings, and now you got Josh Allen 1. Patrick Mahomes isn't number 1 for the first time. Mahomes talked about it. He was on something, Yahoo Radio or some podcast. And he said, well, yeah, look, we haven't had as good of a year, and when you do that, you may not, be at the top of the list, and it's our job to, play better, et cetera, et cetera. I could see Patrick Mahomes coming back this year and going absolutely scorched earth, not caring at all what weapons they do not have.
Yeah.
You add in Kenneth Walker. I'm like, okay, I can totally see that happening. And there are so many teams that it feels like in this offseason, and look, we're all trying to fill air with NFL content, right? Mm-hmm. We talk it like walking through the NFL desert in order to get to, water, which is now training camp, preseason, and obviously the season starting. We have these bells of the ball, like the New York Giants. Went 4-13 last year, and everybody and their mom was like, look out for the Giants. I like some of the pieces they have. I don't trust Jackson Dart at all. This whole thing about Cam Scatterbo, I said this when he got drafted. I was like, he'll probably run for over 1,000 yards this year, and then we may never see him again.
I don't know that he'll even do that. I mean, this dude's over here doing backflips off of a freshly, rehabbed leg. I don't trust him to just be a functional human being.
Yeah.
I really, really don't. I mean, all jokes aside, like that dude's, he's buying into the caveman bit a bit too much.
Let me tell you who I believe in more than New York Giants. The Washington Commanders, and certainly the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm a little nervous about the Commanders. Have you watched the quarterback special?
No, not yet. Did they already release that?
They did. I've already binged it.
And is it worth it? Is it good?
Funny you asked that. We talked about this the other day. If you've got nothing else to watch over the next couple weeks, I think it's worth it. It's not the most riveting television in the world. there is some interest to it. I think from a 45-year-old white guy, older gentleman, and you don't have to be white, just 45 and up, you'll appreciate the Joe Flacco aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You'll appreciate, if you're a football fan, you'll appreciate the Baker Mayfield aspect of it. You'll appreciate the Cam Ward aspect of it. Jaden Daniels gives me a little bit of concern. And not just because of his mother. Which that's its own little weird
that's a thing?
deal.
Okay.
That's still a thing, man. I get it.
So Ayuk wasn't necessarily lying, huh?
There's something... I'm all for parents taking care of their kids, but I don't know. Jaden Daniels gives me cause for concern a little bit. I don't, it's my own gut feeling. I'm more than happy to be wrong about it, and you could easily say, well, Fred, you saw what he did his rookie year, and I get it. And again, if he bounces back, and I hope he does, to an extent, and just plays poorly against the Cowboys, but it's worth a couple episodes of your time if you want to keep watching it. Certainly do it.
9 or 10 episodes.
7.
Oh, good. That's more palatable.
Because with Jaden Daniels, I mean, he gets hurt so damn much. It's like, you only see him for the... But he's, as Blake alluded to, he's extremely boring. He's just a boring guy.
Is he really?
Oh, my God. He's just... literally, his mom is the show.
Wow.
His mom is.
Okay. Man, if they do another wide receiver one, maybe they should get Ayuk.
Oh, I said if you're going to do it next year, you need to put Dak in it.
Yeah.
You need Dak.
He won't, though.
I want to see Josh Allen. All right. Go ahead and throw Bryce Young in there just for a little bit of drama. All right.
Yeah, okay. I can see that.
Okay. And then
Caleb.
And then maybe or Caleb or Mendoza.
Yeah, Mendoza. Yeah.
But I wouldn't mind throwing Caleb Williams in the mix. But I want to see Dak.
He'd never do it.
Herbert?
Maybe. Because you would get to see I don't think...
I'd like to see Herbert.
Herbert would be
just
good.
His girlfriend?
Well, that's a good element, but the fact that, how good he is, but then how not good he is in the playoffs. Like, trying to get some sort of insight as to what... Oh, well, maybe I didn't realize that this was part of the situation as to why. And to that same point, Dak Prescott.
I think Cam Ward is going to... You talk about I know you're talking college sleeper picks. Tennessee Titans are my sleeper AFC South pick.
No, isn't that not on my my wall?
I can't tell from here.
Yeah, no, my two big ones, the two big jumps next year were the Saints and the Titans.
Really, bro?
Yeah.
I only buff that because I like the Panthers more.
You only what?
I only buff that because I like to buff it. Yeah.
Buff.
Go against it.
Okay, rebuff.
Rebuff?
Is
that what the kids are saying now?
Not buff.
Yeah, yeah, they are.
Like instead of nutmegging, they're like, he got megged.
Yeah, no, I don't know that I would say I buff that. I rebuff is the word. I'm all for your little Gen Z. You guys like to shorten words and spell them in a wild way. I don't know that going from rebuff to buff is a smart play. Just saying.
All right.
As somebody who uses words.
Man, we've hit a lot of advice for Kevin Walker, who we earlier learned is going to be having an October wedding.
I'll tell you what,
next year.
You guys, I just think it's just one last thing, and I can say this on behalf of all the Texas Tech alums here as well. I'm amazed at the number of people that just think Pat Mahomes is just going to fall off a cliff. My God. The number of people that are just throwing Pat Mahomes to the wolves is insane to me.
Come on. I have not seen...
Not you, but no. We've had two
actually,
people.
there are
that's what
two
I'm saying.
people.
There's two texters. And there's so many people that are just like, oh, he'll never see a title. This team's on the downslide. Da-da-da. Like, just, again... My NFC team are the Dallas Cowboys. I want to make that very, very clear. I've made my Super Bowl prediction, Cowboys and Chiefs. I stand by it. But this idea that suddenly Andy Reid is just chopped liver is insane to me.
Okay, quarterbacks get so much better. The good and great ones get so much better the older that they get.
We did the numbers last week, for God's sakes. Like, every quarterback has said it.
I want more of this. 214-817- Bring it to us. 877-881-1053. It's time to open up the phone lines, shall we?
Let's do it.
Fatty's on the phone. Tolo's on the telephone.
However you identify.
Next on The Fan.
At Genesis of Plano, we know true luxury is about far more than the vehicle itself. It's clear pricing with no dealer addendums. It's a family-owned legacy that has served North Texas for over a century. And it's feeling confident from the beginning of the decision-making process to the very end. Our vehicles are designed to expand your horizon.
A swing and a liner over third. It's a fair ball. Here comes Osuna. He's in to score. Danny Jansen has won it for the Rangers.
You're turning on and leaving on station for everything Rangers.
It's pandemonium here at Globe Life Field.
Right here on the Fan.
If you're in a market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
I did not know that there was a world of this that existed out there. I did not know this.
Tried telling you.
I was today years old when I realized that there's a faction of people that believe Patrick Mahomes has not been good.
Yeah, it is done.
He'll never get back to a... He's hadn't been to a Pro Bowl since 23.
I am literally blown away. I love it. 877-881-1053. Maybe you're one of those. Hit us up. Call us. Fatty's on the phone. Tolo's on the telephone here on White Guy Radio on 1053 The Fan. Will Chambers, Fred Davis, Khaki Kevin Walker here with you. All right, let's waste no time. Let's start this act in Fort Worth with Bo. Bo, what's going on?
I'm tired of the LeBron James slander. He's the greatest basketball player ever. Jordan couldn't hold LeBron's jockstrap. I'm just tired of hearing all these old heads thinking he's the greatest. Just look at the speed of the game today. It's way faster. LeBron James. We're a 76er fan now.
Okay.
I love it.
Is that it? Just the speed of the game, or is there any more you want to back out on that?
I mean, you can look at the shooting, the speed, the hops, everything. LeBron James is easily the best player.
Oh, I mean, so ever. Hops is all. I mean, so Kenny Skywalker should probably be one of the greatest players if that's all we're talking about.
I don't even want to hear this Kenny Skywalker.
I mean, you just said Hops. I mean, that's one of the. I mean, Harold Miner should be in that mix. I mean, he had I think he had like a 40+ inch vert.
What is Bill Russell the best player ever? They played against plumbers back.
Oh, man, I haven't heard that argument before. Is that what it is?
Well, Bill Russell didn't have the hops LeBron does.
Hey, it's online. You can go back and watch all the Jordan's finals, and you tell me if the basketball is better or worse.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to watch it. I already know. I mean, I saw it.
I actually did just watch a lot of that, and I don't know why you think it's worse.
I mean, the competition is just not.
How many Hall of Famers did you see on this last? How many Hall of Famers did you see on this last NBA championship? You think?
I mean, anyone on that court is better than anyone in the '90s. I'll go ahead and go on and say that.
Oh, okay. So Jalen Brunson's better than Jordan. OG Anunoby.
Yes.
Okay, dude, you're done.
Yes. Hey,
you're done.
No, I got
you're
one
done.
more.
Yeah, you do need to go. You do. Are we drinking? Are we drinking already? It's 11:51. Get out of here, bro.
Not
Seriously.
Not quite. But hey, do you think a car in the '90s is better than a car today?
Okay. You're right. I mean, that's it.
A car? Oh, all right.
Okay.
I don't know. These
people get better.
You're done.
Technology improves. People are better.
Yeah. Look, athletes are.
Cowboys.
All right. Appreciate it, Bo. Look, athletes are bigger, stronger, faster.
We
get that.
Yeah, absolutely.
We totally understand that. But you can't tell me. I mean, if you plugged.
Dude just said Jalen Brunson was better than Michael Jordan. I'm done. I'm done listening to that.
Look. I don't know. I just don't even know where to go with that. I mean, he's going up against, Hall of Famers on the other side on a number of different, championship runs. So, I mean, LeBron.
Basketball's evolved. We get that, all right? And yes, our guys, to your point, are guys more athletic now than they were back then to a larger degree? Yes.
I think the point I always try to make is that are you that much better than the rest of everybody else?
That's it.
And you could make a significant argument as to who's the greatest player of this era between LeBron and Steph Curry. Now, I would say LeBron. However, the fact that you can even make the argument where nobody would even think in any way whatsoever that you could compare anybody else in the league to Michael Jordan during Michael's run.
Look, you could. This ends everything. And you could plop prime Jordan into today's NBA, and he's still averaging 35 a game. So I'm done.
Josh,
and here's the thing. You could drop prime LeBron into that era back then, too, and he would still put up the same numbers, all right? So, again, I'm not saying anything that LeBron isn't great, all right? But to suggest that because he's a better athlete and that's why he's the GOAT and because the game's faster, get out of here.
Okay.
You gonna tell me who's a racer? You gonna tell me Joey Logano is better than my boy Dale Earnhardt Jr.? Or Dale, the Intimidator? I don't think so. You tell me better than Richard Petty? I don't think so.
Joey Logano's hilarious.
Logano. I don't know racing to save my life, but I definitely know it's not pronounced Logano. That is, oh man. Let's go to Josh and Denton.
Maybe you don't know Joe the way I do.
What up, Josh?
What's up, guys? You know, everybody's overlooking Manute Bol as usual.
R.I.P. to a 7'6" legend. Thank you. You're welcome.
I mean, I don't know any other NBA player that is on 3 different cruise ships at once. So he takes the cake, baby. I've missed you guys. Post World Cup, I've kind of got a little bit of a depression going. You know, we're now in the actual doldrums. But be that as it may, I picked up a gig at UPS starting in August. You know, throwing boxes. It's going to be hot, but you know what? It'll be good for my 46-year-old body.
You'll definitely lose weight. You'll definitely lose weight.
Yeah. I've been training, man. I just did a 6-mile walk out there in this nonsense for some reason.
Good for you.
Josh, make sure your ears equal to your shoulders as you're lifting, as you're moving boxes. Ears, shoulders.
Oh, for sure. Not my first rodeo. I've worked there before and stuff, so I've never pulled. Knock on wood, I've never injured myself doing manual labor. So go me.
Love it.
As it were, man. I'm looking forward to the football season coming up, and I still. Like, I know we've discussed it before, but I think the Cowboys are a sleeper, man, to go to the championship.
Love it.
And I think Fred, you're right. I think KC is. I mean, it's a has-been type situation, but you never know. They could surprise us.
That's it. I mean, what have they done lately? What have they done? It's not like they're 2 years removed from a Super Bowl. Who knows?
No, of course not. From going 15-1.
Yeah.
As a Denver native, I have to give you a hard time a little bit. I'm trying to go to the Mariners game tonight, man. Seeing if I can get out there.
See Evo?
Yeah, see Evo throw some heat, man. He's
I bet that'll be a hot ticket tonight. It's a Saturday night. There's not a whole lot going on. I mean, I'm sure there's other things going on here in the DFW, but that should be a hot ticket.
Yeah, surely a good crowd. The Rangers are. They're pulling, man. They're looking like they want to play in the playoffs and maybe go somewhere.
Well,
I mean, I have hope. You know, I'm a Mariners fan through and through, but at the same time, like I got to root for my home team as well.
You do.
I have high hopes. High hopes for the Cowboys. High hopes for the Rangers. Seattle, I'm not gonna.
Don't hold your breath.
Push all my chips in on that one, but you know, crazier things have happened as a la last year. But you know, it's all fair. When are you guys out and about on remote again?
I don't know yet. And look, we're up against it real quick, Josh. I appreciate you as always. All right, real quick.
Well, here, no. Let's hold it over.
Oh, we're gonna hold it over.
Yeah, I want to hold them over.
I was gonna burn through both of these.
No. We got to hear from Patty the Fatty, as well as Chris in Fort Worth. So we're gonna come back, take a quick break. Top of the hour, more of Fatty's on the phone next year on the Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together, we continue to build
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Keeping this bad boy rolling into hour number 4 on this Saturday afternoon. Appreciate you hanging with us. Boy, it's been another fun one. White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Fred Davis. Continuing with our fatties on the phone, we'll have a fair or foul coming up at 12:20. The original, the OG of fair or foul on my left. You know that.
Chris Arnold knows.
I will say this.
Chris Arnold knows.
The Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys fan text is definitely not on Josh and Denton's train. They're not buying any of that. Well, just pretty much anything
he had a lot.
I mean,
Josh was all over the place on today's call.
Yeah.
But
I appreciate the heat.
No, I look. Josh and Denton's a legend. Fatty original as well. From 254, and didn't know that we were going to be catching Dale Earnhardt strays today as well. I mean, love you guys today. You guys are on one.
No, or our past military.
Well, that too. I mean, our Bo in Fort Worth, just all kinds of hot takes spewing out of his mouth. Half of it was just that spew. 254. Dale Earnhardt sucks. Would have never won if he didn't wreck other drivers. He's Chick Hicks. Now,
I bet that's Joe Logano texting in.
Definitely,
you pissed him off.
That's definitely the Joe Logano fan base, the Joe Logano groupie section.
It's like the Bryson Army.
Don't
come at you.
Hey, they don't. How dare you? And then from the 903, today's U.S. military would have never lost the Alamo.
Yeah.
Have you seen how fast our weapons are now? Don't say that to Iran. Okay? Don't say that to Iran. They seem to be holding up just fine. I mean, haven't we eliminated their army like 10 times already? Every time we come back, their military's still there. I mean, good God. What are we doing?
In Arlington, Patty the Fatty.
Patty the Fatty.
Do we have any more children on the way, Patty?
Oh, that's a good question.
No, man. I'm 48, going on 49.
Okay.
No more kids.
Okay.
So I got 3. I'm good.
All right.
So I've been, gentlemen, how are you guys doing today? I've been kind of listening intermittently. I've been working on my car. I had a little overheating situation. Got it taken care of. So I've been kind of off and on this morning. But so the Stars, they re-signed Robo, right?
1 year, $12 million. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So they're good. The Rangers hopefully keep rolling. They kind of stumbled out of the gate after the All-Star break, right?
No, kind of too. They did.
Yeah. Lost 2 series in a row, but they took care of Seattle. They almost effed a bit. But I honestly want to ask you guys an honest question. I know you probably don't pay a whole lot of attention, but A.J. Brown, do you think that he is going to be a toxic cancer in the locker room and disrupt everything that happened last year?
No.
Or do you think he's going to be good?
He's going to be outstanding.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Mike Vrabel group. Mike Vrabel is the most valuable piece for the Patriots, and that's no disrespect to Drake May, who is terrific and could be a great quarterback. But the fact that Drake May got Mike Vrabel as his head coach in year 2 is what is the reason why the Patriots went to the Super Bowl. Mike Vrabel is going to have A.J. Brown and Mike Vrabel have a terrific relationship. A.J. will be fine. Yeah.
I mean, they balled together in Tennessee. That's part of the reason why he wanted to go back. Yeah. And again, free Diana Rossini. I mean, she said this months ago that this was on the table. So,
no doubt.
You know.
Yeah. I tell you what, we would have known last week about the Kyle Shanahan wreck.
Easily. We might have known as it was happening.
Who texted that in earlier? Maybe we'll coincide those
Shout
two
out
together.
To him.
Yeah.
Shout out to that guy.
That's right. Maybe not a phone.
Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling.
I love you guys, and I love the fact that most like talk shows or whatever is you call, you ask a question, say, I'll get off the phone and listen. But I love the way that you guys always interact. Like, whether it's on actual Fan After Dark or on a Saturday.
I listen to a lot of Westwood One, and that's where I get a lot of my. That's where I get a lot of my phone
not
call.
on this station anymore.
Yeah, that's where I get a lot of my phone call skills from. So it's just something I've learned over the past few months.
All right, you guys have a great day, man.
Same to you, Patty.
Thanks, Patty.
Same to you. Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Fort Worth. Chris, what up, man?
My man.
No, nothing much. First of all, raise hell and praise Dale.
That's it.
All right, let's get that off the table.
Okay.
And everybody that says Dale couldn't have raced now or Brunson's better than whatever, they never been in the paint. That's why we've got so many 3-pointers. They can't take a banging.
They can't. Can't.
And Fred, you are the...
Are we going to tolerate Dale Earnhardt slander on this show? I don't think so.
I will not sit here
He
and
was the
stand for that.
intimidator, for God's... If you ain't revving, you ain't racing.
That's right. Fred, I realized to me that you're the Flacco of the studio. Look who you work with.
The Flacco of the studio. I'll take it.
Oh.
I've only got 2 kids.
Put that on the wall, please. Put that on the wall.
I'm gonna pull a hang up and listen because I really don't care about the NFL. Will, Kentucky, 5 wins or more. What's your call?
Oh man, that's tough.
Let's go with more.
I tell you what. Did you? You probably don't know this because why would you? They had the number 10 portal class this year, coming into this year.
Okay,
number 10.
Who's your coach now?
Will Stein.
Okay.
Pull a little Kurt Signetti
That's
action
Ben's
there.
kid.
It's a rough schedule. They could be.
That's rough. That's bad.
Yeah, they could be a surprise team in the SEC, but still only win 6 games total.
That'll get you a bowl game though.
But they could surprise some teams like that. Have a couple. An upset or 2 here or there. But that schedule is super rough.
Okay. By the way, just if I could real quick, you get the Youngstown State win.
Don't sleep on Youngstown State and the Fighting Jim Tressel.
Jim Tressel back there.
Yeah,
then you host Alabama. You go to A&M. You host South Alabama.
Bo Pelini.
Mm-hmm. You go to South Carolina. Host LSU. Go to Oklahoma. Host Vanderbilt. Go to Tennessee. Host Florida. Go to Missouri. And then host Louisville.
And Louisville's a top 20 team, right?
Yeah.
Maybe top 15?
Yeah, somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely top 25.
We'll see. I do believe we've got our boy in Amityville on the line. Chris in New York. It has been too long, my friend.
Will, how you been? Fred, nice to meet you. Good afternoon, gentlemen. All right, here's the deal. Well, I'm tired of listening to the Brady's the greatest of all time. If you want to tell me that Brady is the most accomplished quarterback in the last 20 years, I say I'll give it to you. Brady would have gotten his butt kicked in the 80s. Okay? The Eagles, all the old teams, the Giants, whatever, they would have killed Brady.
Well, the Bears. The
Bears would have lit him up. The Bears would have lit him up, absolutely. Here's my point.
Can I ask you this, though, real quick? Let me stop you right there before you continue. If Joe Montana survived the 80s, what makes you think Brady wouldn't have?
Valid point. The difference is this. The rules were changed with Brady. Remember, when Belichick went out to Utah, he came back with what I refer to and his buddy Ryan called it the duck and chuck, which was the run and shoot. Okay? That whole 5 receivers, you're using the little Julian Edelmans of the world.
Yeah.
It worked with Brady because you couldn't put your hands on him back in the day. Imagine if Lester Hayes would have caught some of those Patriot receivers coming across the middle. Would have decapitated him.
Yeah, but you don't think Tom Brady wouldn't have adapted? I mean, that was one thing about Tom Brady was great at getting the ball getting out quick.
Great quickness is Dan Marino. Brady's not even close in that.
I didn't say he wasn't. I mean, I'm not saying he's Dan Marino, but to suggest that Tom couldn't get the ball out quick, come on, man.
Brett, here's my point. Can we break it down into eras? You want to say
I don't disagree with you there. I don't disagree with you there, but I think you can still have a conversation because I'm with you. We get lost in the whole yes, certain players wouldn't necessarily survive in today's NFL versus back in the day, right? But I think sometimes we're being a little presumptive by suggesting, well, this guy wouldn't have survived 20 years ago. We don't know that necessarily because we don't know how he would have adapted. You know what I mean?
Agreed. My only point, again, is error with all sports. Now, real quick,
I don't disagree with you there.
LeBron, all right, MJ, LeBron, Kobe. The argument, in my estimation, and yes, Will, I'm an old fart at 64.
Mm-hmm.
My argument is simply this. It's not MJ and LeBron, it's MJ and Kobe. And I believe Kobe would be better, was a better play because Kobe used a template that was Michael with his work ethic. Now, I don't get into the ring chasing. 5'6", I don't care because Yankee fans will tell you that Derek Jeter's the greatest thing since sliced bread, and I'll tell you Derek Jeter was at best. That's a whole nother argument. My point is, it's Kobe. I get crucified in New York for saying stuff like this. I don't care.
Yeah, you
it's
do.
Kobe and Michael's the comparison. If you want to compare LeBron to Magic, that's a different one. Gentlemen, appreciate it. Will, a glass of Stag always makes the day go fine. Good talking to you. We'll see you soon, boys. Have a good one.
Shout out to Amityville.
No doubt. And Chris, I did have a glass of Stag Jr. last night, and it is absolutely delicious. You got to be careful with that stuff, though. It is about as potent as it gets.
Yeah?
About 130 proof. It'll ring your bell, but it is awfully good. It got to a point where when Brady won 5, I just kind of went, yeah. And also, I appreciate his point on the rule changes. I just so happened, because I am one that over the last several years have been like, can we please just put the 85 Bears away? You know, talking about them or going back, like the Bears franchise constantly, it's all about that 85 team. You like, look to the future, just be more about the present and now. The more you look back at the past, the more you can't live in the now. Now, that being said,
it's very zen-like saying you just had there.
The 30 for 30 was on, so I haven't watched it in a few years, and I watched it again last night.
Which 30 for 30?
The 85 Bears. And, man, the rules are different. Bro, people are getting, it is insane how hard people were getting hit and what you were able to do. So I get that element of it. However, you play in the era, the same playing field as everybody else, and you frankly dominated it. You dominated it. I mean, you have to look hard at years for Brady in which he did not throw for 4,000 yards.
Yeah.
From like 2009 on, he had, let me see, 2 years. When you're looking from 2009 to when he retired after 2022, he had just 2 years in which he threw for less than 4,000 yards. One of them was for 3,900. The other one was for 3,500.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No, that's why when we talk about, just pure quarterbacking ability, I mean, Tom was on another level. I mean, as far as just how his preparation and just the way he went about football, and you listen to, you've never heard a teammate, whether it was in Tampa or whether it was in New England. They always talk about how hard of a worker he was, and the one thing that you always hear Bill Belichick say is that Tom Brady would get the same level of criticism, and you could coach him up the same way you'd coach up everybody. All right, and the one thing that we've heard, I think it was Greg Popovich, and I can't remember. I think he was talking to the new coach Mitch Johnson, and he said, you got to thank your great players, because when your great player lets you coach them hard, then you can coach everybody the same way. All right, because if your great player won't let you coach them hard, then it's hard to have different rules for everybody else. So kind of like somebody texted in earlier, oh, if Mahomes had gone to somewhere else, he wouldn't be the same guy. That is such a lame, tired, boring, bottom of the barrel excuse. All right, it's such an unoriginal excuse. I mean, we could sit here at every sporting discussion, and you could start off by saying, well, if he'd have gone somewhere else, who knows what he'd be like? I mean, who obviously. I mean,
I think your point was there on Montana, too.
Look, if Montana could survive, look, my boy Henry Thomas said I hit Joe Montana so hard, I heard him wince as he was getting off the ground. But he said, you know what the thing about Joe Montana is that he got up and went back and kept firing. And Joe Montana was 6'2". 200 pounds, for God's sake, getting murdered back in the day.
Leonard Marshall.
Dude.
I thought his teeth were going to fly out of his helmet when Leonard Marshall hit him in the NFC title game. Whatever year that was.
Joe Montana, who was it? Have you seen the Elway special on Netflix?
Wait, Elway to Marino? Or no, just the Elway one.
Just Elway, just in general, talk about how his rookie year, to your point, these guys were teeing off on John Elway. Like, guys would get arrested in today's NFL if you hit quarterbacks the way they did back in the day. There's that joke that goes around on Twitter every year where the old CBS on NFL TV show that they used to do with Jimmy the Greek and I think it was Brent Musburger, whoever else.
The NFL Today.
And you watch the highlights of the show as it comes on, every single highlight is a penalty in today's NFL.
Oh, God. The ESPN on Mondays, or maybe it was Tuesdays, had a weekly segment called Bumps, Bites, and Bruises.
And got lit up. And it was just them talking about guys getting literally their clocks cleaned. And we tuned in every week to watch it. And it was what? Chris Berman, Tom Jackson, Chris Mortensen, and at least one or two other players. And there was some guy would get his clock cleaned and they'd all be like, so-and-so got lit up.
Yeah, it wasn't lit up, but it's just
something
like that.
Exactly. Something along those lines. So, to Chris's point, yes, eras count, eras matter, but in today's NFL, and look, we get it, we get upset because, they don't let them hit like they used to, but there's so many other factors that go into it that you just can't let these guys hit them like they used to.
Yeah.
There'd be no football left if we let these guys hit them like they used to.
Well, and we're seeing, and sadly, some news coming across today, a former New England Patriots player.
Jacked up.
Yeah, that's it.
Jacked up. That's what it was. Shout out to you, 601.
Has died apparently of suicide. And, and watching, that 30 for 30, them talking about Dave Duerson, for the betterment of, humanity in general, of not, allowing that type of play to happen anymore, is no matter how much we used to enjoy watching it, from an entertainment purpose, God, it's hard to watch now to even see that. Oh, goodness.
From the 945, Lightning McQueen is way faster today than Richard Petty ever was.
You going to allow that Richard Petty slander?
Who doesn't like Lightning McQueen, though?
Okay.
Lightning McQueen... early 2000s.
I don't know. This is the most racing talk I've ever done in the history of my radio career.
I don't know if I can push back on that argument right now.
I've never done more.
I need to think about it. Fair or foul? Lightning McQueen better than Richard Petty.
Speaking of which, fair or foul's next.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on
3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck work attorneys in Dallas.
All right, you know what time it is here on White Guy Radio. We'll be crossing with Brennan and CA, the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, who, as you'd imagine, has accumulated some cool S over the years. And, CA stories confidential and so many things that we've talked about over the years and events he's been to. He has got, it looks like a gun case that has all the pins like you would get at an event. There was one in the 1997 Final Four. There's probably 100 pins in there of stuff. Man, that's cool.
No telling the value. No telling.
Yeah. No kidding. Okay. On loan from Westwood One, here is some fair or foul.
Hey! All right. And what we won't do is pot anybody down during this segment.
We don't do that here.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Unless you curse.
Unless you curse.
It's the only rule. It's the only rule we got here.
Kev for explaining that to me. It explained everything. It explained everything because I was feeling some type of way about some things. But shout out to G-Bag as well for making that a 5-time G-Bag winner. And
deserved.
Look, I got and here's the deal. CA was here for it, and I got to shout out Trevor. Trevor was the one that was alarmed by it and was like, bro.
There's a way things can be done. Taking something, it'd be like saying, you stole my Mount Rushmore or whatever. No. The manner in which you did it.
That's all I was asking, bro. That's all I was asking. And, again, as you guys all know, I'm hey, what? I've quit a lot of things in my life. But nicotine? Oh, you'll murder somebody over some nicotine withdrawals.
So how long we're
at that
talking
time?
A week now? No, I know it was only a couple days.
It's a week now. It's 11 days today. It's 11 days today. I'm getting a little bit better about things. As you guys can tell, if you've heard me in the air for the last 2 weeks, my coughing has gone down tremendously. I'm not coughing near as much.
Yeah, we talked about that after the show.
Bro, it was rough there for a minute. I mean, it's still, get a little crick in your throat, ladies and gentlemen. Pause. But hey, we're better and brighter.
You get it
for
massaged.
I mean, why not? Why not? All right, it's time for a little fair foul. You guys know.
I've had somebody massaging my throat.
Mm-hmm. For the last 25 minutes.
Until you try it.
You forgot the best part. For the last 25 minutes.
I was trying to keep it short and clean.
That's a wild line.
Trying to keep it short.
I mean, as if, getting your throat massage isn't bad enough. Hey, look at rocking his Texas Tech gear as well. Hey, real quick. Fair foul. Patrick Mahomes isn't going anywhere. Fair foul. Patrick Mahomes isn't going anywhere.
Brendan Baxter.
Totally fair. What do you mean going anywhere?
Bro, you should see the way people have been dogging our boy.
You mean going anywhere as a top talent or going anywhere as leaving Kansas City?
No, I have a theory.
His talent level.
I have a theory that Bobby Belt is doing.
He'll never reach a championship again.
Oh, that's totally not fair.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Is Bobby
only
trolling
31.
us?
He's only 31, by the way.
I don't even know we should even.
Is Bobby trolling us?
Have it, I think so. The thought is so asimine to me that it's only something that can be brought up that's fake.
I love Bobby Belt. All right, here we go. A Long Island surgeon's act of love turned into one of the most talked about divorce cases in recent memory. Dr. Richard Batista donated a kidney to his wife, Donnell, after she suffered kidney failure and 2 failed transplants, saying he hoped it would save both her life and their marriage. 4 years later, Donnell filed for divorce, and Batista accused her of having an affair. During the divorce proceedings, he demanded she either return the kidney or pay him $1.5 million as part of the settlement. The Nassau County Supreme Court ultimately rejected the request, ruling that organ donations are legally considered gifts and cannot be exchanged for compensation under U.S. law. Batista walked away with neither the kidney or the money. Fair, foul? The man who donated his kidney to his wife demanded it back during the divorce.
That is a resounding foul. Now, the thing that stood out to me, the first part or of the entire thing was the fact that to save his wife, save her life, and save their marriage. So you're telling me the marriage needed saving before, in addition to, her needing a kidney to live.
He was hoping that giving her the kidney would save her life and the marriage.
That is quite a gift to be giving, to somebody, obviously. I just wonder I have to know what roles are.
I think it's fair. Okay? I could understand if she, it was just a dissolution of the marriage. Okay,
cheating it's a tough
amicable
one.
Amicable reasons or irreconcilable differences, but she cheated on him with his kidney. How dare she? I want my kidney back. I think it's fair. I think it's totally fair.
I think you make a good point.
Okay,
it's foul. It's foul. And
no,
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
You cheated on me with my kidney.
Look,
you got some other dude poking around on my kidney? No, sir.
Well,
growing up,
we're not sure.
Growing up, my mom always told me, "Don't give away money that you expect back."
Depends on length.
So don't give something away if you're expecting any kind of return.
Well, I don't think he expected a return.
Unless it's a business agreement.
No, but he didn't expect a return. But he didn't expect her to violate the marriage agreement. You're about to find out till death do you part. Next year, maybe October 1st, we'll see.
Well, he didn't want to part. He didn't want to part. He didn't want her to die, so he tried to help.
Exactly, and then she betrayed him.
Yeah,
look, now she has to live with that. What goes around comes around. I do believe in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still say it's fair. I still say it's fair, man.
I feel
That's
like I'm
cold-blooded.
turning towards fair. It's foul just because you're like, no, you can't. I wonder what were the problems in the relationship, and what role did he play in those problems that maybe led her to do that?
Was this already a bad idea?
But, yeah. Look, people may be looking at me at certain elements of my life and be like, well, are you keep going back to the well here.
What a peek behind the curtain right there from William Chambers.
But I think to be perfectly fair, the cheating thing is just
that's the equalizer right there, and not even the equalizer. That changes the game right there. Again, if they just couldn't stand each other anymore, and she had to bounce or he had to bounce, and it just wasn't going to work to being together, that I respect that. All right, look, hey babe, you take the kidney, take the kidney. I'm taking the house, but you can take the kidney. I'm taking my money and I'm taking the house. You get the kidney.
What'd you say? 1.5.
He wanted 1.5 milli.
Is that what that's worth, or is that what he estimated it as?
Can you put a price on a life, Kevin
you
Walker?
can put price on organs, no?
What do you know? What do you know that we don't? What do you know that we don't? 877-881-1053. What does Kevin Walker know about organ pricing that we don't here at 1053 The Fan?
Or where they're placed within your anatomy. Because that one, I'm still trying to work around poking around the kidney.
Well, it was Dirk Diggler she was cheating on him with. 817, what's organ donation? Did I say Oregon? I could have sworn I said Oregon. 817, it's fair, but don't be an Indian giver. LOL.
Oh, ouch.
From the 903.
I don't know if we could do that anymore.
That's one of the greatest Seinfeld jokes of all time.
Yeah.
903, bleep that B. Fair. From the 214, I've heard the name of this segment somewhere else. LOL. From the 940, that's my type of petty. Agreed. From the 559, who's become one of my favorite texters into the show. Everyone wearing glasses, nerds. Dak sucks, and happy birthday, Fred.
Okay. As with all divorce assets, it should be divided in half and split between them.
Ooh.
That's a fair point.
LOL, the more you say cheated on me with my kidney, the funnier. And from the 817, don't give away kidneys that you expect back.
Yeah. I think that's the takeaway from this. Don't give away things you expect back.
Yeah.
And that goes for everything, kidneys included.
You can't cheat on me with my kidney.
Okay, from the 817, don't be a P and try to save your marriage with gifts. It never works out.
It's true.
And then from the 817, there are people who will auction off an extra testicle for about $35,000. Okay, now that I had not heard.
That's giving me some ideas.
You only need one.
Yeah.
You only need one. Dude. Tell you what, this is by far one of the best texting shows I've ever been a part of.
No question.
I got to give...
And the callers.
I'll tell you what, except for Bo from Fort Worth, who just got everybody riled up. But
Texas Tech sword speed bets on organs.
who's, by the way, even though I appreciate Bo, and this is what I love about calling in, saying it with his chest, and then signing off with... Jalen Brunson's better than Michael Jordan. Shout out to you, Bo, in Fort Worth. What a crazy call.
It's a great tag out.
Crazy call.
Great tag out.
From the 214, can I really sell a kidney for 1.5 milli? Jeff from Edgewood. I'll sell a kidney for 1.5 million if that's what the going rate is.
I mean,
seriously.
I'm still thinking about the $35K testing.
For a testicle, seriously. Yeah. I've got 2 kids. I'm good.
Yeah. I mean,
we just started a group chat today.
I got a whole car problem here.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, that could take care of that real fast.
Easy.
Yeah, just ease right into 2027.
That's it.
Big deal.
For the 940, yes, maybe it is. But it's an oldie, but goodie. Okay? It's an oldie, but goodie. And I didn't realize that till about halfway through the article. So, whatever.
Yeah,
it's
who
fun.
cares?
Makes for good conversation.
We had it sent over from Westwood One. Let's talk with Brennan and CA next.
Hi, everybody. Brad Sham for John D'Angelo. If you have a house to sell that needs work, you need to talk
Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Great thanks to you, Kevin Walker. Terrific work again today. And a great thanks to you, Tolos / Fatties out there. You were outstanding on the Frankel and Frankel fan text as well as on the phone lines.
It was a memorable day today. Started off a little contentious with the Corey Seager conversation. We had a couple of you guys get bent out of shape over the Tony Romo stuff, but it never stopped. I mean, the fluidity and the volume and the frequency never died down, and it only got better. And you guys, whether we disagreed or shared a laugh, I can only hope you continue and keep that same energy with Brennan and Chris Arnold.
No doubt.
Amen.
Who now join us here, White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Again, resetting the news that broke about an hour ago that San Francisco 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan suffered significant injuries in a car accident during his summer break in mid-July. This was on July 14th. He broke his nose, 3 ribs, his hand, and needed over 40 stitches in his face and suffered a severe concussion in a car accident when he collided with an SUV near his Northern California home. He was taken by paramedics to the local hospital where he spent much of that day before being released. The other driver was not injured. Per Palo Alto Lieutenant Nicholas Martinez. Martinez said drugs and alcohol were not involved, and both drivers were cooperative with police. No one was cited for the collision. And again, Niners GM John Lynch will be speaking to the press today at 3 p.m. Central Time.
What day did this happen?
July 14th. As we're delivering this breaking news, he and I thought the same thing at the same time. How in the world, in a world that we live in with breaking news, with the people of the Adam Schefters of the world who broke this, but broke it 11 days later?
Yeah. And not one person in the hospital would have somehow got it out, taken a picture, seen a report. There's so many ways things get out. Drive by the accident, see Kyle Shanahan get in an ambulance, whatever it is. That's crazy that 11 days now feels like an eternity in the modern world of sports, where we find out things like Tiger Woods, his crash within an hour.
That's what we said.
There's memes going around everywhere.
Yeah, he was all right. He just flipped the whole thing.
Seriously.
Yeah. It's just crazy. And I said Tiger's all right. He didn't have to go to the hospital. But Shanahan did. How did the hospital? I mean, we know patient.
I was going to say, now you got the whole HIPAA thing.
But someone else could have seen him.
Somebody, a patient that was walking down the hallway.
Did they say texting and driving? Because you also
that's where we see that's
who's that guy? ESPN, Matt Miller. That he started a GoFundMe and all of this, and the video comes out of the dashboard cam, and the dude just texting and driving and swerved right into the semi truck.
Well, that was him probably telling people that he wasn't going to pay back, that he was going to pay him back. Anybody?
Yeah, maybe.
Come on, guys. Keep up.
You gotta notice it.
That took a little longer to hit for me, but I got it.
Is transferring funds, maybe?
Even that comes out pretty quick. But Kyle Shanahan, coach of the 49ers, it takes 11 days.
Yeah.
Really good agent and team around him. John Lynch must run a really tight ship.
Well, and as we joked about and said, TMZ wasn't even on it. TMZ still doesn't have anything on their website about it.
Wow.
So that tells you all you need to know.
Like I said, it's not even, to me, it's not even the NFL or the 49ers or his staff or his friend. Anybody that was at the hospital. I'm not even talking about the nurses or the doctors.
Somebody in the waiting room.
Anybody. The ambulance that picked him up. The police that were on the scene because there's a wreck on the road.
Do you wonder, here's the only thing I'll say.
I'm not saying he did anything wrong. I'm just saying, how do they keep it a secret?
Well, here's the other thing, too, and I'm just going off of it's Palo Alto, right? So it's Silicon Valley,
right?
All right.
Everybody's...
but here's the thing.
About footage, cameras everywhere.
But here's the thing, though. For all they know, it's just another tech bro. I mean, it's just he is just. I mean, again, Kyle Shanahan. He's just a 6'2" white dude with stubble on his face that got into an accident, right? For all we know, it's just some tech bro riding a bicycle. You know, I mean, it's not necessarily jumping off the page.
But the last name is not Smith.
Well, but it's not like he's walking around saying, "Hey, by the way, we got Kyle Shanahan here."
That's why I was saying hospital.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, I could see it.
There is something to this.
And again, I'm not saying Kyle did anything wrong. I'm just like, how was this a secret?
That's the $1 million question.
No doubt about it. We can all agree on one thing. They won 7. Tony Romo is the greatest quarterback of all time, and Mahomes is done.
I mean, that's it. I think that's the takeaway from the show. I think we can all come to a consensus on that.
Tony!
Okay, what are realistically your expectations for the Chiefs this year with Mahomes coming back off
Chiefs-Cowboys Super Bowl
championship?
Absolutely. I mean, and just as I've said before, I mean, when did Andy Reid fall off a cliff? When did we decide Andy Reid was crap?
I think bringing Bieniemy back is also a key component because of how he ran that offense and how so much of a departure it has been under Matt Nagy and others. That could get things back, and Mahomes coming back was something to prove.
You got chip on the shoulder guy, which he's never been. So now you got that going for you. Your offensive line is going to be better this year. You got an actual legit running back for a change. And the thing about Bieniemy that I think people are missing or kind of underselling is, he just spent the last year with Ben Johnson. All right, and you gonna tell me he hasn't picked up a thing or two from being around Ben for a year?
Okay, I'm all for all of those things, and I love Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
but are they not the Golden State Warriors with Steph?
It's at certain
areas. In other words, the
areas.
rest of the team may not be as good as Mahomes.
Well, I mean, that defense is still going to be pretty damn good.
I don't know. You got
I'm just
two
saying, I don't know. I'm asking.
Look, I think the defense is going to be good again. I mean, Spags hasn't missed a beat.
But I'm talking about players, though. I'm talking about again. I'm looking at your tight end who just got married. He is Draymond. I'm just saying the same thing as the Warriors.
He absolutely is. But here's the question mark for me is going to be
Kelsey.
The real, I'm not even worried about him. Look, I'm going to tell you right now, you know what Kelsey's going to give you? 50 catches for about 800 yards. That's what Kelsey's going to give you in his swan song year. The question, it's to me, two guys are going to be the linchpin of whether or not this team does what I think it can do. Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy. And I think that's going to be incumbent upon two people, Chad Shea, the wide receiver coach, and Bieniemy. And it's like a lot of people have said, a lot of teams went out and, got new players and what have you. Andy Reid doubled down on coaching and said, you know what? And I talked to Pete Jenkins because I asked him about it, and he said, the problem with Andy Reid is he's such a nice guy, is that even when he's got guys that he knows he should get rid of, he goes ahead and lets them hang around for longer than they should. There's a reason why Matt Nagy didn't get another job.
Yeah.
Okay? There's a reason why the wide receiver coach for the Chiefs these last 3 years, you know where they found him? At a high school game because he was coaching up Matt Nagy's son. All right? This dude has about as much coaching chops of wide receivers as I do. All right? Chad Shea, Rob Gronkowski, who's got time on who cut his teeth on the Bill Belichick tree. All right? So just putting that out there. And look, what do we know about the Cowboys? When you look at a year ago, where the defense we all know, wasn't great, but yet the offense was on point. Well, what was the difference? The coaching staff. I mean, again, players notwithstanding, but we can all agree the coaching was not great on the defensive side of the ball. So what'd you do? You decided, you know what? Let's let the guy who helped bring this offense back around and let him be the guy who hires the defensive coaching staff. And what have we done? We've all agreed that we think Christian Parker is going to overhaul this defense. I think we tend to underestimate or underappreciate how much coaching still matters in the National Football League.
Oh, God, CA, how many times did we talk about that?
Over and over again.
Yeah,
totally believe
I couldn't agree more. It's such a big deal. I mean, as much as I want to talk about, with a lot of these teams.
Your Bears are an exact example of
Ben Johnson.
The most important, the MVP of that team is not Caleb Williams. It's Ben
freaking Johnson, man.
Absolutely is.
Who knew how to do something with Caleb.
And
Sean McVay.
Look at the Jaguars with Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen. Look dead with Urban Meyer, 13 wins year one.
Yeah. Look at the Detroit Lions. Look at the difference in the Lions from a year ago to where they were at last year without Ben Johnson.
And this is what we talked about a lot. I remember particular one show was the morning after the hire of Shoddy. And it wasn't necessarily anything against Shoddy. There was just so much unknown. And we talked about the importance of, coordinators as head coaches, and where when you have the CEO types where it can be successful and you can do well there. Mike Vrabel is more of a defensive guy, but he's kind of a CEO type coach. But once you have that hot coordinator like a Ben Johnson, unless you make them the head coach, you're renting them.
That's right.
And it is so important in this league. And I also think that this is why I know, for me personally, have looked favorable with the Chargers. Because Harbaugh is a great coach. He's had so much success. But bringing in Mike McDaniel,
game changer,
as an OC, that could be absolutely huge for them.
Yeah, I agree.
Because one thing I was never sold on Mike McDaniel as a head coach, but
coordinator.
If you're wearing joggers up to your caps, you can't be a head coach.
I don't trust him.
You're running $1 billion organization.
I do not trust you.
I can't trust you to lead
It's like Tony
I can't trust you to lead 53 men dressing like that.
Who was it?
I respect that take.
Who was it? The boss that told Tony Soprano that a boss doesn't wear shorts? That's what made me think of.
Aaron Glenn. I tell you what, we'll see if Aaron Glenn's rocking the joggers this year.
No.
I hope not, if you're a Jets fan.
The Jets need the Jets.
Aaron Glenn was rocking joggers last year.
Their problem is their coach wearing joggers.
No, because just real quick, and me and Will are on the same page here. Titans, watch out.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. It's organization as well, too. Jets, dead organization, bad ownership. Saleh, probably not the problem. And he'll probably go have success in Tennessee.
I'm telling you, he's got a damn good staff, too.
It really is coaching and organization. Players can fit into those molds if both of those hit. If one's off, you could have a problem like Saleh, who's a good coach, in a lose-lose situation.
Yeah.
Aaron Glenn's in the same spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
He inherited Hackett. I don't even know if inherited was right. He was like, Hackett was forced on him.
I was going to say, no choice.
It was just, I couldn't believe how bad Saleh got screwed over in New York. But what do you guys have coming up?
Speak of who it is. Look who just walked in.
The Kyle Shanahan news will be looking forward to John Lynch. CA's got a fun story. Cooper Flagg dominated on Family Feud, and CA's got a fun story there.
You were going to say
Steve
fair foul,
Harvey.
weren't you?
I was going to say fair. I was listening to fair foul.
Where'd you get that from?
That was in my head. Man.
Where'd you get that from, Brennan?
Great segment there on White Boy Radio. So we got a great show coming up next.
The Westwood one.
All right, the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold and Brennan Baxter, they're next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
And his first offering to Jake, his head back up the middle, diving for it. Emerson can't get it. It's into center field. Nimmo around third is in to score. Jake Berger delivers with a run-scoring single to put the Rangers on top 4-3.
Now you can do your ooh-wee, CA. Come on, man. How's that? Brennan Baxter alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold here with you till 5:30. Hey. And yes, that was Jake Berger's go-ahead single last night, CA, for the Rangers to start off this huge 4-game series against the Mariners, and what a way to start the series last night for Jake Berger.
I'm telling you, it was something special. Look who's over there in the Pip Cup.
Jet Nelson on the 1s and 2s starting us up strong.
How you guys
Jet, what's going on, man? You having a good day?
Absolutely.
It's
Getting ready for a vacation next week and just knocking it out today.
Nice. Where are you going?
To Nebraska, visiting all the big family reunion up there. Going to hang out with some
Nebraska?
Fremont, Nebraska.
All right.
It's a town my dad's from.
Okay, wait a minute. Me and RG Chopper we love maps. I'm all about maps. I'm trying to pinpoint where that is. How close to Omaha is that? Because I know where Omaha is.
Maybe 30 minutes west of Omaha.
All right. Everything is west of Omaha.
Pretty much.
Nebraska.
Yeah. If you go east, you're in Iowa.
Exactly.
Yep.
I'm glad you're going on a family vacation.
Sure.
When you said going on vacation next week, I was not expecting Nebraska to come out next.
Yeah, I'm like Fred from the Midwest.
There you go, man.
He's just south of us there in Kansas. So.
Is it cooler in Nebraska in July?
We normally hope so, but it's going to be 102 when I get there.
Yikes.
Look out
on tomorrow.
Might as well be like around here, and that's why, in a way, I'm glad those Ranger games have a dome on top of a Globe Life Field.
I was actually talking to a friend about this last week. I miss the old ballpark in Arlington from like a true ballpark experience.
Yep.
I loved the outside night games, was a lot of fun. But yeah, it's great going to Ranger games now and completely avoiding the heat. But in terms of a ballpark, I miss the one across the street.
Yes, but this is what I told Ranger fans back when they first built it, and there was big controversy. Oh, do we need this roof or not? And I was like, listen, if you show up in July and August on these dog days, we're talking about when the temperature's 102 degrees, the ownership will spend money on players. And I would say that over. And I also say this too, because like in the early 2000s, Rangers sucked. They weren't competitive at all. You think they sucked this year? No, they're just average, but they're in first place. So let me just quickly say, I was on the air all the time here on 105.3 The Fan, and I would say, if you have nothing to do, take the kids over to the ballpark. If you had nothing going on, just go, because you're in your house all day because you're not want to be out in 102 degrees. So you might as well go to the Ranger game. And so guess what? People started showing up in droves. I mean, just big attendance numbers from July, August, and September like they never had before, because you could go out there and not burn up, right? Mm-hmm. And guess what? For a series like this weekend with Seattle, where you've got to get a cushion over them. You're now a game and a half ahead.
Biggest series of the season.
Biggest series of the season, because it helps you get to where you want to go, which is the playoffs. So, hey, if you haven't decided and you have nowhere to go today, go out to Globe Life Field. The weather's perfect inside.
It feels 73, 72 degrees in there. Yeah, huge game. We're with you until 5:30 this afternoon to get you set. Jared Sandler will be joining us at 5:15 later from the ballpark.
Set the table
for the Rangers-Mariners tonight. Primetime Saturday night game on Fox. Uvalde's on the mound. Mm-hmm. I feel like this game, too, it's so... We talked last week about this, and I've been on record saying that I'm the Rangers' bad luck charm, because every time I'm on air, they lose on Saturday. Until last Saturday. So the streak was broken. And
they finally won a game with you on the studio.
And I'm looking to get on a win streak here, 2-0. But it's so exciting to have games like this in late July. It's all you can ask for. Because you have a game and a half lead, and this is the first time you feel like you could create cushion. You win 3 of 4. Heck, you sweep Seattle this weekend. Man, you're looking really good. I know there's still a ton of baseball after this, but I feel like it's such a confidence booster if you can go and dominate this series this week.
It really is. And again, you want to have the opportunity to do something in the playoffs. In fact, it's just real simple. Everybody, I've been saying this all year when everybody's like, sell, you got to sell. This team's not going anywhere. I said the entire American League sucks. Yep. And because they suck, and primarily right now the American League West sucks, okay, the Rangers are one game above 500. Are they 52 and 51 or something like that?
52 and 51, okay, Seattle 51 and 53.
Yeah, the rest of your division sucks. But this is what you got to look forward to if you make the playoffs. Oh, this will make the playoffs lose. No, you won't. Not necessarily. In baseball, pitching dominates the playoffs. What's the best thing you can count on with this Rangers team? It's the pitching, correct?
Yep.
It's like, and if this was the football world, if this was the NFL, you win your division. I don't care what your record is. I don't care what the record is, you're in, and anything can happen once you're in, especially if you got a pitching staff, aka or a dominant quarterback.
And we see that in baseball all the time.
All the time.
And there's streaks. I mean, look at the Boston Red Sox.
Right now.
It's crazy.
They were terrible up until 20 games ago.
And you see the standings, and I'm like, what is Boston doing there? It just was this quiet 15-game win streak.
Oh, I'll give you quiet for the Rangers real quick. Rangers quietly won 6 in a row into June. And quietly, they had the best record in the month of June in the entire American League. So as you try to micromanage a team, because team building is a sport, understand this. You still have a chance.
Yeah, and a great point, too, from the 940. And let us know, 877-881-1053. We'd love to hear from you this afternoon. I think it's imperative to win 2 or more of these next 3 so we take the season series and hold the tiebreaker, because with how close it is, tiebreaker could very much matter with this division towards the end of the year. It is worth pointing that the Astros are 51 and 54, just 2 games back. So that's another team there in the division that we kind of feel like is disappearing. They've been so quiet compared to how they usually perform throughout the season, and they're still there, just 2 games back as well also. So it is a 3-team race in the division right now.
Put it like this. Forget the records. Just know, when I say forget the records, I'm talking about, the Rangers are only 1 game above 500. Just understand you're in the middle of a pennant race.
Yeah.
You really are. I mean,
you are.
You just are. And also remember this, because Jerry was talking about this in May, and I've been saying it over and over again because, again, I hate to destroy people's joy of team building because everybody wants to sell or everybody wants to buy, and they can rub their hands and project, right? Because that's what they like to do. You cannot make deals if there's 6 or 8 other teams in the same position you're in, because they're not trying. They don't know if they want to sell either. They're like, well, we're still in the hunt. We're like a game back, or we're in our first place in our division. You can't make the deals that you want to make. And so to me, you don't throw away players. You just really don't throw them away. And also, one of the reasons why is unlike the players in the clubhouse, team building in the sport, people like to project, media guys, fans, they like to say, okay, this is what we need to do. If you decide to sell and you're in first place,
what do you tell the fan base?
Not the fan base, the players.
Right.
Why would they compete?
Yeah.
Why would they try? It's like what backfired on the 76ers about 10 years ago. They kept saying, it's the process.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? They had a losing mentality.
Mm-hmm.
And that same group of guys, they don't give a F.
Right.
New team now. But
Rangers won't be selling.
No, they won't be selling.
Yeah, they won't be selling. Well, some other major news, CA, that broke.
Oh, one other note. Jacob Latz, how about he got his 20th save?
Oh, yeah, great job.
All-star,
Jacob's been awesome and fantastic. And, from the 903, his intro is fire. It's really cool.
What is his intro?
It's that's a great question on what the song actually is, and someone let us know. But
text us in 903.
The closer intros have been so much fun to see. Who was it on the Mets that had Diaz? Had one where the lights would shine, they'd play, I think it was trumpets or something going into New York, and it's not going on much this year. New York Mets. Yeah, exactly, Jet. Thank you. Yeah, and it's so it's good. I think it really does hype these guys up too. It's a lot of fun to see because they're coming in to get a job done. And it's like you're getting amped up for hopefully just 10 to 20 pitches to close out a game, and anything like a walkout song I think is fantastic for those guys, and it's fun to see too for the crowd to get them energized going to the ninth inning. But I wanted to get to the Kyle Shanahan news here to start the show because this broke just a couple hours ago now. Adam Schefter reported that Kyle Shanahan on July 14th, 11 days ago, suffered a car accident where he broke his nose, 3 ribs, his hand, and needed over 40 stitches in his face, and suffered a severe concussion when he collided with an SUV near his Northern California home. This was 11 days ago this happened. And Adam Schefter is breaking it on July 25th today.
I feel bad for him because nobody, wants to go through anything like that. And I'm glad he's alive. And all those things you want to say is like, wow, that's sad. Hopefully he's going to be fine. I'm sure he'll be all right to go to training camp at some point. But at the same time, the mystery is how in this day and age of social media, and everybody's got a cell phone, that this just now came out. And now again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong. I'm just saying how. I don't think I'm not saying he did anything wrong. In fact, I'm not saying he's the cause of the accident. I'm just saying, how does a head coach in the NFL who's been with the same team, took that team to a Super Bowl, been in the league a while? I'm not saying he has to look like somebody famous, but still, you would think, even though they said it happened near his home, out in Palo Alto, out in Northern California, still, how does this not leak?
And
I'm saying, I'm not saying it was a conspiracy to keep it quiet. I'm just saying, how did it go on?
But that's kind of where my mind goes, because in this era, it is almost impossible to not
know
get this news out,
especially if he's a public figure.
And you can say, sure, no alcohol or drugs, which is great.
Right,
that's good.
fine.
I mean, regardless, we hope Kyle Shanahan's okay. We don't want to hear that he was hammered and driving a vehicle. That's not ideal, a la Tony Romo. But you want to understand, like, why did it take 11 days to go out? And now in this modern world where we all are somewhat conspiratorial about everything that goes on, you don't really believe anything you see.
That's what happens.
Makes you wonder.
In other words, had they released a statement a day or two later, 49ers or the hospital or Kyle, his family, said something, then everybody would say, "Oh, I'm just glad he's okay."
Well, and maybe they didn't know that he'd be okay. Maybe it could have been worse. Maybe he was in 11 days without knowing.
Well, guess what? John Lynch, the general manager, is going to have a press conference at 3 o'clock, and we're going to find out more information. That's the reason why you keep it right here, because we're going to tell you and maybe have some audio from that press conference after, because we'll be on the air till 5:30. But just like I said, more importantly, it's not even about, and again, we live in the day and age of conspiracy theories as it is, because what they say about the NFL, it's in the script.
Yeah.
I mean, I can go on and on and on.
Right.
I'm not even going down that path. I'm like, how does this not
make
any kind of news?
Makes you question if there was something else involved.
Well, it makes some people. It doesn't make me.
But
I always look at things a completely different way. Like I was like a Tolo texted in and said, well, in a way, it's nobody's business. It is and it isn't. It is because you want to know that he's going to, if you're a 49ers fan, that he's going to be able to coach the team, if he's going to be all right. You feel sorry for him and his family, and hopefully he's going to be healthy, you know what I'm saying, and what kind of recovery he's going to take. Those kind of little things. But at the same time, I totally remember, I totally think, that, okay, I can understand it if it was 10 years ago or 15 years ago. It's the off season in between training camp and the last OTA or mini camp. You know what I'm saying? And usually players and coaches, they go on vacation. They're somewhere else, and you don't really hear about anything. I'm talking about good or bad, just anything, unless they get into major trouble. That's why I'm like, there's nothing else going on. How did somebody not know?
Right. And we were thinking through this too. I mean, it could have been hospitals. I mean, not like a nurse. But someone could have seen him in the ambulance. Someone could have seen him, on the cart into the room. Whatever it is, a family member in the waiting room. Could have been anything.
How about the people who repaired his car or totaled it and took it away?
Right.
I mean, the guy who was driving because again, TMZ pays money.
Oh yeah.
To get some of the information.
And they find out pretty quick.
Yeah, so I'm like,
I'm
not saying he did anything wrong. I'm just like, how in the world is that kept quiet?
Yeah, that's a question for me too. It's not what Kyle did.
It's not even kept quiet. Is how did it go under the radar accidentally?
Yep.
Like nobody cared.
And this is a prominent franchise and head coach in the NFL.
Like I said,
this is one of the best coaches in the league.
Yeah, he's got
this.
He's got a tree of coaches, head coaches all over the league.
Right. Well, glad Kyle's okay.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see what involvement. 40 stitches in the face. I want to see a picture of him. I mean, I want to see, what does he look like?
I feel bad from 40 stitches in his face.
That is a lot. I have 12 across my forehead.
Really? What happened to you?
My brother and I, when I was 6 years old, he pushed me at the deep end of our pool at the time, and there was a corner, rock that my forehead went right into.
How did you do?
I did okay. I was kind of in shock. There was a big gushing hole in my head, and we were skinny dipping. I was 6 years old.
Butt naked.
And so I'm running naked, hole in my forehead. My mom turns the corner, total freak out. Andrew, my brother's freaking out. I got rushed to the hospital, and they put me into the room to get the stitches. My dad sees the needle go to my forehead. He passes out right there in front of. So it was a crazy day.
Oh, I can imagine.
And I got bullied because this was right around when Harry Potter came out, and I had this huge purple scar across my face and
above your
first
eyebrows,
day of
right?
kindergarten. Yeah, it's right here.
Well, everybody can't see
3
you.
days later. If you're on the fan cam, you can't, but even then you won't see it. So crazy. So I just even 12 and having one across a quarter of my, 40, wherever he was cut up in probably different areas, but still, I mean, he's going to have scars. It's going to be crazy.
Jet, you ever have a facial injury where you had to have stitches or anything?
I was even younger than Brennan. I was 3 when I was helping my dad on the grill, cooking up some steaks. And I was trying to see the grill. I'm 3, I'm maybe 1.5 foot, and I trip on this little step leading up to the grill. I had like one of the cartoon bumps my parents described it. It was a good little knot there. You could feel it, when you brushed across my forehead. Yeah, no stitches, I believe, but that knot needed some serious ice and attention.
Okay, so when I was a small child, about the same age you're talking about, I think it was a little younger. I think I might have been close to 2 years old. I had to have all these stitches and plastic surgery in my face, across my nose and my upper lip, because back in those days, they didn't have a lot of seat belts, or people weren't using them a lot. They didn't have like car seats. And I was standing up in the front seat while my mom was at a signal light, and we got rear-ended, and I went through the windshield, and they had to rush me to the hospital in an ambulance. And my mother told me this story. She said, "You really didn't say words back then, but when you were in the hospital, when they were trying to sedate you, all you kept saying was, 'No, please don't, no, please don't.'" And then again, after the stitches came out, they had to do on my lip and my into my nose some slight plastic surgery. And she said, "It really changed your personality, because you used to be a happy little child, and then you kind of closed down for about a year."
Completely changed you, man. It can. And when you're young, too, you feel embarrassed. And, I'm glad. Hey, you look great, CA.
Yeah, time.
Thanks, man.
Time heals all
of us
wounds.
look good in here, man. You can't see us, but the scars added value to us for sure.
What is that old cliche? Time heals
all wounds.
That's what happened to me.
There you go, man.
And you too.
Well, we've got an exciting show coming up for you guys today, but coming up next, SEC Media Days with us last week, and there were some interesting quotes on the future of college football out of there. We'll discuss next on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you
TRAJAN1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
SEC Media Days took place this last week, and some very interesting stories and quotes come out of that from Lane Kiffin, CA in particular, new LSU head coach. So we'll get into all that, but then another news broke out of the SEC as well, too. And this one has nothing to do with football, but it's a headline that I never thought I would read. And that's that the University of Alabama's NIL content director is among more than a dozen arrested in a human trafficking operation.
What?
In Alabama. Did you see this report?
No.
Okay, well,
wait a minute. The NIL director.
Yeah, so he's listed as the director of content at Yeah Alabama. And Yeah Alabama is the official university-approved NIL entity for Alabama athletics.
Right.
So he's not an employee of the University of Alabama, but he is the director of content for the affiliate of the NIL Collective.
Okay.
Which a lot of these universities now have NIL collectives, and that's where a lot of money can be donated to support the athletic players and all this NIL money we're seeing. But saw that report, and before we got to football, I just thought I'd never see a day in college football where
human trafficking.
Yeah,
in Alabama,
and it's an NIL content director. If you want his name,
it doesn't matter. We don't know who it is.
Yeah, we don't know who he is, but
I mean, it's not like he's on the coaching staff,
right? Robert Suttles is his name. And among other 15, there were 15 others as part of this trafficking ring in North Shelby County,
Alabama. That is wild.
Yeah, and it's so he's obviously done for. The response online has been pretty crazy. A lot of Red Raiders actually chimed in on this one.
Is that why you brought this story up? That's how you found it?
Just some of the tweets.
Texas Tech.
Someone said, "Thank God he wasn't gambling 4 years ago. We would really have to be outraged about this."
Oh, come on, man.
Thought the response was pretty crazy, but in saying that we're even seeing this position didn't exist 5 years ago.
No, and that's why the college, not just football, but college athletic world is the wild, wild west.
And
you
it's
got NIL and portals.
Exactly, and it's expanded into areas that we never even thought about, which is why I find it so interesting that even people that aren't associated with your program, this isn't a athletic department employee, but yet it can make major news within your university. So even keeping tabs on people that might not be employees of the institution, but yet have a direct impact on how your institution could be viewed. And there's so many different people in the NIL world now. Agents, NIL collective directors, you name it.
It's a slippery slope.
That will project what image you think of a university. Crazy. So I wanted to get that one out of the way.
Of course, he's fired, right?
He's gone. Okay. Yeah, he's gone. So then SEC Media Days, they released...
So back to football.
Got that one out of the way. SEC preseason all SEC teams were released. Arch Manning was not picked as the first team all SEC quarterback. Do you know who was?
How about Ole Miss?
There you go. I knew you kept up with your Ole Miss football. Trinidad Chambliss was number one. And it's interesting.
Is he 6 foot tall?
I think he's listed. Okay. He looks small. He kind of looks like a Kyler Murray 6 feet.
Exactly.
Yeah, very.
That's a good
more
comp.
Probably closer to my height.
Good comp.
But if you look at the 2025 stats, when you had Chambliss at 22 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 66% completion. Arch Manning had 26 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 61% completion. Obviously, Trinidad made a run in the CFP. Arch and Texas did not. So they're looking more last year a little bit, but you think this is fair? We'll use a Fred and Will segment. Fair or foul, Trinidad Chambliss over Arch Manning, preseason first-team all-quarterback?
It's extremely logical. A lot of people had higher expectations for Arch last year, but ironically, we had Colt McCoy on the station here a couple of weeks before the season started, and we were talking about UT football, and he brought up something that everybody was forgetting, and they continue to forget. He said he spent a lot of time talking with Arch. Arch is great, blah, 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 blah. But he said, people forget, the offensive line is changed out. He does not have protection. It's all new guys. All those offensive linemen from UT a year ago went to the NFL.
Right.
So Arch was running for his life. So all this high expectation of Arch, look at the damn line. If you don't have an offensive line blocking for you or protecting the quarterback, come on now, you can't go very far. And so Arch, with all that, he's better be good. He's a Heisman Trophy candidate. UT's preseason #1. Well, they always blame the quarterback first.
Right. And Georgia and Texas were picked at the top of SEC rankings out of 164 members that voted. And then 8 of the 23 first-team all-selections came out of Texas and Georgia as well, too. And
what are your thoughts?
Texas is... It's always the team of what ifs to me going into the year. Like you said exactly last year, they're ranked #1. And then regardless of how you think they went throughout the year, you watch them play against inferior teams, Mississippi State, Florida, even UTEP for a half. I think that was week 2 or 3. They did not look like the #1 team in the country. And Arch Manning didn't look like he was ready to lead the #1 team in the country to a championship. So with Texas, for me, I'm always just like, I've got to see it. There are certain teams like Ohio State, I just expect them to be really good year to year. And because Ryan Day has built the stability, and we kind of know what we're going to get each year with Ohio State. Texas, you don't really know year to year what type of team you're going to get. Maybe that's changing for them, but I just need to see it. I don't buy any Texas preseason hype until I see it on the field.
I'm glad you mentioned Ohio State because that's who UT's playing in the first game of the season.
Yep.
But
in Austin.
In Austin. And I think when you were saying maybe it's changing for UT, I think it's maybe changing for Ohio State and all these other programs that used to have all kinds of depth because of the portal, because of NIL. We were talking about this last week on the show. I can't trust whatever the preseason rankings are because we don't know how good those teams are because they're not the same teams. They've lost a lot of players through the portal or they've added players through the portal, and they might be sneaky good and that might be, based on reputation alone, ranked where they are. And it's like, I don't trust nothing. I don't trust anything until you get into maybe October where we see how they fared against some other competition.
Exactly. And I do think that Texas has all the talent in the world on the roster, clearly, and that's been defined by the fact that in total 8 of Texas's offensive starters and 3 of its defensive starters were preseason all-conference selections. So there's talent across the board for Texas. The question really is how do you take the fact that you got the Longhorn on your helmet and the expectations and the pressure and then actually go succeed and do that on the field? For the most part, they did that a year ago, but even in the games that they won, Kentucky, they should have lost on the road. Mississippi State, they should have lost on the road. That could have been a 7-5 team very easily a year ago.
And you mentioned the reputation because it got the UT on the helmet or the Longhorn on the helmet. Peyton Manning, the Manning family's last name, the Arch Manning's last name, put undue expectations on him, which is one of the reasons why the Manning family kept saying, okay, we're going to deliver him to Sark because Sark, we want you to groom him so he can be ready for the NFL. Everybody was like, oh, he's so good, he's going to be one and done, or he's going to leave. He'll never leave early because that family knows he needs reps.
Yep.
And he could have never taken, what's his name, from South Lake, he's Miami Dolphins.
Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, He could take Quinn Ewers' job because he didn't play same caliber competition in high school in Louisiana. He just didn't.
Yeah, and they brought in Cam Coleman, too, receiver from Auburn, 5-star. Expect him to have a monster year there. And then on the offensive line that you mentioned, too, and how that will work to protect, Trevor Gooseby was a first-team all-selection there for Texas as well, too. And then on the defensive side, they have Rasheem Biles, who's a stud there as well, too. So going to be fascinating. And Colin Simmons, one of the best, probably a top 5 pick.
And what does this schedule look like? I don't know if you have it in front of you off the hand, but I'll give you some time while I talk. I think that the first month is going to tell you how good UT is because I think they've got a couple of powerhouses early on, including OU and Ole Miss.
Right. So they start obviously with Ohio State. And I'll pull up their schedule here.
But again,
I apologize. They start with Texas State and then they go Ohio State.
Okay, they're gonna do that. I got you, and it makes sense. But the first thing everybody's looking, the first home game is Ohio State, I believe.
Yeah. It's Texas State, Ohio State, and then UTSA, and then they really do get tested on the road. They get Tennessee at Neyland Stadium, a bye week right before Red River here in Dallas, and then they're home for 3 straight weekends in October with Florida, Ole Miss, and Mississippi State.
So you're gonna find out if UT it can live up to the preseason expectations of they've got the talent. Not necessarily their ranking, but they've got the talent. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, really after week 4, I mean, you get Ohio State and Tennessee. And Tennessee, not really sure. A lot of question marks there under Josh Heupel, but still a very formidable team and a tough place to play at Neyland Stadium. One of the toughest stadiums to play in the country. And then obviously you get Red River.
Question for you, because the Tolo just texted us in. I don't want to take you off. You're going through the SEC, but text it from the 469. Tolo from the 469 says, "Why does this station have so much disdain for UT?" We don't, and he gives a hook him because he's a UT guy.
Of course.
Oh, we have no disdain for them. You just mentioned the fact that there's this, like the Dallas Cowboys. They have added pressure because of the value of their name and the fact that they can recruit better. And also, I also think Sark probably is the best coach in the state. I love Joey McGuire, but I think Sark may be the best.
Can't
coach
get me to say that.
Well, you're falling into his notion that you're biased.
I'm not the station. Obviously, I have plenty of disdain for UT outside of that segment. That segment was hard for me.
Tell them why, for those who don't know.
I'm a Red Raider, graduated
That's
from
why
Tech.
you're wearing that Texas Tech shirt.
To objectively analyze UT, take away the fandom in me, this team should be a top 5 team in the country. I think that's just an objective preseason opinion outside of how I may feel or root for them once the season starts.
And I always say, because people say, you went to OU, you don't like UT. I say, I want UT to be great. You know why? Because I want it to mean something when we whoop your ass.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's just that simple. It doesn't mean anything if UT has a losing record and OU beats them by 20 points. It would mean a lot if UT were undefeated and OU beats them by a lot.
Right.
So I want UT to be
both
very,
teams
very
to be
good.
undefeated that game.
I would love that. And may the winner continue to roll on. And that way, that's the only loss on our schedule.
Well, sticking with the SEC Media Days, a reporter asked several different players from different teams, A&M, Texas, OU, if they still get goosebumps coming out of the tunnel, and this was their response.
You're standing in the tunnel in Norman. You're standing in the tunnel at Neyland Stadium. It's a Saturday afternoon in College Station. It's hot. It's humid. Death Valley. The lights are on. Standing in that tunnel between the hedges, you're looking out all those crazy Gamecock fans going nuts. You see Bo Jackson. You see Charles Barkley. All those dog fans are just barking. Everybody's yelling Pig Suey. There's thousands of cowbells going off and on, off and on. Bevo's ready to run on the field. There's 110,000 crazed Aggie fans screaming, shouting. Do you still get goosebumps? Do you still get goosebumps? Do you still get goosebumps? Do you still get goosebumps?
Oh, most definitely. Oh, yeah, for sure. Every single time. Every time. Yes, I do. Every time. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
Do you still get goosebumps?
And DKR? No.
What a way to end there, though, talking about, I believe that was Colin Simmons, the Texas edge there, the last question. They said, and DKR in Austin? Nah, I'm used to it. Everyone else goes, oh, of course.
Okay.
too cool? You think too cool for school there at the end?
That's too cool for him to say that, but you also got to know the reputation of Darrell K. Royal Stadium in there. That the UT fans don't get into the seats until the first quarter's over. They're tailgating. They don't get in. They don't fill up the stadium first off the bat. That's what the reputation is. If you're a UT fan, please text in and let us know if it's changed, because literally that was the reputation. They slowly get into the building like Laker fans, slowly get in the building like some other fans.
I thought it was a phenomenal way for him, and I'd love to get the reporter's name. I didn't have it in front of me in the audio, but setting the scene for the different types of environments in each stadium for those guys. And regardless, if you're going to Arkansas, if you're at A&M, if you're at Texas, Auburn, Alabama, whatever it is, their traditions and their home crowds and how they treat you on your home games, it just shows how different it is there compared to other places in the country.
Oh, it's
and
amazing.
He just beautifully shared, man, what is it like going out of Neyland Stadium? And of course these guys get nervous. I thought at the end, come on, man, it's DKR, it's University of Texas, and you're saying no. I just thought that was a little too cool for school.
Like I said, not just too cool for school. He may be telling facts. Because the reputation, please, UT fans, prove me wrong, that at that stadium, they tailgate so long, they just kind of wander in. It's not like rabid crowd going crazy.
I was there before Texas Tech got good at football. This would have been 2023 or 2024. The last game for Texas and Texas Tech in DKR, night game, Thanksgiving weekend. And I will say I was shocked at how packed it was and how early. And this was when UT made the play. So this would have been, I believe, 2024 when they played Arizona State. It was crazy in there.
940 said, "Hey, Colin is a dog. Capital DAWG. I doubt anything gives him goosebumps." Another 214 says he liked that. And then when I say he's like that, some people are just chill. You can't just, in other words, you might want that because some people who ride an emotional roller coaster, coaches say, no, you got to be, it's game by game. You got to be able to focus. And he might be one of these guys that nothing bothers him. Highs or lows, he's ready.
We'll find out. We'll find out week 2. We'll give him the pass week 1. Maybe not against Texas State, but week 2 against Ohio State, I'm sure we'll find out, Colin Simmons. So we'll
see if that crowd gets into it too. And by the way, we got a total text that UT says, hey, we come in early, stay loud, be loud, and wear burnt orange.
There you go.
682.
Well, coming up next, it's time for Contender or Pretender. We're going to go through 6 teams that did not make the playoffs a year ago that might be able to move up to contender status in the NFL. We'll debate next on The Fan.
Hey, Tolo, Sean, and RJ here with the official call.
Each extra minute you listen makes us work even harder to give you the best insider information. Opinions that get you thinking, mixed in with laughs that keep you around. Thanks for listening as much as you do to The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. That's the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight, they got more new Chevys than anyone else. They're all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Contender or pretender in the NFL as teams have started reporting to training camp. Today, the season is officially here. I know some boys from the station are heading out to Oxnard tomorrow. Brennan Baxter alongside 3-time Hall of Famer CA. What you got, CA?
I'm going to tell you, for those who might be going out there themselves, a lot of Cowboy fans head out there too. This is what the schedule kind of looks like next week. KNC Masterpiece will be out there all of next week. And then the following week, both the G-Bag Nation and Sean and RJ and Bobby will be out there. And I believe Broadus is leaving out there this weekend, too. He will be there throughout the training camp. The first practice will be this coming Wednesday, July 29th. On Thursday, they're going to have an open practice again. Friday, they're going to have fan night out there, July 31st at 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. And then they're going to have this big opening Saturday ceremony 1 week from today on August the 1st.
Awesome.
So keep that in mind.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
And unfortunately for G-Bag, KNC, and Sean and RJ, they're going to miss Jerry's media party. It happens at Nobu out there. It's very nice, very free.
I must have missed my invitation in the mail. Did you get yours?
Oh, he don't send invitations.
Oh, okay.
But I've been to a bunch of those.
I've never been.
I got a serious story.
I was waiting. I guess I'll keep waiting for my next opportunity there.
Don't hold your breath. They don't send invitations. They just let you know.
They let you know. Well, I'll get let know one day. Well, contender or pretender, NFL edition. See, I'm going to give you 6 teams that did not make the playoffs a year ago.
Okay.
But weren't awful.
Right.
Well, actually, sorry. One of them was awful, but I feel like they could be potentially moved up into contender.
Must be coming back Kansas City.
So, they're on here. But I'm going to start with the Detroit Lions. Missed the playoffs a year ago. Have had a lot of success under Dan Campbell. Again, year 2 of no Ben Johnson, but in a tough division. So, contender or pretender in 2026 for the Detroit Lions?
I think they might be a contender again because the players had to get used to the 2 new coordinators, because not just Ben Johnson, but also Aaron Glenn was gone. And I just think that is a solid team, and you can't sleep on them, so they're a contender.
And a text from the 469, what are your thoughts on the Vikings QB battle? I firmly believe Kyler Murray will be starting at week 1.
That's why he took his talents.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see J.J. McCarthy week 1 for the Vikings.
I think J.J. kind of told on himself.
He did. Yeah, he had some weird quotes this offseason about that. And Kyler saying they were friends. JJ kind of saying it was like the schoolyard where you're not really talking to your competitor. I don't know. Confusing mixed signals out of JJ McCarthy.
All I know, when he got hurt and Sam Darnold took over that couple of years ago, and then this year, or like last year rather, he didn't impress me at all.
No, I'm with you. And I don't think he impressed Kevin O'Connell, and I think that's why they went to go test out Kyler Murray for a year. All right, next team on the list, and this is the team in the NFC East, not the Dallas Cowboys. We'll get to them in a second. But new head coach with a lot of success and pedigree, and that is the New York Giants and John Harbaugh. A lot of expectations. Jackson Dart showed some moments a year ago. Harbaugh comes in, great young defense. Your thoughts on the Giants being a contender, or will they stay in pretender status in 2026?
Pretender. Yeah, I coughed. No, just because New York gets hyped up too easily. And I think Harbaugh is a fine coach. I think him trying to double down on his offensive coordinator with Baltimore is the reason why he's out of there. You follow where we're going? Because I'm not saying that he and Lamar Jackson don't get along, because they do, but Lamar Jackson and that offensive coordinator he had, is just that wasn't working.
Right.
And Harbaugh was like double down. And I think those Ravens fans got tired of him. I don't think he sucks, but I don't think he's going to hit the ground running in New York. And Jackson Dart, he might, whatever. I don't believe it till I see it.
The only reason I could see them being a contender is the question marks amongst the other teams in the division. Washington, we saw the great rookie campaign of Jaden Daniels and Dan Quinn, and then last year a big regression. Philly, a lot of drama surrounding them. No A.J. Brown. We kind of saw them fizzle out again a year ago.
They thought they shipped out the drama with A.J. Brown.
Yeah, right. And maybe they did. Maybe that was a big sore in the locker room.
Other people think it's the quarterback.
And it could be. So still questions in Philly. And then obviously we know the stories here in Dallas. So that's the only reason I could see them being a contender is what does the division look like? I could also see them still being very bad. I think Harbaugh certainly raises the floor because he is such a great head coach. I don't know if the floor becomes 9 wins or 10 wins. Like I could still see the floor being 7 and 10. More so for the Giants.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah.
Again, this is not the year. And I think they gave him total control. That was one of the reasons, he went over there. Total control. But I don't think the first year he's going to hit the ground running. I don't think there's enough of the talent.
I agree. All right, a team that was hitting the ground running early last year but fizzled out towards the end, the Indianapolis Colts. Daniel Jones resurrected his career, coming in, spent a little time there in Minnesota after the Giants. Your thoughts on the Indianapolis Colts if Daniel Jones is healthy, Jonathan Taylor, one of the best running backs in the league, are they contenders in 2026?
I got to think about their division a little bit.
You got the Texans, Titans, Jaguars.
It's wide open.
Yeah.
Except for I think the Jaguars are probably going to be the better team. I think they're a contender because it's pretty much wide open. And I do think that Danny Dimes showed that he's got some skills. People just kind of dismissed him like, oh, it didn't work in New York. So, no, I thought he was pretty good.
Yeah, and he got hurt. He had that 1 year they made the playoffs there
and
where
again,
he actually looked very good.
Right, and that's why they kind of like blew it out of proportion.
Right, yeah, okay, so we're going to keep the Colts in contender
New York
status.
blows everything out of
it. Yeah, New York, both franchises, not just the Giants.
Not just the how about all sports in New York?
Right.
Name a team. They have way too big expectations, and they ride or die.
Unless you're the Knicks. The Knicks finally exceeded expectations.
But again, they've always said it for years. The Knicks were the Cowboys.
Yeah.
For 53 years.
You're right.
So every team, every franchise in New York gets overhyped. They just do.
They do. All right, next team, and then we'll end with our Dallas Cowboys. The Cincinnati Bengals revamped their defense, brought in a ton of different talent, and then you have Joe Burrow back healthy, hopefully, for the whole season. Contenders or pretenders in the AFC North for Cincy?
I've always liked Joe Burrow. I always have, and at the end of last year, I was wondering if he would leave. I mean, it crossed my mind, would he leave? Because
force his way out.
Yeah, he could have. I think they probably are trying to make sure he's going to be all right. He didn't threaten, but he could have. Because, I mean, he's been carrying them. If he's not healthy, they don't go anywhere. They got to do something, right? I think they're a contender because of him.
Yeah.
I just do.
And that's another, kind of like the NFC East in my mind. The AFC North, you don't have John Harbaugh there. You don't know what you're getting with Jesse Minter and Lamar Jackson. The Steelers are trotting out Aaron Rodgers again.
And a new coach, Mike McCarthy.
And a new coach, and Mike McCarthy. And they were serviceable a year ago, but what does that look like in year one of Mike McCarthy with a 42-year-old quarterback?
Put it like this. McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers are back together again. That's what they're selling.
Yeah.
But that's like 10 years too late.
10, 15 years too late.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Browns. Who are the Browns? So
who are they?
They could
maybe Shadour's for real or not. We don't know.
Right. And so that we'll find out. All right. Final team here, the Dallas Cowboys.
And they don't have Myles Garrett, so the Browns are in trouble.
They are in big trouble.
Myles is a ram.
Which that team is definitely
They won
a
a couple of ESPYs.
He is. ESPY winner, Defensive Player of the Year.
Arlington Martin.
Yeah.
He went to school with Blake from Fan After Dark.
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
I did not
Blake
know
Elliott
that.
and him were at the same school, same time.
Wow.
He used to play pickup basketball.
Dang. I would not want to play pickup basketball against Myles Garrett.
Well, put it like this. Myles did whatever he wanted to do.
He could do whatever he wanted to do. Yeah.
It's a big dude.
All right. Final team, of course, will end with the Dallas Cowboys. Contender or pretender in 2026?
They actually paid attention in the offseason. They actually did more than just draft and develop. I think, and I truly believe Christian Parker is the solution. I've always thought that Shoddy surprised a lot of people by being so good at what he does. Talking about being a head coach, and he'd never been one before. I think they really are contenders.
Yeah.
I just do. And again, it also says something about the NFC East, but come on.
And I agree with that, too. If I'm going to say that the Giants' floor is raised because of the questions in the division, I'm going to say the same thing about the Cowboys and their opportunity to seize this division more so out of the questions amongst the other teams.
And the Cowboys' defense does not have to be the best defense. Doesn't have to be top 10.
Just better.
Just be even. How about top 16?
Right.
Be number 17 or 16. They were the worst defense in franchise history last year.
Be serviceable.
Yes. Give your offense a chance to win a damn game.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's questions on the offense to an extent as well too. But this team, 7 games last year?
Yeah.
Realistically,
on the arm of the quarterback and the wide receivers and the running back.
Does 10-7 win this division?
No. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking 7-10.
Yeah,
that's
what I'm saying.
Yeah, 10.
10 and 7.
I think it could.
You don't have to be 12-5. You don't have to be 13-4.
Same thing I was telling the Ranger fans. I'm consistent.
I agree.
Get into the playoffs and see what happens.
Well, we're going to stay in the NFL because, as we said, camp has opened today. The Chiefs, Patriots, some big teams have kicked off training camp. So we will get to some breaking news in the NFL next on The Fan.
Tolo means
by paramedics to the local hospital on July 14th. The other driver was not injured in this, but over 40 stitches, broken ribs, severe concussion for Kyle Shanahan. And John Lynch, the GM of the 49ers, was speaking to the media. Jet, what was this, a couple minutes ago now, John Lynch?
Yeah, maybe 20, 30 minutes ago, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Got some audio?
And we've got some audio from John Lynch discussing this breaking news out of San Francisco.
So it was released today, via statement of what happened. And here's the great news. It looks like everyone's doing all right. The other driver seems to be doing all right. I don't want to speak to that because that's just secondhand knowledge. Kyle's doing good. He's got some bumps and bruises. He did suffer a concussion in the accident. Has some lingering effects from that concussion, and we're kind of treating this. We don't have a protocol for staff members when it comes to concussions, but we do with players, and it's become very helpful. So Kyle basically is going to be like in the protocol, and Doc Nino and all the great doctors we have are giving him great care, and we're going to let the condition, the doctors dictate how he comes back, when he comes back. He's been in the building, so we've seen him. He's, it's kind of like what we do with our players, a phased back approach. Number one for Kyle and the Shanahan family is getting him back right. He's a tremendous head coach, but this is bigger than that. This is about his well-being, and we're going to take the time.
So there are some words from 49ers GM John Lynch about Kyle Shanahan, and good to hear he's doing okay. Kind of weird to hear that a head coach is in concussion protocol.
Yeah, smart. If you got the protocol, might as well
use it.
It's not like he's going to miss games.
If you got a staff member.
If you've got a staff member, put it like this. You're glad you have that option and availability, and they can monitor him, how he's doing. Again, they were saying in this press conference that he's going to be limited, start a training camp while he recovers. He's going to participate in some team activities, limited, and that his coordinators are going to all be doing the things that he would have been doing. And they said the assistant head coach, Chris Forrester, will handle the team coordinators and handle the coaching responsibilities during that period.
Yeah, and so great news that Kyle is okay. The other driver is also okay as well. We do want to reiterate that it was reported that no drugs or alcohol were involved in this, so just a dangerous car crash, unfortunately, but both parties okay.
I'm just wondering what took so long for everybody to know about this. And again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. I was just saying, he's just the head coach in the NFL. You would think we would have known. It's been like 8 days, 10 days?
Yeah, 11 now. July 25th. This occurred on July 14th.
And I'm glad he's all right. Trust me.
Jed, if John does say anything about that and why it took 11 days, definitely let us know. We'll get that played for you here. But some other news in the NFL, Ty Simpson, Rams rookie quarterback, backup rookie quarterback, signed his contract today as well, too. And it looks like a contract of a future quarterback. Alabama, he agreed to terms on his rookie contract, signing a 4-year, $25.4 million fully guaranteed deal with a fifth-year option. He gets a $14.94 million signing bonus.
I think that's the guy that they wanted. They're not looking to get rid of Matthew Stafford, your MVP, anytime soon. Stafford might it's not like old as LeBron, but he's in his late 30s. Is he almost 40 yet? He's up there.
38, I believe, Matthew Stafford.
Yeah. Clayton Kershaw's best friend from Highland Park. He's about done with the Dodgers. So you would think he's almost done, but at the same time, that's the guy they want. And just like, back in the old days, a first-round pick quarterback didn't have to start. But that's why people are worried, wondering why they get him so early. Because usually a first-round pick.
13th overall.
Yeah, that you want that quarterback to hit the ground running now.
Right.
And that's why, but I think they just got the guy that they wanted.
Yeah, and Sean McVay clearly saw something in him, but Matthew Stafford's coming off an MVP campaign.
Yeah, he ain't going nowhere.
So, he's not going anywhere, but this does give you multiple years of Ty Simpson to learn from one of the best quarterbacks in the game and still be rewarded for that for a couple years after the fact. So, another guy that's looking at a contract, Christian Gonzalez, one of the best cornerbacks in the entire league.
Local.
Yeah, local guy. Yep. Robert Kraft spoke to media today as the New England Patriots have kicked off camp. They say that we love Christian. This is Robert's quote. We've offered him a deal that would make him the highest player ever to play the position in NFL history.
What?
It's the highest paid contract in Patriots franchise history, as they have now engaged in a long-term deal. Robert Kraft said that this morning at camp about Christian Gonzalez. Highest paid contract in Patriots franchise history.
We'll put it like this.
Has been offered to Christian Gonzalez.
Put it like this. If a lot of people are thinking about, wait, Tom Brady and those guys are old heads, and the money wasn't that big those years ago. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the NFL just before the pandemic. They made a deal with all these different streaming services, all the different apps, which made it $117 billion. And the deal with the Players Union is the Players Union gets 48.5% of that. Okay? So you have to spend that money, and the salary cap goes up exponentially every single year. It doesn't stay flat, and it only went down a little bit because of the pandemic, that one time.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, that money has to be spent and has to be spent on players. I think Christian is great. He played well in the Super Bowl. And the money has to be spent. So I'm not mad at that. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, it's still just, first day of camp, and one of Robert's first discussions is not only are we making him the highest paid cornerback in the league, we'd be making him the highest paid Patriot ever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, and maybe probably deserving.
I think he is. And again, the local angle, he went to the Colony. That's where he went to school.
So we
saw what he did in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
he was good.
There's no denying his talent.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of an eye-popping quote right off the bat. But that's why we love NFL training camp, man. We're excited to see some of those here in Oxnard in a couple days.
Put it like this: Kraft said, "I'll put some pressure on."
Yeah. What's the agent going to say to me now? Because he knows what he's doing as they start negotiations. So another guy, one of the best players in the NFL, we think coming off an ACL injury, was taking snaps today as the Kansas City Chiefs open up training camp as well too. Mahomes was under center, doing some obviously non-contact, but moving that leg out a little bit.
He's
looked okay. He looked pretty good.
I want to call him local. I went to White House up in East Texas, but he's most of the time in the offseason, he's in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. He's hanging out somewhere. Sometimes, I think one season, off-season, he was living over at Dutch Oven's house in Las Colinas. So, I'm glad he's back, and we don't know exactly what day he'll be back, but come on now.
Yeah, it looks to me like he's going to be ready to go week one. I think there were some quotes this morning from Andy Reid about that. So going to be exciting to see what Patrick Mahomes does coming off year one. We were talking to Fred about it during Crosstalk, that he has full expectations, Chiefs-Cowboys, to be very good this year. He expects the Chiefs back in the Super Bowl. Where do you land on that? I'm kind of, like we were talking about with Texas, I got to see it. ACL injury, it's tough, regardless of if you're the best quarterback on the planet. I still want to see how he looks against real competition once he gets hit, taken down in the pocket. Where do you stand with Mahomes?
With Mahomes himself, I think he's going to be fine. I was saying this in the crosstalk. The Kansas City Chiefs, in my mind, they are the Golden State Warriors with Steph Curry. Steph Curry had to deal with his little injury last year. Mm-hmm. He's older. I said Travis Kelce, he's Draymond Green. Not the personality, but the fact that he's older too. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And so to me, the Kansas City Chiefs, they're the dynasty. I love the Chiefs. That's my AFC team. Cowboys, of course, this team in the NFC. I love the fact that what they do, the way they play. I love Andy Reid. I love the whole organization. My grandpa grew up in Kansas City. My daddy grew up in Kansas City. The fact his house used to be across the street from the Chiefs Stadium back in the day, way back in the day, and used to have, just like at Fair Park, park cars over there, people go to the games. So I've always had a little something in my heart for the Chiefs. But I'm looking at them as on the backside of the dynasty like the Golden State Warriors. And to me, it's up to the rest of the players that they've got. Can they step it up? Not to carry those older guys, but they've got to be able to make plays.
So to that point, when you're talking about the Golden State Warriors and the 2022 title, would that be back end of dynasty or part of the 2015 to 2019? Would a Chiefs Super Bowl be the 2022 title for the Warriors, or would it be an extension of the current dynasty, if that makes sense?
Say it again slowly.
So you had the Warriors from like 2015 to 2019, but then they got the 2022 title. Would you consider that a part of the dynasty, or is that like post-dynasty title?
No, I consider that part of the dynasty because you still had Draymond, you had Clay, you had Steph. A couple of those titles, they had KD with them, but they won a couple of titles without KD.
Right. Yeah. So if the Chiefs were to win a title this year, you would consider that like an extension of their.
Yeah, because you still got Andy Reid, you still got Kelsey, you still got, and like I said, Kelsey's Draymond, you still got Patrick, who's Steph, and you brought back Eric Bieniemy, so you got some of that, and Chris Jones still there. So
yeah, they've still got a lot of talent from their teams that have won.
Again, but they got to have younger guys who might not have won a title,
Yep. And they brought in Kenneth Walker, who did win a title with Seattle a year ago as well, too. So we mentioned the Patriots in their camp as well. A.J. Brown's there working out. DeAndre Hopkins is there working out.
D-Hop.
Not as a player, but as a assistant just to help the receivers during camp. So it looks like DeAndre Hopkins' career might be over. I didn't really hear anything about him retiring, I don't think, unless I missed it. So that was kind of funny to see him just
they don't
at
retire.
Patriots camp.
They just stop.
Like Odell Beckham, I thought, for years has just kind of been done, but never officially retired. And then you're hearing he's still working out with teams and doing stuff all offseason. So
he was at that Fanatics Fest. They showed him walking around.
I saw that. Yeah, so other news in the NFL as well, too, as camps get going. As you mentioned, Cowboys training camp starting this week. We've got K&C heading out to Oxnard tomorrow. I believe the boys are hanging out there tomorrow, leaving.
Yeah, they're heading out tomorrow, and again, they'll be there all week. And the other two shows, G-Bag and Sean RG, will be there the following week. But both squads, I'm talking about this station squads, we're going to miss Jerry Jones' party.
Yeah, well,
unfortunately, that's what
they'll still be in California having a great time.
Broadus won't miss it, though. He'll be there the whole camp. He'll be the whole camp.
Other NFL news as we wrap up this segment. We haven't mentioned it yet on the show, but I put it in here specifically. Tony Romo arrested on suspicion of a DWI in Milwaukee
for him.
After shooting plus 35 in a golf tournament.
Are you saying he went to the 19th hole?
He went to the 19th hole to recover.
Because here's the deal. When he got pulled over, it was like after 6, it was like between 6 and 7 p.m. So it wasn't like late night. He was, you know what I'm saying? He left the golf course. He just made a bad decision, and unfortunately for him, it's very embarrassing for him. But fortunately for him, it's not a criminal thing in Wisconsin. It's just a misdemeanor.
Yeah, misdemeanor, and so it says here an OWI. I apologize, not a DWI.
That's just a weird thing. I believe Michigan. We'll have to ask Reetma. I believe it's Michigan and Wisconsin that use that phrasing.
What is that?
It's operating while intoxicated.
You could be operating a tractor.
They're the only two states that
which
say
I guess
you
would in Wisconsin and Michigan. You could be doing that.
Operating a tractor.
Yeah, you could be doing that. You could be doing that with in a lot of states, obviously. But
he was just up there. You mentioned playing golf. It was the Wisconsin Amateur Open because he's a really good golfer, really good basketball player, and really good football player.
Days.
Well, not just. It wasn't bad. A couple of days. He had just made really nice headlines because he was helping these kids.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I'm going with it.
Oh, I gotcha. I thought you were going with the golf.
No, that was on the same day.
If you haven't seen the golf, he was plus 11 in round 4, plus 35 total.
Like 79th overall.
Tied 73rd.
73rd. Again, I feel bad for him, because he should have made a better decision, but I don't think it's going to affect his career.
Anything at CBS, no expectations.
I don't think so.
There.
Because
this isn't a Mark Sanchez situation, for example.
No one was hurt.
Right.
It wasn't where the only thing a lot of people seem to be unhappy about is his mugshot.
Yeah, he's a little soft smile.
Well, that's why he smiles. I mean, if he was not 100% sober, he didn't make the right decision. Somebody said, "Tony, here's your picture." Click, he smiles.
Yeah.
Well, you can't win on those. It's kind of like a driver's license.
What are you supposed to do in that?
It's like a driver's license. Sometimes you get a really good driver's license picture. Somebody go, "Oh man, can I get that over? I didn't even know what it looked like."
Right. Yeah. Do I smile? Do I soft smile? Do I look serious? Do I mean mug?
Yeah.
And in a situation like this mug shot, it's kind of like if you're Tony, you're not going to jail for this. You just got to get booked and pay a fine after the fact. I don't mind the soft smile here.
I just know you can't really choose your Then what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, and if you shoot plus 35, I've been there where you have a rough day on the golf course, and like you said it perfectly. You got to go to the 19th hole. You just wait to get.
Might have been with some of his high school buddies and stuff from back in the day. All I know is I feel bad for him. He made a bad decision. He's the kind of guy that owns up to it and all that. But I do not think it's going to affect his career.
Yeah, I agree with you. I totally agree. Well, one guy's career that looks to be on the up and up as he enters the twilight.
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody said Odell Beckham just signed.
Okay, I thought.
That's why I was at the Fanatics.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so he is back with the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. Well,
that's why these New York Giants fans think they got a chance. No, you don't.
Yeah. yeah. Stay in the cellar there in New York. Well, coming up next, LeBron James signed with Philadelphia. We've got some of the best sights and sounds from the reaction around the sports world next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more
to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We're back here in 105.3 The Fan. Brennan Baxter alongside three-time Hall of Famer CA.
Got you down.
Here in the studio. And from the 214, is this show named Fan University? Well, technically speaking, not this show. I am a part of Fan U. And with college football right around the corner, we've got an exciting show lined up for you guys this fall.
Hey, it's coming back.
We can't release it just yet, but it should be here in a couple of weeks. We're looking forward to bringing that.
As soon as the season starts, right around that time?
It should be, end of August.
Okay.
Yeah. Until then, man, CA, me and you've built up quite a show here on the afternoon window on Saturdays, so I'll be missing that, but looking forward to college football back as always. Well, my least favorite player in the NBA, CA is always going to be a hard time about this. LeBron James has a new team, 2-year, $8 million deal in Philadelphia, joining the Sixers, new look Sixers with Jaylen Brown. And obviously, a lot of people in the sports world had an opinion on this.
What's your opinion?
I thought it was the right move for him personally. If he's looking to, whoa.
My bad.
Jet Nelson's going crazy there on the ones and twos. But if LeBron is looking for an opportunity to win and compete, and the Sixers, if Joel Embiid can stay healthy with Jaylen Brown there, the Eastern Conference, I think it's a very competitive team, and he would have an opportunity to make a finals in Philly. And I think that's all he can really ask for at this stage in his career.
Exactly. He signs, for those who don't know, he signs a 2-year deal, $8 million. And that's not $8 million a year. It's $8 million, period. It's the small,
$4 million a year.
Yeah. It's just a little under 4 when you put it through the ringer, so to speak. So it's the lowest amount of money he's ever earned, no matter what. I mean, he's been in the league 23 years. This is 24th year. It's 25 if he goes to the second year of this thing. And it kind of fits for them under the salary cap. So he's not going somewhere to make the most money. I knew it was going to be less than $15 million because of the way the second apron hits all these teams that he was interested in. But this $8 million total, it fits perfectly for Philadelphia, so they won't have to cut a big name. They might have to cut, some backup player or something to fit him in. But for him, it looks like a good fit if Embiid can stay healthy.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions about this Sixers team.
Embiid hasn't played more than 40 games in one season in the last 3 years.
Right.
And we're talking about an 82 game. That's less than half for the last 3 years. So I think what LeBron's hoping for, and by the way, LeBron had a really good year last year for somebody, and not just for somebody who's 41. I think he was like second and third team all NBA in different categories and stuff. He led that team out of the first round of the playoffs last year without Luka, without AR. I mean, he did that all by himself, and then they ran into Oklahoma City. I mean, he knocked off Houston with KD.
Right.
LeBron did. And those spare parts, which I don't think that's a real team with the Lakers. I mean, I really don't. That's why half of them are gone now. All I can say is he's in a spot where he can contend. And I've got what the Vegas is saying. You want to see what the numbers are?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. This is what the Sixers, by the way, who has not won a title since Dr. J in 1983. Wow. You think the Knicks hadn't won. Yeah, that was 1970-something. This is the Sixers haven't won since 1983 with Dr. J and Moses Malone. They went to the finals last with AI, Allen Iverson, not artificial intelligence. In 2001,
the original AI.
Yeah, in 2001. So this is like those Sixers fans are going crazy. Before the season started, or before the offseason started with all the trades and moves and stuff, it was 50-1 opening odds. Then after they got Jaylen Brown and they traded with the Celtics, it went to 25-1 odds of winning the whole thing. Now, after signing LeBron James, 7-1 odds. Of course, it's not the best in the league. San Antonio's got the best, 5-2. And Oklahoma City right behind them, 13-5. Philadelphia 76ers now are 7-1 with the Knicks 9-1.
Wow.
I can say one other thing about this.
Yeah.
Remember, you found out a couple of days ago, Adam Silver said, we're waiting on LeBron to get the schedule out. We can't even get the schedule out without LeBron signing. And the reason why is because it's not that they think he's that important as far as he's the greatest player in the league. No, because he's 41 years old. What it is he still generates rating. He's got a brand. And so if you're going to say what games are going to be played on Christmas, season opener, whatever, all those particular games that the NBA kind of, now you kind of have a clue. And I will tell you right now, I'm going to predict right now, the big Christmas game will be the Sixers versus the Knicks. Watch.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It has to be.
As far as do I think the 76ers would work, I think LeBron can play on a lot of teams because his IQ is so high.
Yep.
And he can also shoot the ball real well. It's kind of like Michael Jordan in his later years, he could shoot the ball better. But I think the usage rating on the main guys, and by the way, South Carolina's own, Tyrese Maxey, I always wished he was a Maverick. He's going to be able to have to. None of those guys shoot threes on the rate. There's nobody to spread the floor. But you got Maxey, you got Jaylen Brown, who's also a guy who could penetrate and drive the paint and do all those things. You got LeBron, who can do all those things as well. But they all are ball dominant. Some, and Edgecombe, the rookie, I mean, all of them are going to be really good.
Yep.
I'm just wondering, and the coach is good. Give Bob Myers credit. Bob Myers used to be the GM of the Warriors. He's the one that put that squad together, and then he retired, did some TV for a couple of years, and then he came out of retirement from the TV to kind of help the Sixers, and he talked LeBron into getting there.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're looking at the deal too, 2-year, $8 million, you're like, oh wow, LeBron $4 million a year. Well, he's earned over $581 million on the court.
Oh yeah, that's just basketball.
Yeah,
money.
that's just basketball.
The whole thing
He's
is
a
over $1
billionaire.
billion.
Yeah.
He doesn't need the money.
No, it's not.
I was thinking he would stay. For some reason, I kept thinking he's going to do the Olden State Warriors and stay on the West Coast because his family's in LA.
And that's why this to me did signal a win move, like a championship.
Try to win a championship.
Yep. So, and then here was Colin Cowherd, cut 12, talking just about that.
Cowherd.
This move by LeBron feels like Brady to Tampa. This is not KD to the Warriors. I mean, the Sixers haven't won an Eastern Conference championship in like 25 years. I think only the Hornets and the Wizards have had longer droughts. This is not ring chasing. It's Tampa, Brady. Brady's like, okay, I've got a defensive head coach. We don't draft receivers well. I need wide receivers, head coach with an offensive sensibility. Maybe I go to a little weaker division so I can stack some wins, in my final couple years. LeBron, similarly.
I agree.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. It's a competitive move for LeBron, just like Brady going to Tampa was. I thought that was a good comparison there too, because
that's a great comparison.
You look at the Eastern Conference, and you just mentioned it. Who have the two best odds to win the championship? It's in the West, the Thunder and Spurs. We saw them in the West Finals this year. Does going to Golden State give you the opportunity to go to the finals? Probably not.
Correct.
Does staying in LA give you that? Probably not. This was I want to try to get, not ring chasing, but competitive opportunity that fit the mold in a weaker conference. Now, it might be deeper. I mean, the East might have 6 or 7 teams that could potentially go. You've got Giannis now on the Heat. They're expecting bigger things.
They've
had champion.
There have been 8 different champions in the last 8 years. Talk about parity.
Yeah, and the Pacers, who disappeared completely last year, Halliburton's completely gone. He'll be back this year. So, going to be an interesting Eastern Conference in 2026.
It really will be. And the phrase ring chasing, I think it doesn't describe not just LeBron. There's certain players that add something to it. And the ring chase phrase came up a couple of ways. One time, last one I think was when Kevin Durant went to the Golden State Warriors. Well, his ring chase was, and a lot of people were unhappy, he just went to a 73 win team. He hadn't won a ring, so he was chasing his ring.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not saying that he should have made that move or not. I'm just saying that better described that situation. But at the same time, there's some old heads, Gary Payton and Karl Malone, joined the Lakers with Kobe and Shaq, went to the finals, didn't get a championship. They hadn't, Gary Payton and Karl Malone didn't have rings. So when you say chasing rings, some guys are older and they're at the end of the bench and they don't play. But they chase the ring, and they got a ring. LeBron's going to play. He's probably going to start.
He's a part of this nucleus.
Exactly.
He will be a big...
Exactly. So it's almost like when somebody says ring chase, they're doing it, saying it out of disgust. And I don't like that phrase because it's different for different players.
Yeah, but he also at the same time wants to stay competitive.
He does.
In the last 2 to 3 years,
he really
or 1 to 2 years of his career. Why would he go to Golden State and try to play in a play?
Only because family's close. His off-season businesses were there, and he had a chance to have fun with the team some of the guys that he won the gold medal with.
Yep.
And that if everybody stayed healthy, if they were, because they got all that IQ at Golden State, that's why I was thinking, okay, all the IQ. And then if they had the chance to add Anthony Davis, which, by the way, keep in mind, August 6th for the Wizards. If they don't extend Anthony Davis's contract on August 6th, because he wants a max, like a $200 million, that's why it's like, wait a minute. They're bluffing.
Right.
They're going to trade him to Golden State. They just want more assets.
Right, certainly.
And then, because now it's like, oh, now what you going to do, Washington?
Right.
Do you really want him or not?
Yeah, and we'll find out here. Great point here in a couple weeks. Well, you can't get an NBA segment in without getting a quote from Charles Barkley. And Stephen A. Smith had Charles Barkley on his podcast talking about LeBron's move to Philly. And pretty interesting, a slight dig here, perhaps, from Charles Barkley.
What would Charles Barkley's opinion be that he's going to yet another team, a different team, a fourth team to win the championship? What would your thoughts be about that?
Well, I think, number one, it would be incredible. But the number one knock on LeBron for older guys like myself has always been, yo, man, you always stacking your team. He stacked it in Miami. He stacked it in Cleveland. He stacked it in L.A., now he's stacking it in Philly. So that, to me, I'm going to still have the same criticism I've always had. He's always stacked his team.
He's got a point. In fact, that's what some people were not going to say, well, he's not, because he's always loaded up his team. But at the same time, he's a great, talented player. I always say Michael Jordan's the greatest basketball player of all time. But I always say LeBron James has had the greatest career of all time because what he's doing, nobody's done this. And I'm talking about, been playing all these years. And at one point, he went to 8 consecutive NBA finals and a couple of Olympics while he was doing that, too. I was like, this man does not get hurt. What is the deal? Not that I was wishing upon him. I was like, he's just unique. But as far as Charles Barkley, he's like, OGs say that yeah, because he's able to. In fact, if he going to Golden State, he's going to go if they got Anthony Davis, which was stacking his team.
Yeah, and there's one thing, like, it's been so long now because it's 2007, but 19 years ago he makes the finals with Cleveland. And who was his starting point guard? Daniel Gibson out of Texas, and Zildris Ilgauskas was his center.
A whole
so there's
team.
been successful years for him where he obviously hasn't had Hall of Famers across the roster, but it pretty much since the Miami days.
So what Charles is saying is he has not won a ring that he didn't create the team for.
Yeah, and he essentially was the glorified general manager of those teams. Like he kind of orchestrated what the roster would look like.
Well, he suggested I'll go to you if you bring, like we brought Chris Bosh with him, Dallas' own Chris Bosh with him to Miami. When he went to Cleveland the second time, Kyrie was already there, but he said, I need Kevin Love, and they traded Andrew Wiggins for Kevin Love on the draft day. It was
great point.
I go down the list, but everywhere he goes, they win a ring. So Philadelphia's got to be happy.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to be excited in Philly.
Can I say this real quick? You mentioned Barkley. He played it cut. Barkley, I don't know if you heard this. He had this like 12 or 14 year dispute with Michael Jordan. They hadn't spoken for like 40. It's over. They've made up.
Wow.
There's a baseball player. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. He's not a big name, but he was a good name. He was playing golf with Michael Jordan down in Florida, and he was talking about Barkley, and he was the baseball player was like, this don't make any sense. This just doesn't make. So he called up Barkley and said, Chuck, I got Mike right here. Y'all work it out.
Wow.
And on that phone call on the golf course, they said, man, this don't make any sense. And they made up, and they started hashing it all out, and now Jordan has invited Charles Barkley to go down to Florida to his place down there and play golf with him for like a weekend, and they're just working out the schedule.
There you go.
But they've ironed it all out because they were just being stupid.
No reason.
And the only reason they had a breakdown was because when Jordan was the quote unquote general manager of the Washington Wizards, and he drafted Kwame Brown. When he was owning Charlotte, still trying to get stuff done. Charles was saying, you don't know how to build a team. This is not the job. And he was saying this on TV. He was saying it on TNT. And Michael called him on the phone and said, bah, 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 we're friends. He said, I'm trying to be unbiased. Bah, 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 bah. And they just wasn't speaking for years.
Glad to have that, though.
It's the truth.
It's two of the most fun minds to listen to in the sport. Well, CA, great job there. LeBron, Philly, we'll see what comes up next. Final thought on that?
No, I got a tease, though, an NBA tease. When I do the CA Stories Confidential, Cooper Flagg was making some national headlines, and it wasn't sports, and we're going to that and how I wound up being the wrong answer on Family Feud.
I can't wait for CA Confidential. All right, we'll be right back here on The Fan.
Interested in installing solar on your home or small
2026. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. That's the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone else. They are all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
We're back here on 105.3 The Fan. Brennan Baxter alongside three-time Hall of Famer CA.
Got you down.
It's time for one of our favorite story times of the day. CA Confidential.
CA Stories Confidential. Thank you, Brennan. Thank you, we'll have Jet back there, and thank you all the Tolos for allowing me to share some of these stories. Fun life, crazy stories. And I was watching Family Feud this week, and lo and behold, there's Cooper Flagg. Mavericks, rookie of the year, Cooper Flagg was on there with his family, and I just started having all these good little memories. And you might have heard this, you might not have, but me and Steve Harvey go way back. Anybody listen to K104 back in the day? Steve used to pop on the show before he even did any kind of television or even radio. He was just a stand-up comedian, and he'd come to town all the time. Next thing you know, he moved down here, and he had his own club. Steve Harvey Comedy Club right there for Camp Wisdom. And on Thursday nights they had amateur night, and I was the MC for Steve those amateur nights. And Steve's my guy. Like I said, we talk all the time. Whenever he see me, there go light skinned, good hair Chris Arnold. He's always he never say Chris Arnold, never say CA. He goes, light skinned, good hair Chris Arnold, my man. And the last time I saw Steve was a couple of years ago. The Mavericks were playing the Minnesota Timberwolves in Abu Dhabi. And Steve was there on the front row. I'm like, what the hell are you doing in Abu? He said, Chris Arnold, light skinned, good hair. I thought that was you out there on the floor. That's my guy. So we were talking, I had a good time out there in Abu Dhabi. He told me that he lives there half of the year and that he tapes the TV show, when he gets back in the United States, and he's kind of like an ambassador out there for Abu Dhabi and has a barbecue weekend and all that stuff. Just balling. He said, yeah, they got me a nice big place, big mansion. I said, no, you mean a castle? Something. I was just messing with it. So I'm watching Cooper Flagg and his family. He had his twin brother Ace. For those who know, he's got a twin brother, plays at University of Maine. His older brother Hunter, who played some basketball. His mom and dad, Kelly and Ralph, and his grandpa, his mom's dad, Papa. They're the team, and they're taking on Team Barstool with Dave Portnoy. This is Family Feud this week. Mm-hmm. It was great. And by the way, last time I talked to Cooper was a couple of weeks ago. He was there at the Dusty May press conference of the Mavericks game, so I was talking to him over to the side for a little bit, and he's had a really nice summer. His trainers say he's just been killing it, and he also went to the Fanatics Fest in New York City and had his card, his rookie card or whatever, his patch card. He's just been having a really, really fun summer. So now he's on Family Feud. And I got to give you a couple of cuts of these because it was hilarious. And by the way, they won 543-0. Portnoy and Barstool could not win a single round. They couldn't get nothing. So here is Cooper Flagg, and this is one question in particular. Steve was asking a question about, I think it was like something that pro athletes can get that a regular guy can't get. Here it is.
Probably has that a regular guy might not. A lot of bling.
That's his grandfather.
Great answer. Big Papa say a lot of bling. Cooper, name something a player probably got that a regular guy might not.
Lots of women.
Steve looking at his mama.
You say he better not.
Better not.
Well, Miss Kelly, you're a little late for that one. Huh? He's in the league now. He's under the influence.
It's under Mama's influence. No. Mom said no.
Yeah, my mama told me no, too. I love my mama dearly, Miss Kelly. As soon as she let me out of Sunday school, I wanted a girl. Got lots of women.
So yeah, they won that round, and then the lightning round at the end there. It was Ace. He gave his answers, and then it was up to Cooper to see if they can get over 100. And here he is in action. Cooper Flag.
That's right. What makes New York pizza so good is the blank.
Pizza.
Size.
This is for the win.
That's good.
The size.
Yes, they won $25,000, and it's a charity thing because it's a celebrity family feud. They're going to donate that entire $25,000 to the Ronald McDonald House of Dallas. And like I said, the guys from Barstool, those dudes were crazy. And Dave Portnoy actually said something they had to bleep out because it was not safe for office, They asked that what pro athlete has that a regular guy doesn't. Remember, Cooper Flex said girls. He said Dave Portnoy blurted out something about I'm not even gonna go there.
Yeah,
it's like what you might see in the shower.
Sure.
And he wouldn't let it go. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. But like I said, it was reminding me, and I've never been to the set of Family Feud, but like I said, I've hung out with Steve on a lot of different occasions over all these years, especially in Dallas. And I'd run into him like in Las Vegas and stuff that he was doing. And like I mentioned Abu Dhabi. But a couple of years ago, I want to say about 2 years before the pandemic, it was like 2018 or 2019, my phone started blowing up because family members and different friends like, hey man, you're on Family Feud. I said, I'm not on Family Feud. I've never been on Family Feud. No. You were the wrong answer. I said, what do you mean I was the wrong answer? And Steve gave you a shout out. I was like, what? What do you mean I was the wrong answer? And they said, you got to find it. And I'm like, how do you find it? And that's when I started really exploring YouTube to get old episodes. Because it's a syndicated show. It's not like you can just automatically pull it up. And I'm like, how am I going to find out on an answer that Chris Arnold is the wrong answer? I didn't even know what the question was. Well, I did a deep dive and I found out and I fell out laughing. And by the way, I mentioned this to Steve when we were in Abu Dhabi. I said, man, appreciate the quick little shout out. He goes, well, I had to. And I said, okay, so here's what the question was. They had him up there and they asked the question, name someone famous with the name Arnold. And they said, Benedict Arnold. That's a famous person named Arnold. Then they said, Tom Arnold. Tom Arnold, he's a famous actor. They were naming all these different Arnolds. And then they got stuck and they couldn't answer it. And they got 3 strikes and the other team, the other family got a chance to steal it. So I'm watching this and the other family, they huddle up and then this girl, and by the way, they taped this show in Orlando, Florida. They were taping it in Orlando, Florida at that time. I think they tape it in LA or something now, closer to Abu Dhabi. The girl turns around, and here's what happens.
Folks, here we go.
Come on, Mickey.
I need someone famous with Arnold in their name.
Chris Arnold.
Chris Arnold.
Yes.
I know him. Chris Arnold.
I fell out
not
laughing. Not
famous enough, CA.
Oh, I knew I'm not famous. That was before the Hall of Fames and everything. I was like, no way. But yeah, I was like, who is this fan?
Steve just goes, I know him.
And I was like, the only other Chris Arnold that I know, there's 2 of us. Well, there's actually a couple of them now. Okay, there was a San Francisco Giants baseball player named Chris Arnold way back in the day, maybe in the 1980s or the 70s. There's a guy who works for NPR. His name is Chris Arnold. He's a reporter. There's another Chris Arnold that wrote books about history. And there's a Chris Arnold here in Dallas. There's two Chris Arnolds. One of them had a real estate company, and he was actually advertising on KRLD. Wow. I kid you not. And then he moved out of the country. I think he made a bunch of money, and I got to meet him because I try to meet the Chris Arnolds in Dallas because I say, does anybody ever think that you're me or hear about me being you or something like that? And I'm like, oh yeah, I ran up this one Chris Arnold. If you look downtown, there are some murals like on the side of these buildings. They were created by this artist. His name is Chris Arnold. and his wife, he and his wife had some kids, and they actually went to the same grade school as my kids. So I got a chance to meet him, and he said, "Yeah, it happens all the time." And I was like, "I'm not a famous artist like you. You got murals and stuff." He said, "Yeah, but I'll go to the grocery store and and I pull out my credit card or whatever. Chris, are you Chris Arnold from the radio?"
Yeah.
So we'd laugh about that. And the guy who did the real estate, we were talking about maybe I can do some commercials with him, but then he moved out of town. But the whole point I'm trying to make is at one point in time when I was doing G-Bag, when Twitter was first getting going, like in 2011 or something, on Twitter, you can have groups. You can specialize and get like groups, right? Like you can have like Cowboys fans, or you have this. I had the Chris Arnold Club. And I followed and invited all these Chris Arnolds to follow me. And I said the name of the group was the Chris Arnold Club because we are him and they are not.
Yeah.
And we even had some Christines. So we had some girls who were Chris Arnold too.
So do we know which Chris Arnold she was talking about in her answer on Family
I have
Feud?
no idea. That's what I was trying to figure out. The only thing I could think of maybe
could have been you.
No, because they're in Orlando. They're not from Dallas.
You never know.
You think she was just going for the generic, like, let's throw Chris?
A guy named Chris has got to be famous, right?
It was just so random, but I fell out laughing.
Surely there's a famous Chris Arnold.
817 says, Steve Harvey's Comedy Club was the first time I saw Cedric the Entertainer long before he was in movies and on television. That's right. Cedric the Entertainer and Steve Harvey. Cedric, by the way, is my frat brother. Steve Harvey, Cedric the Entertainer, D.L. Hughley. They were the kings of comedy. They did a movie, the original King of Comedy. They were doing all these big concerts all over the country. They went on tour. They were like rock stars, like they were their own Eddie Murphy group, and how Eddie could sell out stadiums. They were doing the same thing, arenas. And Spike Lee made a movie about it. So if you go online, you can see the original King of Comedy. Then that would be Steve Harvey, Cedric the Entertainer, Bernie Mac, and, of course, D.L. Hughley.
Awesome,
Just
man.
getting it done.
Great story.
Yeah. Someone said Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yep, he was on the list too.
Yeah, there.
Sure was. All right, that's just CA
Arnold Palmer, I think, was there as well.
Arnold Palmer. Yep. There you go.
There you go.
CA stories.
You never know what you're getting each week, but it is a fun time here with CA Confidential. But coming up next at the top of the hour, it is time for our blind rankings of the week. And this week we're doing movie franchises, CA.
Movie watching is a sport.
It's a sport. Coming up next on The Fan.
Take us with you
The Fan.
It's a baseball weekend on 105.3 The Fan, presented by K-Post Roofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3 here. Happy Saturday afternoon to all those listening to us today. We hope you're having a great weekend so far. And it's hard to have a bad weekend when you got Rangers baseball coming off a win against the Seattle Mariners a night ago. 6:15 tonight on Fox. Nathan Uvalde on the mound. Rangers looking to take the first 2 games against Seattle.
Let's take more than 2.
I want all 4.
I want all 4.
I want to get greedy this week.
But if you get 3 out of 4, that would be nice because you got a game and a half cushion, and you want more cushion because you don't want them to pass you in one more series to go with them.
Yeah, no, it's huge. I loved what one of the texters at 877-881-1053 said earlier in the show about how tiebreaker potential could be on the line here as well, too. So outside of just winning the series to have the division lead once you leave, moving on into next week, could potentially set up a scenario where if you're right there, 1-2 games left to go at the end of September, this series could matter for that as well, too.
Exactly.
So important not only to take the division lead and create some cushion, but also potentially towards the end of the year to have it.
We're going to talk to Jared.
We are going to talk to Jared. Unfortunately, Jared's got a busy afternoon, so we're not talking to Jared Sandler until 5:15.
Oh, that's actually a bonus because that's the setup for the
It's the setup for his pregame show, so we'll just kind of segue right into that.
He used to do that on the regular, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah.
He used to always do a segment before the pregame show.
Yeah, and so I'm looking forward to it, but I always love when we get Jared middle of the show because I just always look forward to talking to Jared Sandler, but we got to stay patient and wait a couple hours. I do have some breaking news out of the MLB. Salvador Perez, the legendary Kansas City Royals catcher, hit a home run today in the ballpark in which he hit his first major league home run to become the all-time home run leader for the Kansas City Royals.
Wow. See, I didn't even know that.
And they won 3-2. They're not having.
I thought George Brett might have that record.
George Brett did. Have that record.
So he just passed him.
He just passed the Hall of Famer George Brett there. And the Royals obviously not having the best of seasons. They are currently in dead last in the American League Central, but some positive news there for Kansas City this year.
Yep.
And Perez, he's been around a long time, man. He was a part of their World Series teams, still there, and just broke the record. So good for Salvador Perez. All right, CA, well, it's time for one of our favorite segments here where we take a little break from sports and we get into the blind rankings. We've done presidents, but today we are doing movie franchises.
You know what? I like that because I've always said movie watching is a sport. And when it comes to movies, why not?
Why not? So we are doing the game where I give you a list of a movie franchise without you knowing what's coming next. So you've got to rank 1 through 5 that movie franchise without knowing which franchise I will be presenting to you next.
Okay, say it again slowly.
So I'm going to give you 5 movie franchises.
Okay, like Marvel Comics?
Marvel Comics. Might be
Star
one,
Wars.
might not be one. And you've got to rank that. You've got to rank. Are you seeing my list? You've got to.
I was thinking about franchise. I told you movie watching is a sport.
You've got to rank.
I've been going to movies for years.
So you've got to rank the movie franchise 1 through 5 in which you think that franchise falls, but without knowing which movie franchise is coming next.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to give you at the first one, we're going to go with the Lord of the Rings movie franchise.
I'm going to rank it number 4.
Okay.
I've never been a Lord of the Rings guy.
You know, me either. But that's why I want to see where
Gollum
you would
is,
put it. You know I know who Frodo is.
Yeah, I know who Frodo is.
Because I got called Frodo a lot because I'm a shorts guy. I've been called the Hobbit a good bit as well, too. Good nicknames for me back in the day. So number 4. What's crazy, though, is I'm not a big Lord of the Rings guy. But people that are say this is the best film franchise of all time, and it's not even close.
That's what Star Wars people say.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings fandom is intense. Jet, what about you? Where do do you stand on Lord of the Rings?
I think I'm also going around number 4. Never really watched it, dove into it, but you hear the My Precious, they're obviously that precious for a reason. They care tremendously about this movie, and you got to give it respect for that.
Yeah, but because I hear people all the time, it's like if you're comparing Lord of the Rings compared to, you mentioned Star Wars, or it kind of falls in the same debate as Harry Potter, similar type fantasy stories there. They always say Lord of the Rings, which is wild to me. So, okay, you've got Lord of the Rings number 4, Star Wars. And only the first, we're not going the TV series or the modern movies. The 6 Star Wars movies, old school, new school.
I'm going to put it number 2.
Okay.
And like I said, there's a reason it's been around all these years. There's a reason everybody knows who C-3PO is, or they've heard of lightsabers. I mean, they created that phrase at George Lucas. I mean, go down the list. And like I said, I put it like this. I've seen almost all of them, but I'm not like, oh, this is just the best. I thought some of us good and some of them weren't they good? In and out of order and trying to figure it all out. And they're like, Mike Bassick is huge on that. He loves some Star Wars. But I thought it was just really good. So I'd give it number 2.
Do you have a favorite Star Wars movie of all time? One of the 6 stand out?
I'm your father.
Yeah, okay. So just the shocking moment of Vader.
Darth Vader.
Okay. Yeah, Star Wars, it's diluted itself, I believe, because they've created so many different spin-offs and TV series and Disney Plus, and then Disney bought it out. I feel like it's hard for me to accept the franchise as it just was once they just finished the 6 movies.
Yeah, it almost seems like there was too many movies.
Too many,
with.
Right.
And now you have a show, you have comics, you have
it's
all
got
that stuff.
layers. It's its own industry.
So you've got Lord of the Rings at 4, Star Wars at 2. We're going to go with the Hunger Games next.
I'm going to put them at number 5 because they're so young.
Okay. Haven't had enough time.
No, don't. Yes, exactly. As they've only had how many they got? 4, 3, if that, 3, 2.
So if you count the ones with, what's her name?
I was about to say Katniss, but that's in the movie.
Yeah, Katniss. Yeah, Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah, Jennifer Lawrence. Yep.
But then they've created the most recent one, the Song and Ballads. The one came out a couple years ago. So they're continuing to make more.
Yeah, they are. But it's so new, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so and
I thought it was good. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's great, but I thought it was good.
Okay.
That was clever.
So yeah, you've got the 4 of them that were with Jennifer Lawrence. So those 4, and then you had the 2023 one. So 5 movies in total. See, this is, I think, my generation might rank this a little higher.
I went a little higher.
Yeah, because 2012, 2013, 2014, we got these these came out when I was in high school.
Yeah.
And
you were raised on them.
I was kind of raised on them a little bit more. So Jet, where would you have it being kind of right around the
I think.
What are you, Gen Z?
I think I was either late elementary school or early middle school when this came out. This was one of the first action movies. My parents were like, "All right, check this one out." This is what everyone was raving about, and so it landed number 2 for me. I remember that whistle.
Oh yeah, that's good.
that's iconic right there.
Okay, all right. Well, now we'll go with, so you've got Star Wars at 2, Lord of the Rings 4, Hunger Games 5. So these next 2 franchises will fall right. You still got your number 1 spot open. The next franchise film for you, CA, is the Rocky Balboa series.
That's going to be number 3.
Okay.
It's good, but I only got 2 choices, 3 or 1. I'm definitely not going to make it. I guess
I kind of thought you'd make Rocky. I don't know why.
I'm in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I kind of figured Rocky would have a special place for you.
They weren't all that great.
Okay.
Some of them were good. Really great. They got a statue of the Rocky statues outside of the stadium in Philadelphia, and we went up the steps.
I figured Boxing Hall of Famer CA would have the boxing movie franchise at 1. Rocky's another one too. The story of how Rocky was made is crazy.
Yes,
with Sylvester Stallone having written it, would only want to play the character himself. Got offered to be how it turned into a success story is wild.
And ironically, his Academy Award was not for playing Rocky; it was for writing Rocky.
Writing it. Yeah. So
he used to just do porn.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, did he really?
Italian Stallion. That's the name of the movie.
I did not. You're real. I did not.
I mean,
know
I've
that.
heard jokes about it, but I didn't know
that was his nickname.
That was the porn movie he did.
Wow. Okay. Didn't know that.
He didn't do it like a bunch of them.
Okay. Just
but
one.
he did one because he couldn't get his movies made.
Just one.
He couldn't get in.
Wow.
Pause.
You learn something new all the time with CA. All right. Well, okay. So now you've got Star Wars 2, Rocky 3, Lord of the Rings 4, Hunger Games 5. If you're just tuning in, we are blind ranking 5 movie franchises. From the texters are texting in from the 512, y'all are about to get destroyed for saying there are only 6 Star Wars movies. I'm not saying there's only 6.
No, you were talking
I'm just
about
saying
the
I
primary
only
ones.
count the 6 as the
9
franchise.
total, right? There was you had the 3 originals, then the prequels, then the futuristic. There was 9 total.
From the 214, stop in all caps. So I don't know if that's
a Star Wars fan.
That must be a Star Wars fan. So we've got one more.
Is it true that Jar Jar Binks plays for the Jacksonville Jaguars? That's not your quarterback.
Oh, look, from the 817, they're making a movie.
Trevor Lawrence.
You have Trevor Lawrence. If you Google up Jar Jar Binks and Trevor Lawrence side by
comes up.
The picture comes up.
That's awesome. From the 469 and the 817, they're making a movie about the making of Rocky. Interesting. I would like to see that. That would be really cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, final franchise, and we'll see, CA, if you are okay with this being at number 1, but you got to go ahead and talk about Marvel. So the Marvel
number 1.
Cinematic Universe, number 1 all-time movie franchise in your mind, you're comfortable having that at number 1?
Yes. It backs it up. Every time they create one, there's something clever, and people have to stay for the Easter eggs in the credits. I mean, it's huge, and you can kind of keep up with it. And I mean, Thanos, when he did the snap, I was like, wow, that was clever. I mean, every time you think you know something, you don't.
This is another one that's just gotten too diluted form. Like, it depends on where you count the movies. Like, is Doctor Strange's third Doctor Strange a part of this? You know, or are we just going from Captain America to Avengers Endgame and then all the Iron Mans, Black Panther? What do you count?
You can go further back than that if you want it, because Stan Lee was doing that stuff in the 60s.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess it's what part of the MCU do you consider the MCU? But
all of it.
In all of it. Yeah.
It's crazy when you think about it.
So that you have that at number 1. Star Wars 2, Rocky 3, Lord of the Rings 4, Hunger Games 5.
That's just me, though.
And that's just you. And those are the only options I gave you. If you want some honorable mentions, I did not put Harry Potter into this list.
Jurassic Park.
I did not put Jurassic Park. I did not put Toy Story. Toy Story 5 just came out. Could have put James Bond was another one I thought about. So out of the ones that weren't on this list, would you rank any of those as your
Above
top?
those?
Movie franchise of all time?
No. Nope. I can't think of a franchise that you just mentioned as honorable mention that deserves to be in the top 5.
Indiana Jones, maybe?
But that wasn't in your top. That wasn't in your honorable mentions. That's in there though.
Yeah, I'm trying. There's a lot of franchise. I mean, you could put The Dark Knight, I guess, in here too for the trilogy. Aliens, Friday the 13th.
Someone says Aliens is my GOAT, but Endgame was a masterclass in writing for time travel, which is so hard to write for. There's unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of franchises now because Hollywood was so afraid of failure. They weren't making creative movies. They just have a reboot or they just add a franchise to it. And somebody said, the Batman, Spider-Man ones,
Yeah, and then another one that I thought of Mission Impossible.
MCU.
I really like the Mission Impossible movies. I'm not saying it's
Tom
one
Cruise.
of the top, but
no, that's a franchise. That's just another franchise.
But
that's really
entertaining wise,
Very
it's just if a Mission Impossible, The Matrix, Twilight. So they're coming in. I'm sorry, I can only pick 5, and
like I said, this is why I say movie watching is a sport. I've been saying it since the 1990s because
Fast and Furious. I guess
you really could. You could go all
There's
the
a
way
lot
back.
more.
Hey, we could even go Shrek.
You could go Shrek. Yeah, you could go a lot. You could go Shrek. What are Despicable Me? If you're going into the kids, there's a lot of it too that you could put in there.
The Matrix.
The Matrix is Terminator, John Wick,
Transformers.
Everybody's texting those in. Yeah, that's what it is.
And so
Fast and Furious.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I'm trying to think of non-blind ranking what my favorite. If you had to put 7 of them in front of me, like what I could watch over and over again that I've already seen, like that kind of to me is a definition of your favorite movie. It could be on
binge watch a
series. Like let's say Harry Potter. Like could I watch all 7 Harry Potters in 3 days?
Right, binge watch it. Yeah,
yeah, I probably could. You know, could I watch like? Would I just sit there and watch all of the Jurassic Parks? Probably not.
No, that's just mindless entertainment. Just get out.
And I think that's kind of what defines your favorite movie or series. Like if it's on TV, you're like, oh, I'm watching this. If you want to rewatch a series, or if you had to introduce a friend to one movie franchise, like what franchise would you be like? Hey, we're watching this.
Right. It's still coming in Pirates of the Caribbean, Lethal Weapon. And by the way, Blade did start the MCU. Sure did.
Yeah, Pirates with Johnny Depp is so funny. But I don't like in terms of just pure cinema. Rush Hour,
Chris.
Man, they're just coming in, man. I a lot of these didn't even come up on in my thoughts. I had like 15 that I chose 5 from.
Oh yeah,
looks like I could have put 50 into it.
Transformers.
Yeah, we 940, Mission Impossible, 469, Transformers, Indiana Jones.
Yep.
The Bourne series.
Jason Bourne.
Yeah, 6 from the 682. Oh man, Major League. That was oh yeah. What was Vaughn? What was Charlie Sheen's character in that one? In Major League, the Wild Thing.
Wild Thing. Yep.
Yeah, that was great.
We had a Ranger pitcher. His nickname was Wild Thing.
Oh yeah, the Godfather.
The Godfather trilogy.
What do y'all from the 864? What do y'all think about the Matrix series? I was probably 3 or 4 when the Matrix started coming out. I haven't seen the Matrix in so long. I couldn't give an honest opinion.
I don't know if because the Matrix is now John Wick. It's a different franchise. But
I haven't gotten into the Matrix. Maybe I need to. Should I rewatch Matrix?
I need to as well. Yeah,
I haven't seen him enough to know.
Well, first of all, the actors. I mean, he switched. He's John Wick now. He's not going back to that. Although he could.
Listen,
whoa.
Scary
movie.
Scary movie.
They coming out with another one. They came out with another one.
Oh, from the 214, Oceans 11, 12, and 13. Those are good. Those are really entertaining movies.
Godzilla.
Okay, I had this question actually, and I'll pose this to the listeners, and then I know we got to go to break. But can you think of one actor that has done multiple, like 3 or more franchises? So, like I got like Harrison Ford, Indiana Jones, Star Wars.
Star Wars.
But have any of them done 3?
I'm gonna look that up.
My friends and I, we were trying to figure this out. Like, Matt Dane, like
Tom Hanks is kind of ringing a bell.
I will tell you right now, there's an actor. He may not be the main character in these different franchises. Samuel L. Jackson's in everything.
Okay, see now that he might be one, but like 3 or more movie franchises has one actor done all 3 well?
Can you look it up right now? I'm off the top of my head, I can't think of.
Like Robert Downey did Iron Man and Sherlock Holmes, but is there another one?
You can mention Tom Cruise with a couple of
Mission Impossible, Top Gun. Is there another one though?
Robert De Niro? Because you got
him too. Yeah, but
you got The Godfather, but did he appear anywhere else?
Liam Neeson did Taken. A lot of Liam Neeson texts. So who?
Here we go.
Okay, Clint Eastwood.
Vin Diesel, Fast and Furious, the Riddick films, Groot. He's the voice of Groot.
Was in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, sure was. They said Andy Serkis. This is AI. Andy Serkis played major roles in The Lord of the Rings, Planet of the Apes, Star Wars, Marvel Cinematic Universe. Let me see how many Samuel L's been.
Okay, Mike Myers, Wayne's World, Austin Powers, and Shrek. How many Wayne's World movies were there?
Wayne's World, Party on.
Wayne's World.
2 or 3.
Okay.
But 2 counts as a franchise, I guess, or sequel. Let's see.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood, Austin Powers.
I see Eddie Murphy's been in a couple of
Chris Pratt,
sequels.
Marvel, Jurassic Park, and Mario.
Okay, here's the primary movie franchises that Samuel L. Jackson has appeared in. At least 10.
Okay.
Marvel Cinematic Universe as Nick Fury. Star Wars, Mace Windu. The Incredibles, got that cartoon, Frozone. Unbreakable, that trilogy. Shaft, Triple X, Monsterverse, Jurassic Park, The Die Hards, Saw, all those scary movies. Kingsman, that's just those 10
those
right
are
there.
Wow. Okay, there you go. And I know we got to go to break, but we can keep that coming. That's a phenomenal. Like, so many guys now coming to mind. I was talking about that. Yeah, Sylvester Stallone, Rocky, Expendables, Rambo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. Stallone. Shoot.
There you go. So we'll be back with the best sights and sounds that were in the week in sports next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with
TheOnTimeExperts.com to set your appointment time today. TheOnTimeExperts.com, the choice of the consumer team.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Man, thank you to all of the texters joining in on this show, 877-881-1053. CA, we love interacting with our fans.
Oh, yeah.
The Tolos are awesome, and they're movie experts. It's clear they know what they're talking about when it comes to movies.
Movie watching is a sport, and it blew up the text. The Frankel Injury Attorney sex line 877-881-1053. I mean, page after page after page. We love everybody talking about the franchises, different actors and actresses. We covered it all.
Yeah, and I posed the question, which actor or actress has done 3 huge film franchises?
It's a bunch of them.
And there's a lot of them. Mm-hmm. And I had a hard time thinking of a couple, and texters let me know. Mm-hmm. And Harrison Ford did Star Wars, Indiana Jones, and Tom Clancy films.
Yep, Keanu Reeves.
Latest Keanu Reeves, Ice Cube, Ian McKellen.
Yeah.
It goes down the list. But it's time for the best sights and sounds in the week of sports.
You're spoiled. You're spoiled. They tired of winning. They can send me on the way because that's all we've done is win.
I will run myself through a window. If I hear one more Big Ten coach, blame it on the freaking travel.
If you have people who are on TikTok all day, right, they're probably not used to playing a competitive moment and having to be your best.
If I was a fan, I'd be mad at me too.
And now, the new face of Ozempic.
What do you think?
You tell me.
Yeah, you can't let that go.
No, you can't. And sights and sounds here in the week in sports. That was a lot of college football talk there as we get ready for the college football season. And one of our favorite coaches, at least one of my favorite coaches, just because he's so memeable, is Coach Ed Orgeron.
Coach O, you about who that?
And he
down
is
there, New Orleans, Louisiana.
That's a really good interpretation of Coach O. And
well, you know he's back now. He's back with the program.
He's back. You're right. He's not the head coach, but certainly on Lane Kiffin's staff. So going to be quite the memeable year down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. But Coach O was paid to do fantasy football introductions for some fantasy football leagues. It went just about as you expected it would go. Here's cut number 2, Coach Ed Orgeron doing some fantasy football introductions.
What's up, guys? It's Coach O. Soon to be football season. I know we can't wait. Check out these leagues. Jambalaya, Hush Puppy, Po' Boys, Gumbo. The old lady, Queen Kelsey, will beat you in fantasy football this year. Getting in good shape. I know you're out there running in the heat every day, running your 110s, big chest, big eyes, not bending over. Can you win the game in the third quarter? No. Can you win the game in the fourth quarter? Hell yeah. Good luck to everybody. Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
You did pretty good there, CA. Man, he is just so funny. I mean, regardless, it's the accent, the twang, I guess you would call it, but the fact that he's back, too, on the staff with Lane Kiffin, who might be...
where he belongs, man.
It is where he belongs. And I'm trying to think of someone that'd be just funnier from a football perspective to have do their voice for your fantasy football team introductions or league, and it's hard to beat Coach O.
Maybe the great Mike Leach.
Yeah, Mike Leach would have been awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, rest in peace. I obviously love Mike Leach, being a former Red Raider. Yeah, and big things, too. It's going to be interesting with LSU because Lane Kiffin and the enigma that he kind of is as a head coach and kind of the modern-day coaching villain in college football, and then you just bring in just a goofball and Ed Orgeron to join the staff.
I heard Lane Kiffin apologized for the way he handled that thing last fall.
Yeah, he did. Media days this week, SEC Media Days. He spoke on it and said he regretted a few things on how he handled it.
He said, and again, he doesn't regret leaving. He just regret how he handled it and how he left.
Yeah, well, and I actually have a Lane Kiffin story here. He was on set with SEC Media Days with Nick Saban, and they were talking about the voodoo down Baton Rouge, and Miss Terry, Nick Saban's wife, and what she would do to make sure the bad voodoo there in Baton Rouge did not affect the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Say this, Lane, when you get to that game, give me a call because you're going to break the record for the ass kicking you get for the place you go back. Because I have it right now when I went back to LSU after leaving and going to Alabama. All right, so I'll give you some coaching points on how to get through that. Because you're going to break the record.
I mean, it's a Tennessee thing. We remember the mustard stuff. Yeah.
Well, he'll be there for college game day, so I probably need Miss Terry because I do remember, even though at this point you'd been back to LSU a lot, but I'm walking on the sidelines before the LSU game that they still dislike him there at the time, and the fans are yelling stuff at him. And, she's got the stuff, she's like putting it on the ground. I'm like, well, what are you doing? She's like, there's real voodoo here in the stadium.
So you used to play? That's true.
Yeah. There's real voodoo, and they don't like Nick here, so I got to spread this stuff out to make sure we're going to be okay. Whatever.
Holy water. She took holy water.
Really?
On the sidelines to
that's good.
push the voodoo out.
There's got to be film of this. This has to be on tape somewhere. Would she help him then at Von Hemingway? Would she be by his side?
She loves Lane. I'm sure she will.
I was wondering if she put some holy water because they don't play.
Yeah, holy water there down in Death Valley in Baton Rouge. And
so, give it to that Hex.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting this year as well, too, just the dynamic between Lane Kiffin's relationships and the SEC and the teams. Like the Ole Miss, he was there for such a long time, the last 5 or 6 years, that I kind of forgot he was on Nick Saban's staff for a while and had relationships at Alabama and LSU and Ole Miss. And so he's kind of made his rounds in the SEC there and now kind of gets to adopt a new tradition and a team that's expected to do really big things this year in the SEC.
I mean, that expectation in LSU is unreal. They want to win a title every year. It's almost like Alabama.
That's why Brian Kelly was let go right away because, just wanted to.
He wasn't a fit in the first place in my mind.
Yeah, so
remember he had his fake accent when he first came out?
Oh, yeah, did the fake accent.
Yeah, it's like, come on, Brian.
And that's why I think the genuineness of Coach O is so funny because that's nothing fake about that. I remember when he was in my first time seeing Coach O, but he was in The Blind Side.
Oh, yeah, that movie.
Yeah, with Michael Orr, and he came to visit Sandra Bullock in the movie and talking. I was like, who is this? I'm like 9 years old, 10 years old seeing this movie. And who is this guy?
Coach O.
Coach O.
The legend of Coach O. Joe Burrow know who Coach O is. You got to know how to do things down there at Red Stick. You know what the Red Stick is?
Yeah.
Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge is French for Red Stick. Everybody knows Red Stick because you're from Baton Rouge.
So one of the craziest things I saw this week on X was the Richmond Flying Squirrels, the AA affiliate of the Giants, had a fireworks show go haywire. Totally wrong. The fireworks are just going everywhere, shooting across the field, shooting into the stands. And it's not necessarily the fireworks that are the craziest part of this video. It is the guy filming that is laughing like the Joker. Like this is his favorite day of his life. Here's cut number 3.
Diabolical?
It's very diabolical. Cut number 3, fireworks going haywire. The Flying Squirrels game. So you can hear in the back, it's kind of soft, but he is just laughing. And if you can see the video, these things are shooting everywhere. And I mean, they are firing into the crowd. They're firing up. It's going all over the field and into the stands. And this guy filming is just sitting there and loving it. And he's just laughing. And I'm like, dude, you need to get out of there. He's just laughing like a psycho. Get out of there,
because you said the fireworks go anywhere, right?
Everywhere. I mean, there's one part of this video.
He must not have been chased by one of those fireworks.
No, one shoots, not 10 feet off the ground and just flies into the stands right behind.
He's laughing now till he gets hit by one.
Yeah, the third base line, and this guy's just sitting there loving it all.
Well, my question was, why were they setting up the fireworks right by second base?
Yeah,
that seems a little odd in my mind. Don't you do that towards the outfield?
You would think. And it's funny because looking at the video, some people are hauling out of there, and others are just
enjoying the ride.
Show. They're like, I get it. There's fireworks going everywhere. I've always been anxious around fireworks, like 4th of July, getting too close. I like watching them from a very safe distance because you hear of firework accidents all the time.
Ask the New York Giant.
Oh, yeah. Was it Thibodeau?
No. The defensive lineman. Who he had it in his hand and it blew up his hand and lost
Jason
some fingers.
Pierre-Paul.
Yeah, Jason
Pierre-Paul.
That's right. He lost fingers.
That's right. That was fireworks?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, Jason Pierre-Paul. I'll never forget that. He was holding the fireworks and they blew up on him. And the only reason why I was thinking about that hard is because back when I was like 10 years old, I broke my arm.
Mm-hmm.
And the cast at that time was enough where it covered my hand, only my fingers were out, and I would hold the fireworks in my hand just to show off. And
oh, man.
Like,
yeah.
I was like, Jason Pierre-Paul, had a cast on, man.
Gotta be careful with that. Well, final sights and sounds I've got. We talked about Patrick Mahomes a little bit earlier, that his mindset returning from his ACL injury as the Chiefs return to training camp today. Here's cut number 9, Mahomes talking about his return from his ACL injury.
Goal to be able to practice when we got to training camp, and so we've kind of hit that next step, and now it's just going to be about building and keep getting better and better, and so that whenever the regular season comes around, I can try to be available and ready to play.
When did you know for sure that you were going to be able to practice the first day?
Like 2 days ago. So I was able to go down and meet with Dr. Cooper and just kind of go through the stuff like that, and then him seeing the numbers and stuff that I've been putting up, he gave him the comfortability to let me go out there and be fully cleared to practice, which, I mean, I don't get hit, so that's one part of it, but it's still good to be out there and have bodies around and being able to go through and run the offense. This is just another checkpoint on the schedule, and so you have to continue to work. It's not like it's over and I'm just going to be able to play a game tomorrow. It's you got to continue to work and get better and better and go throughout practice and prove to the coaches, prove to the doctors and everybody that I'm the same quarterback I was before, if not better, and I can go out there and take care of myself and win football games. I'm a competitor, so game day I'm going to want to be out there, but I understand the process of.
I'm glad we had that audio because he is a competitor. And to show you how he's competitive, if they hold him out of the preseason, it'll be the first time. He never misses preseason. All these other starting quarterbacks that are great quarterbacks, they don't want him to get hurt, and they might play the last preseason game to get them ready for the regular season. Patrick Mahomes plays every preseason game, and if he doesn't do it this year because of the Achilles or whatever the ankle injury or whatever the ACL, it'll be the first time. That's how competitive he is.
Yeah, this is great news if you're a Chiefs fan because
exactly.
It's obviously setting up for him to start week 1.
Right. And I'm saying, are they going to talk him out of preseason? That's my point.
This question's always interesting to me because at what point you have a veteran quarterback, you want to protect his health, but do reps matter? Like, does even getting 15 pass attempts in a preseason game, like, does that matter to Patrick Mahomes before week 1? Does he need it?
It probably does. Because how have they not been able to talk him out of it? Even though he's won Super Bowls. How do you not talk? He says, this is what I do. And he's out there every preseason game. And I always thought, that's really interesting. And it seems how every team in the league does not let their starting quarterback play one game, maybe 2 games at the most.
Yeah.
He's at every one of them.
Great point. Well,
one other note real quick. We were talking about the fireworks. Teller from the 864 says, have y'all seen what this new generation of kids are doing? They're having fireworks wars with each other in the streets. The videos on social media are crazy.
I have not seen that.
I haven't either.
Let's find it during break.
Got to.
Well, coming up next, we'll keep the NFL conversation going with some overreaction reality next on The Fan.
Relax and let Kroger Delivery handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only
320. Nobody covers this team like your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. That's the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone. They're all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Brennan Baxter here alongside three-time Hall of Famer CA.
Got you down.
Ranger baseball slowly approaching. I'm anxious for the 6:15 game, but they did just release their starting lineup.
Nice.
For tonight, and I'll go ahead and read that real quickly before we get to our overreaction or reality segment of the day. Nathan Uvalde, obviously, on the mound tonight. I do have some also sad news as well, too. I'll get to that in a second with the Rangers. But Jock Peterson leading off again, Wyatt Langford, Duran at the 3-hole, Nimmo in the cleanup spot, Evan Carter's at 5, Lopez second base 6, Osuna DH at 7, Smith at third base. At
Josh
8,
Smith.
and that is the news that I am going to give you now. Is Josh Young is now on the 10-day injured list.
Well, when he said that calf strain, wasn't it calf strain?
Calf strain. Yep. So Josh Young officially placed on the 10-day list, and Josh Smith called up from Round Rock
without being injured.
Yeah, I know. He's had a really good stretch here, and so it's just again this team still have a lot in front of them, obviously, but it just we keep seeing these news of big guys that get placed on 10-day IL, and we've talked about Corey Seager and Wyatt Langford.
It's a war of attrition.
Huge names that we need healthy in this lineup. So just hate seeing Josh go down.
So 10 days.
So, yeah, placed on the 10-day.
Who comes back quicker, him or Seager? It's supposed to be Seager. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be Seager.
To be Seager, but man, Corey could come back for a game, and then you could be like, oh, Corey had a home run last night. Oh, Corey's placed on the 15-day. It just feels like we just keep running into that.
This year's team, the issue has been health. I promise you, it's been health. It's not about ability. It's about health.
And that's why you feel like if they can just find a way to get it right leading into these last 2 months of the season, put a little bit of cushion between Seattle and Houston with them, you have a real opportunity to make some noise in October.
Totally agree.
But you've got to have these guys healthy and ready to roll. All right, well, let's get to our overreaction reality segment and questions of the day. And we're going to stick in the NFL with celebrating training camp officially back. We've talked a lot of Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, as they start today. And we've kind of touched on this, but I wanted to put it into our overreaction reality question because you've described them as being the Golden State Warriors, Patrick Mahomes, a la Steph Curry, Warriors, Chiefs.
In other words, I was comparing the Chiefs with the Golden State Warriors as a dynasty on the backside.
Okay, so the question is, the Chiefs dynasty is officially over. Overreaction or reality? So I'm going to make you go a step farther there with that question, CA.
No, it's not over. Put it like this. It's hard to go to, conference championship games year after year. Ask the Cowboys. They haven't been to one this century. So you look at the Chiefs, and so if you've gone to the AFC Championship game, X number of years out of the X number of years, that's a dynasty. I don't think it's over yet until the fat lady sings.
Okay. I like it. All right, so not just yet. All right, second question.
Because you got that quarterback.
Yep. You still have Mahomes, regardless injury or not. A rookie quarterback will win a playoff game this season.
No. Raiders aren't going to the playoffs.
So, and the question is, too, you've got, obviously, Mendoza as the premier rookie quarterback, but there could be another one that steps in. Like, what if Stafford gets injured? Could Ty Simpson win a game?
No,
okay.
He's not ready yet. That's why people are like, why did they get him in the first round? He's good, but he's not a first-round pick.
So
I don't think he's ready.
Way overreaction.
In other words, it's not like when Alex Smith goes down and Patrick Mahomes steps in and goes to the Super Bowl because he's that good.
Yeah,
Patrick Mahomes is a top 10 pick.
There's only 3 names here that, in my mind, could legitimately, potentially be starting a playoff game as a rookie, and that would be Mendoza, Ty Simpson. But one name that's sneaky is Drew Aller in Pittsburgh. And I bring that up because not of like the Steelers making the playoffs, but let's say they do make the playoffs and Rodgers is not able to start. He might be another guy that you just wouldn't think about that might be potentially starting that game if something went wrong. But you're just laughing. You're saying no.
I'm grinning because I can't see the Steelers going to the playoffs this year. But that's just me. Again, the quarterback, I mean, it's one thing.
Yeah.
But I just can't see them. That's a tough division.
So who would you have, the Ravens or the Bengals? Or both?
Bengals. That's a very tough division. Nobody's going to run away with it. But I don't think that Pittsburgh is going to find immediate success with Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers. I mean, don't get me wrong. That was a potent combination for Green Bay 10, 15 years ago.
Yep.
Not now.
All right, final question.
And I'm not thinking that Mike McCarthy's not any good. He's from Pittsburgh. I'm happy for him. But I just think that division's too tough for them to
even make it there.
Fix those things that the Steelers have problems with. It's not the quarterback and just the coach. They got depth problems.
I agree with you there. All right, this one, who knows?
That's why I was saying the Raiders. I mean, Mendoza's a really good quarterback.
Yeah,
he ain't going to win.
So Ty Simpson, if Stafford were to be on, because I think the Rams are so good where they'll probably make the playoffs. But if it got to December and Stafford were to go down, could Simpson win a wild card game?
I don't see him. Put it like this: he was okie dokie with Alabama, but he didn't impress me. Like he's going to make sure he's going to carry a team. He didn't carry Alabama.
Yeah,
and I'm like, okay, is he going to be able to find the receivers at his young age?
Right.
I just don't know.
Okay. Well, final question for you then.
Not a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay, the NFC will be a stronger conference than the AFC in 2026. Overreaction or reality?
Overreaction. AFC's got way too many quarterbacks that are good.
Yeah, it's like quarterback U on the AFC side of things. This one, it does feel like
doesn't mean the NFC can't win the Super Bowl, but they don't have enough. They're not dominant.
Right. When I look at the NFC this year, I think there's more intrigue in the NFC in the sense that there's so many question marks across the board with a lot of these teams. Like you look at the NFC North, the Bears, Lions, Vikings, and Packers. And what do the Vikings look like with Kyler Murray? But that could be four teams that you could convince me would be over 500 just in that division. Then you've got, like, it's hard to look past the Cardinals are going to be probably the worst team. But you've got the Rams, 49ers, and Seahawks all really good. So that's 7 teams right there just in 2 of the divisions. And I didn't mention the Eagles, Cowboys, and potential Commanders who have had success in the previous years.
You got 3 good quarterbacks in the NFC East, but the surrounding teams the surrounding players around them, I don't know.
And I didn't mention at all the NFC South. Like, I don't know what to make of it.
Skip.
Yeah, just skip the NFC South.
There's so many people like the Saints down there.
Yeah, it's. I know Tyler Shuck surprised a lot of people there last year.
You don't have any toys to throw to this year.
No. Olave.
That's it.
Yeah, that's about it. So you're going over. So you're going to let the AFC will still reign supreme in 2026.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
They're getting closer, but I don't think they're there yet. I don't think they're going to pass them.
All right. Well, we will reset the show at the top of the hour. We've got some Paige Beckers and Caitlin Clark news. What have we got coming up, CA, at 4 o'clock?
Well, it's just real simple. The WNBA is having their All-Star weekend, and AZ Fudd has already made history. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4, Saturday afternoon here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for tuning in. We hope everyone's having a great weekend. Brennan Baxter alongside 3-time Hall of Famer CA.
Got you down.
We were talking during break, CA, and I'm excited to get into this during this segment about All-Star games. And the WNBA All-Star weekend is going on this weekend,
In fact, the All-Star game itself is tonight, 7:30 on ABC.
And we were talking a little bit during the break about FUD and some stuff going on there and the historic year that she's having, Dallas Wings.
No, not just the historic year. AZ FUD, the rookie sensation for the Dallas Wings, won the three-point shootout, first rookie in history to win that competition.
Really?
So congratulations to AZ FUD. And tonight, Paige Becker is, of course, going to do what she does best. She's going to be on Team Coop. Cynthia Cooper is the general manager, coach. You know how they do it nowadays. They got a star, a former player, be the person to pick the team out. So she's going to be playing on Cynthia Cooper's team. She's the captain. And you got Kelsey Mitchell, Gabby Williams, Brianna Stewart, and Natasha Howard. Team Spoon, that's Teresa Witherspoon's team, with Coach Becky Hammonds. By the way, Coach Cheryl Reeves is the coach for the Team Coop. Caitlin Clark, Olivia Miles, former TCU. Olivia Miles is probably going to get the Rookie of the Year. Playing for the Minnesota Lynx, she's just making history left and right. And that's why there are a lot of people wondering, should they get AZ FUD or should they get TCU's own Olivia Miles? Well, FUD was the right decision. Miles is still going to get her props. She's really good. And Jessica Shepard, who is the unsung hero of the Dallas Wings, she's a walking triple-double. She's got more triple-doubles than anybody in the league, and she's just like a double-double. She's just automatic, and she's just under the radar. Aaliyah Boston, Asia Wilson. Again, there's a whole bunch of other reserves on the teams as well. So it's going to be viewing. I think ABC is going to see a nice viewership, but at the same time, props to the Dallas Wings because they had the number 1 overall pick in the draft last year because they sucked. This year, they are on fire, including at one point a 6-game winning streak. So props to the Wings. And you were talking about All-Star games in particular.
Yeah, we were getting into this about All-Star games and how they've essentially become irrelevant across all of the major sports.
Nobody cares.
Nobody
about
seems to
games.
care.
It's not even the WNBA game. No. It's the Pro Bowl. It's the baseball, Major League Baseball. Worst ratings ever. The worst ratings for the home run derby. I can go on and on and on about
which was actually exciting.
Yeah,
this year,
but nobody
no
cares.
one cared.
But NBA All-Star game. Name the sport. Nobody cares about All-Star games.
And they've tried different types of games. Like the NBA went to the World versus USA. They did
even hockey.
LeBron,
tried the same thing. Nobody cares.
Hockey. Now, one, why do you think that is across all the major sports? And 2, what's the solution to getting those weekends to be back to being something entertaining that people look forward to watching?
I think it's because All-Star games are not unique as far as the players never playing against each other, baseball or because, they got interleague competitions now. And then players, because of free agency, they can play for whomever they want to play with. And so you wind up seeing All-Star caliber squads anyway. So it's not like unique. It used to be like, wow, the East versus the West, or wow, this is the AFC versus the NFC. Just name it, whatever it is. It used to be unique. There's nothing unique about it as far as that's concerned, as far as seeing certain stars playing together or, and that kind of role. And I've been to dozens and dozens of All-Star games, no matter what the sport. And it's just lost some of the touch. I think what has happened with a lot of them, in fact, all of them, there are reasons to get the corporate sponsors together or get all the different, I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of like a get together for everybody that's not a quote unquote player or coach. And there's a lot of players and coaches, no matter what the sport, they would rather not go. If they've done it once and that's fine. But they'd rather take the days off.
Yeah.
And they also don't want to get hurt. And the teams don't want them to get hurt, and the fans don't want them to get hurt, no matter what the sport. And so all of that, it's lost a lot of the intrigue of All-Star. And it doesn't matter if you come up with like a slam dunk contest or 3-point shootout or home run derby or, some kind of Pro Bowl stuff, this flag football. Nobody cares like they used to. So here's a solution. I don't think it's the end all. But I think all of these different leagues in sports, I've been keeping up with that Fanatics Fest that they just had in New York City. This is the third time they had it, and it's just had all kinds of superstars. They were just there doing crazy stuff. They had all the card shows. They had all these different things. Michael Rubin's like, this is for the fans in New York. They had 200,000 people over 3 days last weekend. And you just see the pictures of all these random celebrities from all the different sports wind up doing something, some kind of He had Justin Bieber there beating Tom Brady in a various shootout, like shooting baskets, kicking soccer balls. I could go on. I'm like, now this is unique. This is clever. This is random because sometimes you want the element of surprise where, the All-Star games don't really have the elements of surprise. And it's not about who wins or loses. Just the random fact that and I know a lot of these All-Star games, especially, they have these kind of like fan something going on the side, but you don't see these different athletes walking around. And I can't say this should happen for every sport. Maybe they do it that way. Maybe have these legends walking around and they're doing the podcast in there, like Radio Row does for the Super Bowl week. Something has to be more interactive and unusual, and you get the quote unquote content creators, streamers involved, like I Show Speed or Drewski. They're trying those things anyway. I mean, I Show Speed was at the World Cup halftime, did a good job, and Drewski's at a lot of stuff. He's all over the place. But you got to make it more interactive, and you got to make it more where somebody actually you got to make it more surprising.
Yep. So I thought about this in the 817 text. The NHL's Four Nations was an absolute game-changing success, and that was in 2025. So that was over a year ago, where they did Canada, Finland, Sweden, the U.S. And yes,
because it was like the Olympics.
But exactly, it felt more like a country pride Olympic type atmosphere, and the players cared and competed and tried to win. And no surprise there with the NHL, because say what you want about the popularity of the NHL compared to the NFL or the NBA, but those players, they go out every single night and compete, and even during something that was inaugural, the first time it ever happened, that was a huge success. Now, there wasn't an NHL All-Star game this year because of the Winter Olympics.
And they won the gold medal.
So the NHL had a little more the world, around it with the pride of playing for one's country instead of All-Star games the last 2 years. But could you sell that to the NBA? I mean, could you sell that? You can't, that NHL is a little unique and different.
Adam Silver actually mentioned maybe we have USA teams, players played in USA versus the world.
But then would there still be, would they even care? That's what NHL guys, they care every night. I mean, the NBA has a problem with player management, load management, getting these guys. They have a problem getting these guys to buy in even during the regular season a lot of times. And I don't know about you, but me personally, the NBA Cup doesn't do it for me. I think it's kind of silly. It's not anything that's added any extra intrigue, in my opinion, to the league. So,
but also, I even look at the Pro Bowl. They can't get hurt, and so I've covered 8 or 9 Pro Bowls. And whether it was in Hawaii, whether it was in Miami, whether it was in Arizona, they've moved it around. They try to make it flag. They try to make it tug of war. I mean, they try to have all these different things. It's like, what can you do to make fans interested? Or as a one total text, the fans aren't interested, the players aren't interested.
And remember, when the MLB All-Star Game determined the World Series home field advantage, I understand that a lot of people thought this is a little silly that an exposition game is directly impacting the championship of the sport. But at the same time, I remember, what was that year Michael Young had a sac fly or single and extra innings to win it for the AL, and it was a huge deal. Or when Hank Blaylock went yard off of Eric Gagne, the best closer at the time for the Dodgers, and it mattered. And when the Rangers, they weren't even any good when these things were happening, but it felt good to see a Ranger have these moments that mattered for the league.
But guess what? It actually cost them home field advantage in a World Series. When the Rangers went to World Series back-to-back, I can't remember which one of those years they did not have home field because the American League lost it.
Yeah, and so I understand like there's frustration there, but at least the game mattered.
I know what you mean. They're trying to make it. I don't just say there's got to be a different kind of payoff.
And I can see both sides of the argument there. Like I fall on the side of I was always locked into the AL and NL game and the All-Star game because I wanted, even though the Rangers weren't any good when I was growing up, I thought, well, maybe this could be the year that we'll have home field advantage in the World Series. And it was the best players in the world having to compete for their league. And I thought that at least brought intrigue to the weekend. And then they've switched that up, and now that's not a thing. And the Home Run Derby, they've tried different types of games and ways to each round is measured, and it just hasn't been the same.
Put it like this. If they weren't broken, there would not be conversations about fixing them.
Yep.
Think about it.
The Pro Bowl, the NFL is the hardest one to solve because you're right. Like those guys go through a year of just getting hit and beat up, and last thing they want to do is go in. Who was the video? Was it Sean Taylor, the great cornerback Washington that just like drilled the punter in the Pro Bowl several years ago in Hawaii back when it was, and I mean they were just hitting each other.
Oh yeah,
and
because the money was big
and it was exciting.
The winning team got some money.
Yeah, and I don't expect them to tell NFL players, we're going to bring back, the Pro Bowl, and you guys are going to go hit each other. But I don't know if the flag football thing has really worked either there. So I'm not sure what the solution would be in the NFL.
I really don't know. That's why I was saying this Fanatics Fest. It was like, wow, this is just, they're not actually competing like that. They're playing ping pong. They were doing different things. And it was like, it was interesting because it was just something completely different and random, and you couldn't tell who could win what because it's not their main thing or whatever.
For me, I guess it's like watching. I was thinking about this with golf because like YouTube golf has gotten so popular, and I was like, I don't really care about YouTube golf because I want to watch athletes compete for something that matters regularly. And even in the All-Star game, for me, that's got taken away where I don't care to watch a celebrity All-Star game or like the three-point shootout. I'd rather watch that over the All-Star game in the NBA because they're still competing for a title. Like we're watching athletes compete for a trophy. That to me matters more than any exposition. And I feel like for me, that's why it's gone away. I just don't have interest in watching athletes go walk through the motions in something when we tune in to watch these guys compete at the superior of the sport and competing for something that matters. When that gets taken away and they're not giving it their all, it's hard for me to buy it.
We got so many Tolos texting. We appreciate you. 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin & Franklin Injury Attorneys text line. Nobody has a perfect solution, but I'm just saying the interest is not there, and you got to say, what can you do? Because as is not good enough. And I don't know if you need to just get rid of them. I mean, I don't know, but these are really big weekends for corporate sponsors.
Right, it's a marketing thing.
It's a marketing thing, and you can go down a list of what they can tweak and get rid of or add to, and it just doesn't. All I know is that Fanatics Fest, and I'm not saying it's the solution. I'm just saying it just was something unique and different. And all these All-Star games, no matter what the sport, except for, like I said, this last hockey us against the world thing, you got to do something because you got to have something unique.
So the NHL is moving to a international 3-on-3 tournament. Next, there won't be a League of Nations or a Winter Olympics, obviously, but they are going to do a Team USA, Canada, Sweden, and Finland team compromise of international players. Each squad will carry
Scandinavia
11 players, 9 skaters, and 2 goaltenders, and they'll do rapid-fire 5-minute games, 3-on-3. So that's at least exciting and fast-paced, entertaining. The final top 2 teams from the round robin advance to a 10-minute championship final. The winning team will claim a $2 million prize to split. So they're playing for cash in the NHL in that All-Star game. That's something.
All of them play for cash, which just sometimes it don't mean as much.
Yeah.
Because if you're making $30 million a year, what's $30,000?
Yeah. The toughest one to solve, I think NBA just needs to forego it. I just think give the guys a week off and just don't have even the dunk contest has gotten so
Nobody
boring.
cares about
no
the
one
dunks.
cares because none of the big names are doing it.
They're not only
you don't have a Blake Griffin jumping over a car.
Not only are you not having the big names do it, the better dunks are in traffic during a game.
Right.
And everybody's seen the individual dunks. You can't improve upon what you saw Vince Carter do. You can't improve upon what you saw Michael Jordan do, what Dominique did. You cannot improve individual and like I said, for a while there, the best dunk champion was not even in the NBA. He was in the G League.
Yeah, you're right. And what was it, Mac McClung?
Mike McClung went to
won
Texas
it multiple
Tech.
times. Yeah, I've stood next to Mac. He's really not he is not a tall guy.
He's about.
I'm 5'7", so he's taller than me.
About 5'8".
Yeah, but he
can
hops,
jump.
man.
He hops.
He can jump.
Shaq. You see, Shaq has got a little show about dunkers.
Yep.
And this kid from Abilene Christian. This dude was Abilene Christian on a trumpet scholarship. Got a 4.0 GPA. Looked like Cooper Flag. This dude was putting on a show.
Wow.
Woo! I mean, I was like, but you got to reinvent stuff. Like I said, I give credit for Shaq for coming up with the show.
Some ideas coming in from the 214. How about just skipping it every other year? I think it's just another
There you
thing.
go. That might be something.
From the 903, Pro Bowl should just be a fan event. Free entry, skills challenges against players. Make it a fundraiser.
817 says NFL Skills Challenge. Bring that back.
Yeah, just so, and I think it's pretty objectively fair to analyze this and say that all-star games across the major sports need either an overhaul or need to just get canceled.
Something.
Yeah.
Again,
I'm there with you.
It doesn't have the same oomph that it used to.
Yeah. How would you get NBA players to care? They seem like the least caring athletes across any of the four major sports. Like
I think
NBA
baseball
guys just
players
feel like,
too.
Yeah, they
How
still
many
seem,
show up?
Yeah,
unless they're new.
At least in the baseball, like watching it, like you had guys still getting at bats and some of the top pitchers still pitching in the game. Like you got to, if you're talking about seeing it as I don't know. You're right though.
I mean, you just pick a sport. You can pick on a sport, but
right.
Even NFL. Who made the Pro Bowl? Whoop-de-freaking do. You made the Pro Bowl.
From the 972, people would watch their players if it could help them win a fantasy league. So could you tie in a fantasy aspect?
See, I think outside the box, that might be something. I'm not lying. I'm not saying, yeah, that's it. But I'm not dismissing it because there's got to be something that makes these all-star weekends and games interesting. You got to have some kind of intrigue to it.
Well, we'll come back for break with our solution. We got 3 minutes to figure out.
I don't have any solutions. I just gave you mine. FanFest. Fanatics Fan. By the way, shout out to Fanatics. They got a hub in Waxahachie. I don't know if you knew that.
I did. I drive by it all the time.
There you go. And guess who owns that property?
You? Who?
Me? No, I don't. I just live in Waxahachie.
You live out there.
Jerry Jones.
Of course he does.
And did you know when the Dallas Mavericks build their new arena in that whole area, the people who are handling by that is a company called Legends. And who owns Legends? Jerry Jones. Just saying.
I'm not surprised, sir. Well, we'll look around the diamond next on The Fan.
Tolo.
Anything we're towing this summer, visit EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
We're back here on 105.3 The Fan. Brennan Baxter alongside three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We're going to look around the diamond here a little bit, getting you set for Rangers baseball. Less than 2 hours now till first pitch. We've got Jared Sandler joining us in a little less than 1 hour at 5:15 to get us set for Rangers pregame. Mariners, Rangers. We were talking earlier in the show, CA, but Josh Young placed on the 10-day injured list with the calf. That's been officially announced. Josh Smith has been called up from Round Rock and is in the lineup third base tonight.
Yeah, he's done that a lot last year, and I hate that for Josh Young because this has been his healthiest season in I don't know how long, and then calf strain got him. It just happens, and again, I don't want to dwell on the Rangers' health woes because that's been the storyline all season in my mind of why they haven't been more successful. It's not that they just suck because they suck. I think they just had health issues, and you start with Corey Seager, Wyatt Langford. I can go down the list of everybody keeps. Even Josh Smith, he had some kind of sickness, some illness, and I was like, that's a damn shame. Every time you look up, somebody's got something. Even Evo, who's on the mound tonight, Nathan Eovaldi, he had some kind of, I want to say he had the flu or something. We can ask Jared about it in about an hour, but all I can say is health has been their Achilles heel.
Yeah, it has. It has been, and I'm hoping that this really is just a quick week and a half, 2 week thing for Josh.
Me too.
Because with how well he's been playing this year, you need him in the lineup.
And the bats have been coming alive.
Then they have been.
You just got to have. And by the way, I like the fact that they won the game last night on the squeeze play because nobody does that anymore. And it's like clever.
Yeah, it is. I know. Some small baseball. You know, some situational baseball. Fun to watch.
That's what Skip does. Mm-hmm. And Jared was talking about this back in May. He said, when the Rangers were leaving all these guys stranded on base and whatnot or couldn't manufacture runs traditionally, Skip was talking about, Jared was talking about how Skip, when he won Manager of the Year with the Marlins, he had players that could run the bases. This team is not made up of players who run the bases. They can hit. I'm talking about bombs, but they don't like steal. Come on, stuff like that.
No, yeah. Well, one guy that doesn't steal very often, Jake Berger, not in the lineup today, just resting. That's coming off of the 2-for-4 night with the home run and 3 RBI last night. So Jock Peterson will be starting at first base tonight, while Alejandro Osuna will be the designated hitter. Elias Diaz is also resting tonight as well too. So Austin Wynns will serve at the catcher spot and bat ninth for the Rangers and be the battery mate for Nathan Eovaldi, who's 9-8 on the year.
And the Rangers are still in first place since they've been in first place nonstop since just before the All-Star break. Again, they were always hovering just below it. And again, the American League West is terrible, just terrible.
Yes.
And the American League sucks. So I've always said from way back when in May, I was like, you can't micromanage this. You just can't. Because I'm not saying the Rangers are going to win. I'm not saying they're going to lose. I don't trust none of it. All you can say is this is a different type of year, so you got to have a different type of feeling about it. And you better hope everything falls into place. Because they're in first place. You get first place going into the playoffs, you got home field advantage.
Right. You do. And so you're right. Right now you're a game and a half over Seattle. And then Astros 51-54, but have won 4 straight games. They're at Chicago White Sox this week, but coming off a 4-game or a sweep of the Miami Marlins and won their first game last night against Chicago 9-5. So they're right there 2 games back from you in the division. But you're right. I mean,
we got I'm sorry, 408 was baseless. Chris, I think everybody's eating lettuce. The Rangers are not all eating lettuce.
And so
I can understand though.
But what's interesting about the AL, and you mentioned it not being great, the wild card has created a little bit of separation with Boston's insane run throughout the summer. They are now behind the Yankees by 5 games, but hold the second wild card spot, and then Cleveland is in third at 54 and 51.
For those who haven't been keeping up, let everybody know the Boston Red Sox won like 16 in a row.
I believe it was 16 in a row, yes. And then, this team
broke the record that they've had for 100 years.
Manager was fired. They were
dead team walking.
They lost on the 22nd to Baltimore 5-1. That ended their streak, and then they won the very next last night against Toronto.
Start a new
6-4. So, and they're losing right now to Toronto 5-0 in the third.
But like this is such a crazy year. The Chicago Cubs, in the first half of the season alone, they won 10 games in a row twice. And they lost 10 games in a row. Same team.
Yep, and they're 58 and 45. They're the first team in the wild card in the National League.
See, that's why I'm saying everything doesn't make sense. So just don't put on your team building general manager hat like you like to do. I'm talking about all of Ranger fans, whatever, and say, oh, this is what they need to do. Sellers, they need to be buyers. It's very unusual. And it's freezing a bunch of teams you could probably do some trades with because they're in the same boat you're in, which is, hey, we might be in the playoffs too.
I'd like to see the American League continue to suck, though, because I do want to see, seeing the separation right now Cleveland has on Seattle. Mm-hmm. Now it's only 2.5 games. But let's say that some of those teams, like in the Central, Chicago and Cleveland start to win more games. So now all of a sudden, if you fall back a little bit, you're now 5 games out of the last spot. Or if Boston continues to stay hot, now you're talking about, you just have to win your division. Mm-hmm. I'd like it to where even Texas at 52 and 51, if they hover right around 500 come the end of September, they'd still have a chance at a wild card. So I'm kind of watching the wild card standings a little more as well, too, to see, what happens if you do fall? Mm-hmm. Would you have a chance to still beat out Cleveland or Chicago or Boston or Minnesota or Houston, whoever it is? Because there's so many teams right there. I mean, Seattle, Minnesota, Houston, Baltimore, Detroit, all 2 or 3 games under 500, but all just 3.5 games out of the final wild card spot right now.
And what makes what makes us feel like get to the playoffs and see what happens is because, just like in football, if you make the playoffs, you have a quarterback. In baseball, your strength is pitching. It's not like, we can hit the ball. And it's not like, you get into the playoffs or win your division by winning 1-run games. That Rangers did that a few years ago with Banny, and Banny's my guy. But I can't remember how many experts were saying they're not going to go anywhere in the playoffs because you cannot. History's shown that you can't go anywhere in the playoffs if you win all these games. But they set a record, 1-run victories. That's not what's going on this year. You got a really, really good pitching staff led by your ace closer who won his 20th save, who got his 20th save last night.
Oh yeah.
And so, I mean, I'm looking at it like this: just get in the playoffs and see how that pitching staff handles it. That's what I'm looking at. Fred Davis said something a little interesting earlier this morning, ticked off a lot of Tolos or whatever. He was saying he wants the Rangers to trade Corey Seager no matter what, even if you get junk back. And that way, wait a minute now, you got to get something back. But Fred was like, nope, he can't stay healthy. He can't trust it. I'm not of that opinion at all. But at the same time, Fred did say something that made you think. He said, Ranger fans, because he was like, why do you want to keep him? Because he won the World Series for you, and he was the MVP of the World Series. He did all this. He said, what's the difference between him and Adolis? And I went, because he said, nobody's saying you got to keep Adolis when they got rid of Adonis at the end of the season last year. So I'm asking you.
I think Corey Seager is a significantly better player when healthy than Adolis Garcia. And
you say when healthy?
Right, yeah. I guess that's what we're talking about.
That's what Fred's talking about. He said, why are you showing loyalty to this is Fred saying this. Why are you showing loyalty to a player who hasn't done anything for you since the World Series? No different than Adolis did nothing for you since the World Series.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard because you're right. I mean, fan favorite, like Adolis was a fan favorite. Yeah. Obviously helped you significantly in your World Series run, but I don't know. I guess Corey Seager to me is like, it'd be like trading Michael Young, I guess, in a way, like just fan favorite, nucleus of the lineup. I know he doesn't have the same team history as Michael Young, but Like, would you ever consider just trading a guy like that, even if Michael was like in and out of the lineup and battling injuries and stuff, which he wasn't? I mean, Michael Young always played, but to me, it's like I have that same admiration for Corey Seager.
I'm with you. I'm like, okay, he's a little bit different. It's almost like you give him some respect. Even he's only like 32.
And he's 32, and yeah, he's been on the IL now 6 times in the past 2 years. You still owe him $155 million over the next 5 years. So, yeah, I get that's a lot of money to get to a guy that you can't rely on to stay healthy right now. But if you got in September peak Corey Seager, like if you got a healthy Corey Seager when you needed a healthy Corey Seager, and you were to look back in August 3rd and go, hey, let's like forego just Corey and like let Corey go off, and then you see him having a successful September and October, that would kill you.
Exactly.
Like, and I just can't see that.
Well, we got Tolos texting in. The 817 says, hey, they did the same thing with Simeon. Bye-bye. And then the 512 said they traded Michael Young. Yes, they did. But I'm with you.
But that was like well into Michael's, like, when did they trade Michael? What year did they trade Michael?
I want to say it was 2015?
2012.
So it was past the World Series.
Yeah, past. Yeah.
Both those back-to-back World Series. But at the same time, he was like the team leader, the captain. Don't get me wrong.
And he sacrificed for Beltre when they brought in.
He was the guy that whenever he took the hit on game nights when rest of the team didn't want to talk to anybody. He would always talk to all the media and say all the right things and kept things equal in that clubhouse. So he was very low key, very good. Whereas Corey Seager, he's a different personality. He's quiet, and he's not. In other words, he's not a fiery leader. He's a leader by example, and of course, he was the MVP for 2 World Series teams, the Dodgers and the Rangers, and both of them, Globe Life Field. I think the sentiment is strong for Corey Seager, and I'm with you. It's like you just don't toss that away. But Fred brought that up, and I was like, man, Adolis, I see what you're saying, because they just said, well, Adolis is done.
I understand the argument. I just think, and sure, Seager has had a really, what is he batting, like 182, 51 game, like barely played this year. But this guy's a 5-time All-Star, 2-time World Series champion, 2-time World Series MVP.
You.
Like, I just think there's more to him, and guys like that have produced that level.
You got to give him some grace.
I think you got to give him some grace while you're in the midst of a playoff run. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and you can shed the contract maybe like in the offseason. But also, like, what are you getting? What are you getting for Corey Seager with all of this right now? I don't know. I'm not sure like what a team would be willing to give up that would help you immediately, because as you've talked about, why would you sell at the deadline? You're winning the division.
Yeah.
What does that say to the clubhouse? What does that say to the fans?
That's the number one thing.
And I think
look
trading
at those
Corey
players,
Seager would not be a good look.
I think it would crash the team internally. Not that he's the most popular player, but it's like, well, what are we playing for?
I'm a little surprised that the Texers talking about Garcia meant more to 23 than Seager.
Well, he kind of got him there. Don't get me, it didn't mean more, but there was a reason he was American League MVP. I mean, the ALCS MVP, excuse me.
Oh, well, I mean, Adolis had an unbelievable championship series.
That's what I'm talking about. They couldn't, the Tolos are saying he did stuff for them. It was like a nice 1-2 punch. It really was.
Yeah.
So again, in the World Series itself, Seager did a lot. Whereas in the American League Championship Series, Garcia was doing a lot. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not taking anything away from Corey Seager at all, and I'm not saying disregarding what some of the Tolos and Ranger fans are texting in and saying Garcia. Yeah, I'm just kind of, in a way, it was kind of like back in the day when Zeke and Dak were playing quarterback and running back their rookie year. They won those 11 games in a row. Zeke meant more to the team than Dak at that time, but then guess what? Zeke couldn't. He got 20 miles on it.
Right.
And so therefore, the shiny toy was not shiny anymore, and fans didn't care anymore. It's like, oh, he's gone.
Interesting debate. I just think that right now with where you're at, if you could get this lineup needs good bats, and if Corey Seager can return and be healthy at all in September and October, you need that in your lineup to win the division and make a run, and I think you just don't risk that yet.
Totally agree with you, and I'm also saying this. You cannot send that message in that clubhouse, and if he's hurt all the time, you're not going to get value.
Yeah.
And like you said, don't let him be healthy at the end there. Because I watched the Mavericks did not re-sign the center. You're going to kill me.
What year?
We went to
Tyson Chandler?
Tyson Chandler, yes, thank you. My mind's got all these different I was thinking baseball and football. Tyson Chandler, they didn't resign him. He goes to New York and was the Defensive Player of the Year. It's like, come on, man. Then Cuban brings it back. He's like, I'm not going to make that mistake again.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we were a little past the prime in 2014 when he got back. But all right, well, with Cowboys heading to Oxnard this week, and 105 through the Fan will be there as well, too. C and I will predict the Cowboys season and get into some news and notes next on the Fan.
Universal has created a new theme park.
New episode is available now wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. That's the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. That's 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Dallas Cowboys training camp is officially here, CA.
Yeah.
It's time.
It's a
NFL season has arrived.
Let me tell you something. KNC Masterpiece. They will be the first show headed out to Oxnard, and they'll be doing their first broadcast on Monday. That means the day they're flying out here tomorrow. On Wednesday, it's the first open practice out in Oxnard. Thursday, they have another open practice. Friday, they have Oxnard Fan Night. Saturday, they're going to have the opening ceremony at the open practice. Then again, here's another note for you. They're going to have a Heroes Appreciation Day on Thursday, August the 6th. They're going to have a joint scrimmage with the Rams on Tuesday, August 11th. It's here, man.
It's here. I'm just excited to see it. Like, for me, we've got Rangers baseball, pennant race, awesome. But football, when you see these guys show up at training camp, you're like, okay. I mean, sports are back.
Yep.
Like the World Cup got us through a lot of the dog days of summer too, and we had some exciting moments. But nothing replaces football, man. And just to see the pads on and the helmets and all the storylines that come from it, it just feels like it's finally back.
Everybody wants to see what they look like hitting.
Yeah, we want to in the physicality. I love the fights, the fights in training camp with the teams when they the testosterone levels are high. These guys are ready to beat each other up.
Tired hitting.
And it's just fun to see those videos come up too, man. But we have not had a show together where we've predicted any Cowboys games, season predictions, anything. And with camp
you mean since the regular season schedule dropped?
Since the schedule dropped, we haven't been on air really.
I haven't made a prediction yet. This will be the first time.
Okay, well, perfect. Because I wanted us to do one prior to camp, because storylines will come out, injuries will take place, things will happen where you can't just predict it before anything happens in the season. So I wanted us to knock that out here during this segment. That's great. You haven't had a single prediction
the
Cowboys.
The only thing I can say, and you want to go game by game?
I'll go game by game.
Okay, the only thing I want to say is the only thing I was talking about when the schedule was released, and different people, not just media, but fans alike were saying, this is a tough game because of this team. I said, I have no concerns about how tough the team are. It's the schedule itself. The travel, because it's insane. They don't have a bye week until December, but more importantly, they're playing 3 games in like 11 days into September, first part of October. We're talking about when they go down to Rio to play the Ravens. Then they come back to play at Houston at noon. It's like, are you kidding me? And they got a Thursday night game after that. I'm like, you've got to be kidding. Who designed this thing? These are not Madden players. This is not online. This is people having to go through airports, TSA, customs down there in Rio. Got to sleep in hotels. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. And you're talking about installing a brand new defense. I'm just saying it's going to impact
your
wins and losses.
Okay,
so that's my qualifier.
Set the precedent. Yeah, set the qualifier there for what your record will be. So you mentioned it, but we'll start with the Giants. Sunday Night Football at New York Giants, new look Giants as well. John Harbaugh. Where are you going here?
Cowboys.
All right.
Because the new look Giants cannot stop the Cowboys offense, even though the Cowboys defense is a work in progress, and I think it's going to be better than what you saw last year.
Yeah, but then you've got a Giants team as well, too. New offensive coordinator, new system, new coach, first game. So again, a good time for your defense to kind of get their feet wet as well.
But not only that, once again, I said the Cowboys offense. That's the one thing that's better than the other units on both sides.
Yeah, I totally agree. All right, so then you get your first home game versus the Commanders at 3:25 on Fox at home.
It's going to be hard to say because Daniels is tricky.
Okay, so you're kind of expecting Jaden to have a bounce back here after last year.
Yeah, he's got hurt. He always gets hurt. To me, he's going to, unfortunately for him, because he's thin. He's not like squatty body. In other words, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, guys like that who are not like 6'5", 6'4", they can withstand some punishment. Thin guys, I mean,
yeah, it can be tough.
So I think he might get hurt again, but not that game. The second game of the year. It's here?
It's here.
I hope the Cowboys win.
So is that 2-0?
I'll say 2-0 because they don't have time to figure out. But man, no, wait a minute. Daniels might chop up that new defense because the defense is just figuring stuff out. Cowboys defense.
So 1-1.
1-1.
You're leaning Commanders. Okay, so 1-1. Then you've got the Ravens. And
what about you?
I'm going 2-0 to start.
Okay.
I like the Cowboys knocking off the Giants and the Commanders, and then I have them also beating the Ravens. I'm not high on the Ravens this year. Jesse Minter, a defensive-minded coach coming over from the Chargers. I'm not sure. I have the Cowboys starting 3-0.
I have them starting 2-1 because I think the Cowboys will win in Rio because I think they can handle any kind of distractions that might be down there. And I'm talking about, it's kind of like going to the Super Bowl because everybody's going to be all going crazy. You got the entourages and everybody going down there. And I think the Cowboys will handle up. And like you said, the Ravens are learning under a new head coach.
Okay, so
learning his style.
Yep, so 2-1 there. Then you get the Texans game in Houston on the road. I have this as a loss.
I have it as a loss too because of the travel, not because the Cowboys are not better than Houston. I just think it plays in the Texans' hands.
I agree. So you've got the Cowboys
if they were playing that game
in Dallas
at Sunday night, maybe
better.
Yeah,
it's a noon game. You're right. Okay,
people act like this. Their body clocks won't be wrong, and how many practices they're going to have after coming back from Rio?
Yeah,
I mean Rio is a whole different time zone. That's not even Eastern Coast. It's one more. That's where I was last summer.
Yeah,
I mean, and you got to go through real customs. They got. Not only do you have to have your regular passport, you have to have a Brazilian passport on top of that. And Brazil's airport is way far away from the city. It's kind of like Denver's airport is way far away from the city. I mean, and they got to take these buses, and it's a caravan of buses, and you got to go through mountains. It's not like, it's just flat. This is not Madden, people.
Yeah. I got
Goodell,
you.
whoever put this schedule together.
You've got Cowboys at 2-2 after week 4. Home against the Buccaneers on Thursday night.
That's another thing. It's a Thursday night. Baker Mayfield's a wild card. I'm not saying that the Buccaneers are better than the Cowboys, but I don't know if I think they'll lose that game.
Okay, so 2-3, and then you've got a little 10-day break from the Thursday to the next Sunday night game at Green Bay.
Oh, they'll win that one.
Okay, 3-3. Then you go at Philly.
What about you?
I've got them 4-2 at this point. I have a Texans loss, Bucks win, Packers loss. 2 road games.
So the Cowboys beat the Buccaneers.
Yeah, so I've got them at 4-2 through 6 games. And then they get at the Eagles.
Wait a minute, who did you have on the Green Bay game?
Oh, Packers in Green Bay.
So the 2 losses are the Packers
and the Texans.
Okay. And then next
is at the Eagles. Monday night.
Sunday night to Monday night. I think they'll win that game.
Okay. I do too, actually. I do too.
Yep. Someone, Outcast, tell us, stop giving them excuses. This is not excuses. This is the facts that nobody's weighing in. I'm talking about the facts that they have to travel.
Yep.
If it was the same team, I would be saying the same thing. If you were saying, okay, the Rams are going to win these 3 games, and they got to play at Rio, and then they got to play at...
It's the same thing, regardless of the team.
It has nothing about excuses. It's more than just how much... it's kind of like saying, well, you don't... Let's say the Rams lose Matthew Stafford, right? Maybe they lose Nakua, right? But you're going to pretend like, well, it's the Rams. There's no excuse. They're supposed to win because they're the Rams. No.
Right.
They had injured players.
Yeah.
Everybody get injured players. Everybody doesn't have the same travel schedule that the Cowboys get ready to do. And I'm not saying this is an excuse. I'm just saying you're not putting that into the equation.
So you've got them 4-3 after October 26th against the Eagles, and I know we're running up against the hour, so we'll rapid fire the last 9 games so we can get your prediction. So then you got Cardinals at home.
Win.
5-3. At the Colts.
Win.
6-3. Versus the 49ers at home, November 15th.
Loss.
Okay. So 6-4. Then you get versus the Titans at home.
Win.
Then versus the Eagles at home Thanksgiving.
Win.
Okay, 8-4. Now you go at Seattle December
Loss.
7th, 8-5. Then you get your first bye week, December 13th.
They'll win the bye week.
They'll need the bye week, for certainly. So you've got 8-5 Dallas. Then they go at the Rams.
Loss.
8-6 versus
it's Myles Garrett.
Yeah, versus the Jaguars December 27th.
Win.
Okay, so you've got them 9-6 versus the Giants at home January 3rd.
Win.
And then at the Commanders.
Loss.
So 10-7 is your prediction
for now. This is
the pre-training camp.
This is the way too early.
Way too early.
We did not know.
So 10-7. Now the final question I have for you before we go to break: does 10-7 win the division?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I like it.
What about you?
I'm with you.
Just give me your final schedule.
I've got him going 11-6.
Does that win the division?
And I think that wins the division.
What's the losses? The 6 losses.
The one game I think you had. I've got him losing to the Texans, the Packers,
right.
the Seahawks, Rams, and the 49ers and Jaguars.
I can see that.
At 11-6.
214 says they'll go 9-8. Cowboys lose to the Jaguars, and yes, they will win the division.
So 9-8 might be enough, according to 214. Well, all right. See, I like it. 10-7. Way too early. You have plenty of time to set your final predictions in, but that's a good start. It's a good start. Well, we are going to break down what problem the WNBA has with Caitlin Clark next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more
said that he has spoken to Kyle, that he wishes him the best. He said his thoughts and prayers are with him and his family, that he knows he has an incredible perspective on it all. Kyle's a stud. I have as much respect for him as anybody. He's a friend of mine. I love him and hope that he's going to have a great recovery.
And by the way, a lot of people wondering, how come we just now found out about this? Not that there's something demonic or diabolical or, conspiracy theory about it. It wasn't in the script or whatever how they say about conspiracy theory. But how come we just now found out about it, like 11 days later? This is what they said, quote, they said, consistent with the standard of release information procedures in such cases, we did not release information regarding cause of the collision or which party may have been at fault. That's what the police said. And then at the 49ers press conference, they just basically said, we just kind of kept it in-house for a while as a courtesy, and then we told the players right after we got the release together. So.
Yep. So obviously hope that Kyle Shanahan gets well soon. It'll be interesting to see how that goes, but glad he's okay. In other news around the world of sports, KCP, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, has agreed to a buyout with the Memphis Grizzlies and is signing a 1-year, $3.9 million deal with the Philadelphia 76ers, joining LeBron's quest.
Those pieces are falling into place.
No surprise there, right?
Yeah. By the way, you're looking to see where Bronny's going to wind up next. That's the other thing.
I'm sure he'll find a way to Philadelphia. Right?
Everybody knows this. One other note, in the world of boxing, big fight tonight, DeSoto's own Errol Smith Jr., who has not fought in over 1,000 days.
Wow.
He hadn't fought since he lost to Bud Crawford in July of 2023. And that was like it could have gone either way, but it ain't embarrassing to lose to Bud. But he never fought again. Now he's down in Sydney, Australia tonight, late tonight, pay-per-view, taking on Tim, I can't even pronounce his name right, so I'm going to jack it up, Tim Tszyu. Tszyu.
Fascinating.
Tszyu.
Good name.
Okay.
All right, well, we wanted to get to...
the All-Star game is tonight. WNBA All-Star game.
WNBA All-Star game is tonight. Paige Beckers.
AZ Fudd won the three-point shootout yesterday.
Yep, first rookie in the history of the league to do so. But there's been a lot of drama in the WNBA this week.
Oh, them girls like to fight.
No surprise, all centered around Caitlin Clark.
Oh, yeah.
USA Today released an article about Caitlin Clark, and then after releasing the article, which already had received a ton of backlash, put out a report.
Wait, why did it get backlash?
It was Nancy Armour who wrote the article, and she was comparing Caitlin Clark's flopping to the Emmett Till situation of 1955.
What? That's a reach.
It was a little bit of a reach, and for a lot of reasons, that received a lot of heat. And then the USA Today tweeted a report about Caitlin Clark missing the WNBA red carpet showed because she was getting a haircut, though she was actually at her own event, the Caitlin Clark Foundation, giving a speech and had to backtrack. So this was 2 straight days or multiple days of USA Today seemingly attacking Caitlin Clark for not a whole lot of reason. So it brought the question up to us and really to a lot of people across the country. It's like, what is the WNBA? Why are they not protecting their star? It'd be like the NBA not really protecting Steph Curry when he was making his rise back in 2013 and 2014. And you say you have some thoughts on why that might be the case.
Not on that. My thoughts are about her getting fouled a lot.
Well, and that's kind of the protection. And then what we're talking about is that people, if you're writing articles about her flopping, but then we're watching her and she's getting
fouled,
like beaten up at times on the court, and the WNBA doesn't seem to be doing anything about that.
This is, like I said, it has nothing to do with that article because I haven't looked at that article. As far as the WNBA, are they protecting her? Do they need to protect her? Those kind of things. I have no opinion of that. But what I do have an opinion on is on the basketball itself being played and how she's getting hard fouls or whatever. And what some of her colleagues or the opponents are saying and what they're doing, or whatever special attention for her. She's supposed to be so great. To me, my only opinion on this whole thing is this reminds me of when Michael Jordan got to the league before he won a championship.
The Bad Boys era, the Pistons beating him up.
Yeah, it's called the Jordan Rules. They even wrote a book about it because they're like, we're not going to let him. He's supposed to be all this. We're not going to let him do all these things. And so that was kind of like the Jordan rules. And so Jordan, he came up with things like to toughen himself up. He wasn't moaning about it. Now, I'm not saying Caitlin Clark is moaning about it, but I'm just saying this is what happens sometimes when older vets, no matter what the sport, thinks a young person can come in and try to clown everybody, or they're so talented. Well, maybe you need to get pushed, or maybe you need to get. And again, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying I watched it with Jordan. In fact, at one All-Star game, they kind of iced him out.
Yeah,
they iced out Michael Jordan, and that's one of the reasons why Isaiah Thomas wasn't on the Dream Team, as he should have been because of his talent alone.
I guess my main point with the Caitlin Clark situation is if you have someone that's improving the quality of your league and the eyeballs that are coming to your sport, but you should probably want that brand and her to be as successful as possible. And I'm not saying you bend the rules so Caitlin Clark's successful, but when she is getting attacked a lot of times on the court and you're not addressing it, or you're not really helping to make sure the game is a safer place. And we're seeing like Sophie Cunningham, her teammate, is going after people. And
I've seen the finger point.
And the finger point and the meme that went viral. And I just have the question of, this woman is helping your league gain more popularity. Just like when Steph Curry and like shooting threes from 30 feet and making them. And her run at Iowa, she was insanely popular. And the women's Final Four was gaining so much notoriety because of Caitlin Clark. And then now her time with Indiana Fever, I'm not exactly sure why that is, regardless of what's being written about her in the media.
Well, how do they do that? You tell the referees that, in other words, you don't want to, people, like you said, the article said she was flopping. What makes you think she was flopping? I don't know if she was flopping or not. I think she was getting hit.
Yeah, I think she was getting hit
too. So why would you say flopping?
Yeah, exactly. And
see, again, that's what happens. You don't want it to be a situation where, like, oh, she's just flopping to draw fouls. And that's not necessarily the case.
Right. Yeah. And so I think
all I know is Caitlin Clark, I'm not saying it's fair. I'm just saying I watched this go on with Jordan because he was insanely talented, and those veteran players in the 1980s,
the new
they're
kid
like,
on the block.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, you're not better than us, or you're not going to make us look bad.
But what's interesting is like Jordan, you could probably make the same argument for Clark, because I don't have the NBA ratings in front of me from 1985 to 1990, but
he brought
him. Jordan brought him, and so it made all of those players exponentially more money.
Correct.
Which is what Caitlin Clark is doing for these.
So give me your solution.
Well, I think the solution would be more severe punishment for the player.
What if the refs don't call it?
Then it's do something about the referees.
That's what I'm trying to say. You've got to be more specific, because what you're doing, again, when I say I watched Jordan, I'm not saying it was right. I'm just saying it's not unique.
Yeah, so what the NBA, what they did was they obviously changed, like Bill Laimbeer wasn't allowed to just deck somebody, post. You watch some of the fouls that they were doing in the late 80s compared to the mid 90s, the NBA we see today, it's a vastly different game. Maybe adopting some of those rules and regulations would be fascinating for Caitlin Clark, but we'll see.
Let's see what happens in the All-Star.
It's interesting. Well, we're going to head to break, and we will wrap up the show getting you set for Rangers baseball next on The Fan.
I like shorts that are pretty short.
What do kids want to wear back to school? We asked them.
I love wearing things that make me feel confident. Nike shoes, running shoes.
Academy is giving back to school back to kids with brands like Nike, Billabong, and Adidas. Line up early on August 1st to score a promo card worth up to $100. Be one of the first 125 in line for a guaranteed promo card valued at $20 or more. No purchase necessary. Open to Texas residents 18 or older. See academy.com/official rules.
When was the last time you laughed and didn't think about your teeth? A lot of people walk around covering their mouth, skipping pictures, and avoiding certain foods because they don't feel confident. That's no way to live. That's why I've been telling people about my friend Dr. Jeff Buski at Granbury Dental Center for over 20 years. Look, doing nothing isn't an option, and dentures aren't a real solution either. Dr. Jeff Buski has placed more than 10,000 dental implants in his 29 years of experience, so he knows how to give you a smile that feels like your own. With dental implants, we're talking about real teeth, secure and natural, no slipping, and no embarrassment. You can eat what you want, laugh when you want, and stop thinking about it. And yes, it's worth the drive to Granbury. So if you're ready to stop hiding and start living again, go to GranburyDentalCenter.com and schedule your free consultation and tell them Dave sent you. That's GranburyDentalCenter.com.
Penfolds, one of the most celebrated wines in the world, is the official wine of DFW Restaurant Week. As we celebrate 30 years, we give gratitude to our partner restaurants, helping us raise millions of dollars for Lena Pope and the North Texas Food Bank, with special recognition to our star restaurants, making the largest donations. Join Penfolds in celebrating Terra Italy, one of these star restaurants. Go to dfwrestaurantweek.com for the list of participating restaurants. Make your reservations to dine.
That refresh you've been putting off until the right deal came along? It's here! Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale is happening now, so you can finally get the style you've been waiting for less. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style.
If your security cameras only record crime, it's time to upgrade to DFW Security. When someone steps where they shouldn't, the camera's AI-assisted technology detects them and instantly alerts a live agent to intervene. Stop crime before it starts with DFW Security.
DFWsecurity.com. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Each weekday at 5:30, Gavin, Lucius, and the guys bring you the G-Bag of the Day. The craziest audio sent in from you and all of the Tolos. That's every day at 5:30 and replayed the next day at 2:30. Driven by EastDallasMotorCars.com.
Rangers baseball, 1 hour away. Brennan Baxter alongside CA.
Got you down.
And, man, what a great show. It's been a busy show.
Appreciate all Tolos, man. Put it like this: we enjoy you letting us ride shotgun with you and you and you while you do all the things that you do, and especially on a hot day like today. I mean, it's going to be 100 degrees a day. If not, by the way, if you're new to Texas, usually in the 5 o'clock hour, that's when it gets hot. So if you can stay indoors between 5 and 7, you'll be all right. But again, if you go into the Rangers game, it's going to be air-conditioned comfort. It's going to be great, and it's a great matchup, Seattle versus the Rangers.
And we are excited to break down that matchup here as we close the show with...
You got him?
We don't. We're getting him. He's on the phone. It's dialing.
We're efforting Jared Sandler because he's multitasking right now.
Man, he's recording.
He's doing
Rangers
the Ranger TV and
pregame Rangers TV. Man does it all there. Ranger Sports Network.
But he said he could probably squeeze in
He always tries to find time to make for us just enough. We appreciate that.
Yeah, the Rangers are a game and a half ahead of the Mariners for those who aren't keeping up in the standings in the American League West. And again, for Mariners, when you go to Seattle, the Rangers have problems with they talk about sleepless in Seattle. It just is what it is. So you want to try to win at least 3 of these games at home if you can. 3 out of 4, maybe 4 out of 4.
All right, well.
You got him?
We got him. Jared Sandler helping us close the show today. How's it going, man?
What's going on, guys?
Man, we appreciate you making time this afternoon. Exciting game tonight, 6:15 start. Nathan Uvalde on the mound. But I wanted to get to Josh Young first with you. He's out of the lineup. Josh Smith taking his place at third base tonight. Your thoughts on the severity of that injury? I read that he did try to run. They're hoping he can be ready for the Houston series next week. But we know Josh is having such a great year. So your thoughts on what's going on with Josh Young?
Yeah. Skip Schumacher said that, they thought he was close enough to where Josh was in the starting lineup yesterday before, the progression kind of went the other direction. And so, they had to, change their approach there. Unfortunately, he's not, Josh said he's able to do everything other than, I think his words was propel forward. He can swing the bat, he can, throw. It's just, the act of trying to get out of the box and sprint or jog. Hopefully it's a short stint on the IL. I guess, you don't know until you really know for sure, especially given that, you probably want to see things progress before you feel good about saying that, but that is the hope. Josh has dealt with calf injuries before on the right and left side. And hopefully this isn't going to be something that is prolonged. And, it'd be great to have him back for the Houston series. And perhaps, you get Josh Young and Corey Seager back for the Houston series. That'd be a big boon for sure.
Hey, can you tell us about last night's game-ending play that the Rangers won on? How unique is it these days that a suicide squeeze wins the game, or at least for the Rangers?
Well, yeah. So, it came in the sixth inning, and just not to be overly technical. So it was a safety squeeze. The difference there is that, a suicide squeeze, the runner at third is effectively stealing home. And so if you don't get the bunt down, or if it's popped up, you're toast. A safety squeeze, you take an aggressive secondary lead, but you kind of wait for the bunt to go down. It puts a little more pressure on the bunter to still lay down a good bunt, because if it's bunted back to the mound on the ground, the runner's going to be out. If it's a suicide squeeze and you bunt it on the ground anywhere, the runner's going to be safe. But yeah, in the sixth inning, the Rangers already had a run across on Jake Berger's single. You got Nicky Lopez up. He's good at handling the bat. People ask all the time why teams don't bunt more, and it's crazy for them to digest this, but the reality is there just aren't a lot of good bunters in baseball. There aren't a lot of guys you feel confident giving up a strike or two or an at bat. You'd rather just let them swing away. But Nicky, has a lot of clubs in his golf bag, so to speak, and he's adept at doing that. And so, in a close game like that, you take a 1-run lead, you make it 2 runs. Great for the Rangers to get that cushion, and hey, lo and behold, they ultimately end up winning, Chris, like you said, by that 1 run that gave them the 5-4 win.
Jared,
winning play.
I'll get you out of here with this. You don't want to overestimate a series in July when there's still 2 months of baseball left, but how important do you feel like it is for the Rangers to get out of this 4-game series with the Mariners, winning 3 of 4 and creating a cushion with 2 months to go? I mean, it's not like the season would end if you were to lose 3 straight, or if you were to split it 2-2, you'd still be right there. But do you get the sense that this could be a season-changing series if you were able to potentially sweep the 4 games or win 3 of 4?
Yeah, so, Brennan, it's a great question. I don't think so much from, the cushion it will give them. If they sweep their 4.5 up, that's significant, no doubt. I think what it is, though, it's more the confidence or the motivation it might provide the front office with the trade deadline looming to buy, right? If they split the series, or certainly if they drop 3 or 4, there might be some tough questions. If they split the series, they still come out of it in first place. But, by the time the trade deadline rolls around, they might not be in first place. But it's just it's awfully tough to not give a team that's in first place a chance, especially when they take 3 or 4 from, the team that is most closely chasing them. So I think it's big in that respect. I think it's more the message that the guys on the field send to the front office as to how they want to approach the next week. Because the reality is this, a lot of times at this time in the year when you got 2 teams fighting for first place, they're both probably 10, 11 games over 500, in a lot of cases. That's not the case here. The Mariners are under 500. The Rangers are a game over 500. So forget where you are in the standings. If a team's a game over 500 at this time of the year, it's not an auto buy, right? Because, typically that's not a team where you're for sure dead set that we want to invest in. But when that team's in first place, it's awfully tough to look the other direction.
Awesome, man.
Real quick, Jeff, I'll let you get out of here. Quick answer. How does Evo do historically against Seattle?
Well, I'll say this, Chris. First of all, Evo in big games, and I think in late July, for the reasons Brennan kind of laid out, this is a big game. Evo, I'll narrow it down just because I think he's been a different guy to his time against the Mariners with the Rangers. Over the course of his career, not particularly great. He's got an ERA over 6 in 8 starts. Earlier this year, he gave up just 2 earned runs over 5 innings in Seattle, but then had a quality start here. So, hopefully he can get the job done. A lot of that 6+ ERA comes from actually, oddly, the 2023 season when he was rehabbing on the fly. If you guys remember in September, he came back from injury and effectively rehab to the big league level. So if you take those starts out, you look at, his last 5 starts against Seattle, it's a little bit better, but hopefully he'll give the Rangers a big one tonight.
Awesome, Jared. Well, we appreciate you, man. Have a great time tonight.
Thanks, Jared.
Go Rangers.
See you guys.
All right, well, there goes Jared Sandler, and we will get you set for Rangers baseball next here on the Fan. CA, prediction for tonight? Rangers win?
Rangers win 6-3.
Home run pick. Who you got?
Josh Smith, he's back.
I like it. So I'm going Rangers 9-2. Dominant win.
9.
I'm riding a 2-game win streak
Nice
here
cushion.
on a Saturday with Brennan Baxter on air. Well, for CA, the 3-time Hall of Famer, tons of fun. I am Brennan Baxter. Rangers baseball right around the corner here on 105.3 The Fan.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone